love Israel? Israel number one. No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Saturday. And it's Saturday Fun Day. It's Situation Monitoring Day. It's Saturday, March 14, 2026. Coming to you live from 72 degrees in sunny California, Los Angeles on stolen Tongva land. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Why is Denim saying you were canceled? What? I heard you were canceled? What is happening, dude? By what? AIPAC? I'm here, bitch. Anyway, working on a Saturday. Let's go. Welcome. It's Dr. Jihad. It's Dr. Jihad. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. I'm live. I'm alive. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. What has happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button last night. I spent a good deal of time hanging out with the family. Hung out with my family and had some family time. That was fantastic. And I also was supposed to watch the voice of HIND RAJAB, Oscar-nominated voice of HIND RAJAB. I will be interviewing the cast and crew today, the director and producers. In any case, I couldn't watch it last night because my brother was like, I don't want to, I want to do, fun stuff. So I was like, all right, fine. I watched it this morning, and oh my God, I watched this morning from 6 a.m. This is 80 minutes, and I cried so much. Okay, and let me tell you, it was brutal, but it was a tough watch, but it was a great movie overall, and I think it's great for awareness in general, Yeah, I watched it. I worked out afterwards. I did some deadlifts, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Like, I haven't cried like this in years. I think the last time I cried this hard was when Fish died. But yeah, Voice of HIND RAJAB is a docudrama film written and directed by Khater Ben Hania. Sorry, I'll be having her on. It follows the Red Crescent response during the killing of HIND RAJAB, a 6-year-old Palestinian girl, by the Israeli occupational forces during the Israeli invasion of the Gaza Strip, the genocide of Gaza. It stars Saja Kilani, Motaz Malhiz, Amir Hillel, and Clara Khoury. The film is a co-production between Tunisia and France, and it was very good. So yeah, it was nominated for Best International Feature Film as the Tunisian entry at the 98th Academy Awards. At the 83rd Golden Globe Awards, it was also nominated for Best Non-English Language Film. Anyway, I mean, I covered this story in real time as it was unfolding, if you guys remember, because this was like, and you'll see it in the docudrama as well, where they basically show,
you know, these Palestinian Red Crescent folks on the West Bank side in Ramallah running out of options, and then they just like released this the phone conversation in a last ditch effort, and we literally saw it as they were releasing it. Like we covered it as it was like being distributed around the internet, and yeah, it's a very impactful and very powerful movie, and I think it will make people reconsider their position on the Palestinian resistance. I hope. I mean, it doesn't actually show the Palestinian resistance at all, of course, and it doesn't even show HIND RAJAB at any point, doesn't show the IDF at any point, but it has a very zone of interest feel to it as far as like not showing you the thing that is like the danger, not showing you the, it's just like very impactful. In any case, yeah, I like I said, it was a tough watch, but a great one regardless, a very powerful one. But other than that, not much else going on. It's just situation monitoring time, Iran is going tit for tat, and we'll obviously continue with our coverage here on the situation monitoring broadcast. And apparently I was on Iranian state television. I was on a brief Iranian state TV briefly featured me. It seems it's real. That is not a joke. They did. They put me on Iranian national TV. That's pretty crazy, I will say. They don't even know I'm Dr. Jihad. Like, they don't even know me by my official moniker, right? They don't know me by my official moniker, Dr. Jihad, which is crazy. Dr. Jihad Arabi. In any case, folks, yeah, that's all I got. Let's blast off and let's fucking get it twisted. Let's keep going. Yeah, we're going international. We're doing the dang thing. But yeah, I'm on Iranian TV. Question mark. Marines deployed. Epstein's Fury Day 14. Strait of Hormuz closed. KHARG bombed. AIPAC hits left flank. Voice of HIND RAJAB interview later. Get in now. Maybe they do, but it's no time to joke. Who said I'm joking, baby? Yeah, 15K goes a long way with the Iranian state television too. Like, it's not even 20K, it's 15K, which is what I paid for that one too, as you guys know, famously. KHARG Island battlefield mentioned. Yeah. Embassy word just went out to evacuate Iraq. Do you put wax in your hair? No, I just showered and I used conditioner today. Mark Ruffalo endorsed Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, which is great. Once again, close race, a lot of fuckery going on with dark money. And some of y'all are out there doing it for free, You could have gotten $1,500 for an attack ad against Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, and yet you did it for free. So don't you feel like a fool? Think about that. Think about how foolish you must feel now, knowing that there are people out there getting paid for what you are doing for free. Just saying. Hold on. No office days since January. Sounds like it's catching up to you. No off days? Yeah, I'm going to take a day off tomorrow, but I'm not actually going to take a day off, ironically enough, because I'm going to be doing a bunch of different podcasts. I'm going to be doing a bunch of different pods. So yeah, it's not a real day off at all, but is that Mr. Beast thing legit or a meme? What do you think? Yeah, oh, here it is. It's Mr. Beast mode, dude. It's real. He's the Beast of Hormuz. $1 million, 1,000 people with paddle boards flying the Israeli flag, one winner. Who will make it through? This was Michael's biggest L. I mean, I'm glad that he's like man enough to admit it. Like, I do appreciate it. I do appreciate Michael from Pennsylvania being like, you know what? This was wrong. I fucked up. My mistake. Maybe I shouldn't have gone so hard. But it is so funny because I kept being like, dude, look, like it's so obvious what's going on. Like they're literally trying to agitate. And it's funny because he saw it with Graham Plattner. Like, he's smart. He saw it with Graham Plattner from the start, right? He was like, oh, this guy's got motion. This guy's in it to win it. And I'm not going to like, you know, hold it over his head, but it's crazy how much like his chatters and my chatters, like, you know, we share a community, like community members here were just like fucking going crazy mode. And like, and the vindication came after, not only like the AIPAC revelations came in, but then also like there was dark money involved as well. Like, I hope it's a good lesson for all of us to like in terms of like how aggressively we lean into certain things, because our judgment, you were kind of cooking Kat's foreign policy blunder like overly. You got to remember this community is highly influenced by you. No, I mean I have significant issues with Kat's foreign policy blunder. It was a massive mistake, so much so that I literally immediately connected her with foreign policy people, and I'm going to, once the primaries are over, hopefully work on that as well. But it's like, it's, you know, there is a difference between me having issues with her foreign policy approach versus, you know, falling into. This will not be a learning case for a lot of people, unfortunately. I hope it's an understandable learning moment for a lot of people, and how easily manipulated they are in terms of like demanding ideological purity or like hyper focusing on certain flaws of candidates, especially within the electoralist framework, where the idea is that like you're going to always have your ideal candidate who has the best policies. And I try to show you, like I try to tell you, like there are plenty of people that I interview, Cap being one of them. Like there are plenty of people who say the right things but aren't necessarily like as wait, hold on. That aren't necessarily as critical of other candidates. Like the AOC dynamic, I think, is like a very interesting one, right? AOC dynamic, or the Bernie Sanders dynamic of like letting people like Bernie Sanders off on a lot of stuff. Whereas like hyper focusing or like lasering in on a new candidate when you find something that you normally would overlook with another candidate, right? Is Bibi dead? Kat does support Medicare for all. There's so much fucking idiocy in this with like 54-month subscribers. Again, another 54-month subscriber. She does. She literally does. She does, though. She does. She straight up supported it on this fucking broadcast. Well, are you okay? Or you sound lethargic? I'm a little lethargic because she changed her position, dude. She said it months before you guys saw her policy scripts on her website on this fucking broadcast. I interviewed her on it. She said Medicare for all doesn't go far enough. What is going on? BDBD has perfectly described your stream and purpose. The biggest issue with right-wing supporters is that they're driven by emotion rather than logic. In his speech after quoting, he kept watching his words because not everyone present agreed with him. And this is the pitiable part of the right wing. Far-right politicians excel at manipulating emotions to sway right-wing views. And the right-wingers, through the same means, yes, I'm talking about the eyebrows-raising guy, they exploit the pain points in right-wingers' lives to serve the terrifying goals of the far right. The world needs more people like Hasan, those who can provide temporary logical armor for those not yet equipped to defend against manipulation, while also resonating with the comrades. Where is this from? What is this about? It's from the heart. I know it's from China, but what is it under, chat? I think it's fine for you to criticize someone who says something that's worthy of criticism. You didn't go hard. Yeah, I didn't, because I'm not silly and I'm very pragmatic. I'm pragmatic to maybe a fault sometimes. I'm also very open-minded about people's capacity to change. What's my UBC speech? Hell yeah. Chinese netizens are on my side. That's all I need. You should be spending Sunday binging season 2 of One Piece live action. Oh, speaking of One Piece live action, I did watch One Piece live action. Wait, oh, eyebrows bro is Asmongold? That's funny. That's what they're talking about? Yes, I'm talking about the eyebrows raising guy. So many people are on Twitter in psychosis over thinking BB's dead. Yeah, I know. I'm going to talk about mass AI hallucination and mass AI psychosis that's like genuinely ripping apart this community. Is devastating. The thumbnail to the right, Hasan led a live broadcast reviving Mao Zedong's selected works. American imperialism is a paper tiger. The Education Network argued that leftists applying Marxism-Leninism in the U.S. cannot simply copy the Chinese model. I bet the Chinese love hearing that too. They probably agree with that as well. Hasan, dressed in a modern Chinese style, discussed Jesse Jackson's political legacy. English-Chinese bilingual. HasanAbi, They can never stop me. What are they just saying? I'm bilingual. What the hell's going on? Oh no, bilingual just means like it's in Chinese as well, huh? This is the clip that was played on Iranian TV. Yeah, they're boomers. They're fucking dude. Iran is a nation of boomers. Okay, straight up. I guess I'm making waves. I'm making waves on the Iranian TV. It's called AI mass hysteria at work. Everyone keeps pushing it and it's so fucking inaccurate. Yeah, it's pretty shocking that I mean, I guess it's not shocking, but it's somewhat alarming that people are falling for incredibly obvious like AI bait, you know? It's a little bit sad. Hasman will respond to Hassan's disdain by picking out a few lines from his clip and reiterating his call to ban Hassan. I love you, but you're wrong. Professor Jiang confirmed he's dead. Yeah. My life as a 20-year-old man has been made infinitely better by having never been on Twitter. Oh, for sure. Oh, and yeah, Loomer is getting called out in India. Loomer went to India, deleted all of her like viciously anti-Indian tweets, and is now apologizing for it because like now they see I guess she sees India as a big tool against both Iran and also an ally to Israel. And Laura Loomer's obviously like Israel first, right? We all know that. Anyway, where should we get started? I mean, there's so much to talk about, so much stupidity flinging around. I guess we can start. Does Tamasis have a playlist? Did Tamasis send a playlist? Start here. What's that? What's this?
No, political shows, and suddenly we're all watching this guy, and then we start figuring this guy might be a crackpot too, because he'll be talking.
Oh, Professor Jiang. Okay, we're not going to do more Professor Jiang. Okay, I'm sorry. We've done too much Professor Jiang yesterday, and a lot of people have been very upset. A lot of people get very upset when I call out their favorite, their new faves, and they get so nasty and they get so vicious. Like I enjoy Professor Jiang. Okay, I enjoy predicting history. Okay, I want to have him on the broadcast. We've reached out to him. He's probably not going to come on. I might have called him, a crank a little too much, but like, it's crazy that like whenever there's like a new guy on the scene that like is popping off, right? And you watch like a couple of his videos and they look like they're, very correct, very on the money with like a couple of the clips that you watched, and you develop this affinity and you just get so mad. Like, I'm Professor Jihad, he's Professor Jiang, okay? It's Professor Jihad over Professor Jiang around these parts. Anyway, let's get to it. Situation monitoring is unlocked. We're monitoring the situation all the way live from sunny Los Angeles, California on stolen Tongva land. You already know what's up. You already know what it is. We're live. We're alive. Let's get it fucking twisted. Boom, boom, boom. Netanyahu not dead. Seen today. Netanyahu's not dead. Seen today. He's hanging out with Shinzo Abe. Y'all are so dumb. Wait, hold on. Doors open. God, I'm out here. Doors opening in the middle of the goddamn day. So early. Yeah. Netanyahu's just fine. He's currently meeting Shinzo Abe to discuss increased trade cooperation in the Asia Pacific region. Dude, it's so funny. There was so Anna Kasparian tweets, so did they kill Netanyahu or not? And then this guy who used to be like a resistance liberal, like a very annoying resistance liberal who was like formerly MAGA that turned, I guess, like former Republican turned resistance liberal in 2016, now totally on board with MAGA. Obviously, I think we all know why, right? He was a former Republican turned Democrat, and now he's a former Democrat turned Republican because Democrats weren't going hard enough for Israel, I guess, and Republicans are. Anyway, he goes, "No, you puts," which I'm sure you hope for that. And Anna Kasparian goes beast mode and says, "I absolutely do." And it's so funny that people were like trying to call her out for this. Like, how dare she say that? And it's like, bro, there are like, that is the overwhelming majority opinion. Okay. It's the overwhelming majority opinion. You are so you are utterly delusional if you think that that is not the overwhelming majority opinion. Is so funny. It's such an overwhelming majority opinion that people have collectively started hallucinating Benjamin Netanyahu's untimely demise. They have basically decided he's dead already in their minds. Okay? Like, if there's one guy you can't defend here, it's Benjamin Netanyahu, because, like, even the softest liberal Zionists and, people like Bernie Sanders, they will be like, oh, it's Netanyahu's war. It's Netanyahu's war. So it's over, Who the fuck's defending Netanyahu in America? Yeah, I saw this. Anna Kasparian said she hopes Iran kills Bibi Netanyahu. Wow. Wow. Yeah, is it a wow moment? Because, get your head out of your asshole, man. If you think that this is like an opinion that's like shocking, you can get mad at people like myself for saying, whatever about Zionism, like Zionism is fascism. People get really in their feelings about that. They're like, oh, well, every Zionist is, Zionism is Jewish people. Like you're saying that about Jews. It's like, okay, dude, there's like 700 million evangelical Zionists on this fucking planet, dude. What are you talking about? There's like, at most, there's like what? How many Jews are on the planet? 15 million, right? 15 million Jews on the planet. Let's say 10 million of them are Zionist, okay? Maybe I'm being, crazy with the estimate here. There are like 700 million Christian Zionists out there. So yeah, it is fucking fascist. It's ridiculous. Very wishful moment. Yeah, it's probably not true. I don't think it's probably not like 5 million anti-Zionist Jews, probably not. But it doesn't even matter. Even if it was like 15 million Zionist Jews, there are 700 million Christian Zionists. Okay? Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? It's not even a question, dog. What do you mean? Even if every single Jewish person was a Zionist, like the overwhelming force in support of Israel's existence and Israel's dominance still abso-fucking-lutely comes from evangelical Christians. And the worst part about it is that the actions and the self-identification of American Jews and Western Jewish advocacy groups with Israel completely muddy the waters on this issue, and Nazis get away with everything. They can just wash their hands of Christianity's formative role in the defense of Zionism. Like, the principal defenders of Zionism are historically and will continue to be evangelical Zionists. Okay? But of course, no matter what, because of the institutions like the Apartheid Defense League, institutions that are billed as Jewish advocacy institutions that simply are doing Israel advocacy, okay, it doesn't fucking matter. The conversation always revolves around Jews. And it's not just Nazis doing it. It absolutely is. It's not just like, regular neo-Nazis doing it. It's Zio-Nazis doing it too. They are the ones who are like, no, it is about the Jews, actually. And if you say something about the Jews, if you say something about Israel, you're saying something about the Jews. And you can't be saying nothing. You are an anti-Semite, and it's fucking unbearable. It's unbearable. It also gets like incredibly unproductive and silly at times to constantly be talking about this when it's like no one wants to hear it. I'll still do it. I'll still do it regardless, because it's something that I believe, but it's fucking frustrating. It's fucking frustrating to no end to have to deal with this over and over again, especially from the stupids that chirp in and they're like, oh, I guess everything's about Israel and the Jews with this guy, right? Like, speaking of which, I gotta point to the Roach early today. Also, I saw another very funny Zoran mention. They're calling him Zogron now. They're calling him Zogron Goidani. It's fucked up. It's so much better than Zioran Mossadani. He's got a little bit of a brown boy example. Yeah, he just it's crazy. It's disrespectful. People are going crazy. People need to dial it back. He's got a little bit of a brown boy anxiety. He really does. But he needs to chill, man. He needs to chill. He needs to chill. He needs to fucking not do this shit. Like, cause it's making him look weak. It's giving life to a story that does not deserve life. Not that funny, dog. I'm gonna be honest. No, it's pretty funny. I mean, it's just, it's Goya's a sentence modification is unfortunately very funny. I hate it. It's lame as fuck when people are sincere about it, where they're like, "Oh, I can't believe this is what the Jews are saying. They're calling us goyim. They're Jewish supremacists." It's like, okay, bro, chill out. Like, there's not that many of them. All right, like you're still, as a Christian, you're still dominating the Western world. Don't worry, right? Like, calm down, white people. They want to be fucking marginalized so bad. We white people, I'm white myself. We love a point of marginalization, you know. So a lot of reactionaries abso-fucking-lutely love slamming that button to be like, see, the Jeffrey Epstein files revealed how Jews really think about us white Christians. It's like, come on, man. Come on, be for real, okay? Fucking be for real. Jesus Christ. Zoran pre-win, I won't visit Israel. Zoran post-win, I've heard good stuff about Israel and would love to visit Tel Aviv one day. Okay, he's not going that hard. Yes, I did see this tweet. This is where I saw the Zogron. Zogron, your days are numbered. It is cold brew concentrate, but I dilute it with water. I think HasanAbi is kind of losing it. Will you survive if you visit Tel Aviv? No, I will not. I will not be allowed entry, I don't think. As an Iranian frog, I don't know how to feel about everything. Like, I wake up every day seeing horrible news. How do you keep yourself sane? Genuine question. Love your YouTube videos. Not McSabsy. In terrible times are unique opportunities for revolutionary organizing. So I just look forward to that. As contradictions worsen, as the pain gets worse and worse, it is an opportunity to organize, you know? Oh, yeah. Anyway, here is, where the fuck is it? Hold on. Oh, I was going to show you Asmin Goy. He's doing this thing. He's doing this thing where he's like, enough, guys. I think it's enough with this Israel stuff, right?
Israel, but I don't think Israel somehow, I don't think about Israel, but somehow every time someone says something, the response is about Israel. I can't anymore. I think that the amount of Israel, I think that the Israel hostility is approaching a fever pitch where people will stop taking it seriously. I think that we're approaching that.
Yeah. Brother, you literally are like, I love Nick Fuentes. I want to collaborate with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes was based when he said Hitler did nothing wrong. And then now he's like, yeah, this Israel stuff, yeah. You know, the anti-Semitism stuff is fine and base, but like, can you please stop coming after Israel? Can you guys stop? Yeah, not based.
That period of time where there is so much fixation around Israel and Israel's proximity to every single event.
Yeah, I wonder why, dumbass. Dude, there's never been a moment where we've had such an honest administration, okay? And therefore, there's never been a moment where, like, multiple figureheads in the admin just came out and were like, yeah, we're going to war for Israel. It's awesome. You need to shut the fuck up. Like, I think it's dope. Israel told us we got to go to war. We're going to war. Like, you can't turn around and be like, why are you guys so obsessed with Israel? Israel is dumping $8 million into a fucking random Illinois 9th district primary race in the Democratic Party. And this guy's like, why do you guys get so obsessed about Israel? Obsessed much? That's my support country, okay? Can you please chill? Can we just stop talking about Israel, please? Like, it's so fun. Asmin Goy.
That I think people are just going to get fatigued from hearing that.
This is his absolute worst lock, by the way. This is, and I say this all the time, this is the least popular day for Israel, okay? Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than today. Israel was more popular yesterday. It's so fucking hilarious where he's like, nah, dude, it's just people are really going to stop, I think. Yeah, any day now. Can you guys please stop? Can you please stop shitting on Israel? It's making it really hard for me to stay based.
everything is because of Israel? Those people need to be armed? Yeah, I mean, I hope so. It's very incorrect. Okay, that's my assumption. I guess we're going to have to find out. Clip it and let's wait and see. Aaron Kevin, Israel.
Bro, whole Twitter space is attacking Asmongold for that statement now. Crazy memes and shit like Bibi doggy styling him. Yeah, he's such a fucking idiot, dude. Again, all it takes for this man to change his perspective is like maybe 3 Reddit bots upvoting shit to the top of his Reddit. And all of a sudden, he's receiving backshots like a good boy, okay? He's like, oh, I'm Israel. Hi, guys. It's based. Oh, this was my favorite one. This is my favorite one. The shock collar. Benjamin Netanyahu said, place. Yeah, guys. It's actually based. It's actually based. I'm a castrated slave, guys. Today we're going to talk about the most base country, guys. Isn't it base? Hey, guys, hate Muslims, all right? Remember, hate Muslims. You missed this other Zoran meme? Wife condemned, Hassan condemned. Bro, he hit the same line, too. He hit the middle of the road line where he's like, he was like, yeah, it's the statements were reprehensible. It's like, why? Why are you even recognizing the statements? Like, why? This is not a real story. Your wife is not involved. Please, you are not involved. Okay? It's ridiculous. Does he need positive reinforcement for confidence? Legit question. My wife grills me for using X due to who owns it, but it honestly seems to be the fastest way to see critical news. Do you ever get grilled for using X? Yes, by every blue sky poster in my chat all the time. Bro won't defend his wife, but he will defend New York. It's just, okay, we're memeing, right? Like, I hope people understand I'm memeing here. Like, I obviously still think that, Zogran is in a tough spot. Oh, okay, listen. He's in a tough spot. I think he's running a little too scared. He doesn't need to. You got motion, brown boy. You got motion. You got all the motion in the ocean. Come on now. Very ugly person. His wife is kind of an idiot, like really dumb, very ugly person who supports terrorists. Shut the fuck up, bitch ass. Fuck you mean, very ugly person? First of all, whose fucking community do you think you're a part of? The fuck do you mean? Ain't nobody's out here supporting Israel. Get the fuck out of here. Facts are facts. Yeah, go back to your fucking hug box and cry about it, okay? Because that's all you got. You got like 8 people left out here. It's like Michael Rappaport, Amy fucking Schumer, and like, I guess the entire political class, unfortunately, that you can cry to. And that's it. Oh my God, I can't believe Zoran Mamdani's wife liked posts saying Israel is doing an illegal and violent land grab, which is objectively fucking true. Also, once again, it's not October 8th, 2023 any longer. Okay? It's not October 8th, 2023. You can't be out here being like, I cannot believe that people resist against 80 years of brutal apartheid and genocide. How dare they? Why don't they just fucking die quietly? It doesn't work that way. It never worked that way in this community, but it certainly doesn't work that way in most communities now. Not to say that people are going to be fucking rioting for the Al-Aqsa flood anytime soon, but, you know, I think people are becoming much more understanding of why people fight, okay? Hassan Piker on why the U.S. Empire is in decline. I don't even remember. When did I do this? In this episode of the Jacobin Show with David Griscom, Hassan joins David Griscom for the Y Region conversation. Oh, this is from... this is a transcript of the video that I did. We have to talk about, I wanted to ask you up front, did you get, and will you accept your invitation to Donald Trump's Board of Peace for Gaza? Yeah, I mean, everybody always says I'm a billionaire champagne socialist, so they were right. That's why I was actually raising all these funds, of course. That's why I went to China, so I could purchase a Chinese factory and keep extracting as much surplus labor value as I can, so I could finally get on the Board of Peace, because I love peace. I didn't realize that it was going to get leaked, but yeah, I'm doing it. I'm going to be a part of it. Fucking got him. It's over. It's getting to a point with Zoran. No, it's not. You're going to forget about it. He's swagged out the fucking wazoo. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow he's going to do some shit like we're throwing a bad landlord in jail, and you're going to be back on the fucking, you're going to be a cadre all of a sudden all over again. It's just, I think this is a mistake, because I think that CIA's strongest soldier at Asmongold. You got PSO'd? No, stop. It's not that. It is not that. Asmonrap making that statement only proves your point. It clearly has no real understanding of what he's talking about. When someone lacks that basic knowledge, they also fail to read the room and end up saying things that sound completely tone deaf. Yeah. Why is he running defense? Are we talking about Zoran, or are we talking about Asmongold? What happened with Zoran? No, the Zoran thing was like inconsequential. It's just it's just a annoying thing that will keep getting snowballed into something larger and larger if he just keeps dealing with it from a place of like from a defensive posture. If he keeps dealing with this issue by giving it life, by giving it legitimacy, by like addressing it in an apologetic manner, by constantly doing condemnations over and over again, they know that this is a open vein that they can tap into. It's that simple. You just have to literally be honest with people. People are smarter than you give them credit. Okay. And Zoran did do that. He did do that. That's part of the reason why the discourse shifted so dramatically. It's part of the reason why he won resoundingly in the primaries, right? Like these things are like, it's just, he doesn't, my most charitable assessment on the Zoran wife situation is that he just doesn't want to be bogged down endlessly, because a lot of the pro-Israel news outlets and a lot of the pro-Israel lobbying groups are just like very good at needling you, okay? They're very good at needling you, and they needle, and then they tarnish your reputation, and then no one even fucking double checks to see if the things that they're saying about you is correct. They just kind of go along with it. How do I know this? Because I've been eating it for years and years, right? I've been eating it non-fucking stop. That's why there's like a laundry list of things that, random ass morons like fucking Joe Walsh can like lean into whenever they go, Hasan is an anti-Semite. Why would you go on his fucking broadcast? Like, no one is gonna, we're totally partitioned ideologically. We're so divided. So like, there are a lot of these people that just, they're Zionists, they're pro-Israel. And if you're pro-Israel and you're a Zionist, you will always just say, Hasan is a bad guy. He's a Nazi, for laundry list of like quotes, some of which are clipped out of context, some of which are absolutely in context and totally fucking appropriate. And no one wants to deal with that, right? No one wants to deal with that. No one wants to have to constantly address those things, right? That's why it's okay if HasanAbi's kind of losing it. You are fire. What are you talking about? Yeah, and the issue here is like, is twofold. One, what was saying kill all communists at the top of the hour in context? What? Kill all communists? Miyavlamak ananı sikeceğim ben, yeter artık. Amma çok, ne kadar çok ötüyorsun yani. Devamlı miyavlıyorsun amına koyayım. Bir sus. Arada sırada sus. Arakshi went on MS Now. I know, I'm going to watch that. Sexy ass foreign minister Arakshi went on MS Now with Ayman Mohyeldin, who's a good dude. Bu adam Nick Skid'in Türk versiyonu mu? Yok abi, komünist Nick Skid bir de ama yani bu daha da sinir bozucu bir herif. But the more he acts in a subservient manner, the more they'll come after him within 6 degrees of separation. Yeah. Ramazan'da bu kadar küfür olmuyor kardeş. Oruç bozuldu. Oruç GG. Oruç GG. Evet, hem devamlı hem devamlı. Siktir git lan. Devamlı deme. All right. Anyway, let's get started here. Situation monitoring unlocked. Let's do it. New development of U.S. forces to the Middle East.
Officials that
Marines are being sent. Hardest dicked Marines that you've ever seen are being sent into the fucking region. Their cocks are hard. They're chewing on Blue Chew. They're ready to let it rip. The fucking hardest cock Marines, okay? They're going to say all of the newest slurs. They are ready to be deployed to say all the craziest slurs you've ever heard. This is an anti-woke war, ladies and gentlemen. Whose side is going to be less woke? Because that's the side that's going to thrive, okay? Pete Hexon, let's go! Hoorah, baby!
200 U.S. Marines aboard 3 Navy ships are heading to the Middle East. It's a significant move because President Trump has not ruled out the possibility of ground forces in this conflict. But to be clear, this doesn't mean those Marines will be sent into combat, but it does put that option on the table if President Trump decides to escalate. All of this coming as Trump still is not offering a clear timeline for how this war ends, now saying it will be over, quote, when I feel like it. And when I pressed the president this week on whether this war is nearing its end or just getting started, the president told me It's both. And guys, that uncertainty is rattling energy markets. The administration is now scrambling to bring down gas prices, including by easing sanctions on Russian oil sales, which is a big win for Russia financially. Some lawmakers are blasting that decision because it comes just days after sources told us Russia was providing intelligence to Iran to help them target American troops and ships in the region. But even that step is expected to have a limited impact on prices, since the Strait of Hormuz, where roughly 1/5 of the world's oil passes, still remains effectively closed, Janae.
Certainly seeing the impacts of that. Selena Wang, our thanks to you.
U.S. Embassy compound in Iraq's capital has been targeted by missiles. It is the latest attack inside Iraq, which has been coping with strikes against U.S. sites, as well as on Kurdish and on Iran-backed armed groups. Another American-linked location near Baghdad airport was also targeted by a drone Saturday morning. Mahmoud Abdelwahed is in Baghdad. Mahmoud, what have you been able to find out about the attack on the U.S. Embassy in terms of the damage that was done and who might be behind it?
Bro, they fucking melted the American embassy in Baghdad, by the way. That shit was crazy. I mean, I don't know if they were actually able to take out the radar, but I think they hit the weapons system. I don't even understand what the fuck's going on, dude. They didn't level it, no. Hassan, they're going to cuck your Cuba Libre trip. MAGA organizing a boat parade to escort oil tankers from Houston to Gitmo to deliver much-needed crude to the region. Why would they cuck the Cuba Libre trip? That's fucking awesome. I welcome that shit, dude. If they're actually sending in... Brother, you think I give a fuck? I don't care. Guys, I need you to understand something, okay? Cuba needs oil, okay? I don't give a fuck who brings it. I don't give a shit. Even if it was like Israel bringing fucking oil to Cuba, I'd be like, all right, you know, they're probably trying to do some Mossad shit, but like, you know, let's let it happen. It's good. It's good. It's a good thing. They need it. They want the glory. America, great. I'll give them the fucking glory. I'll wear a MAGA hat, brother. Fuck you mean? I don't give a shit. I don't think you guys understand. Like, this kind of do humanitarian aid to own the lib shit doesn't work on me. Remember when people were like fantasizing about how, you know, Asmin Goy would do a fundraiser for the Palestinians to like own me? And I was like, oh no, I'm totally down with that. That's great. I love that shit, dude. Please. Or sorry, I'll play the role. I'll be like, oh, I'm so angry. That's why I talked about, fucking Bad Empanada too, where I was like, it doesn't matter to me that he's like angry and wanted to prove a point. If that was like, that was the major reason as to why he like flew out to Cuba. At the end of the day, he's still helping the Cuban people. Like, that's a great thing. And he's showing that it's actually fairly easy to go travel to Cuba right now. You know? Yeah, you can own me any day, all day, every day. Own me all day, every day by offering material support to the Cuban people, offering awareness of the everyday existence of Cubans. I would get so goddamn owned. I would get so unimaginably owned if they just destroyed the blockade that is strangling Cuba. You know, I would hate it. Oh, I would hate it so much. Don't do it.
Well, the projectile was so swift.
The real own is that you don't get to hang out with Kneecap? Wait, why? What do you mean?
That hit the U.S. Embassy, and it hit the CRAM U.S., the air defense system, the unit responsible for the space communication part that was damaged by the projectile. And it was so swift that the air defense system at the embassy did not manage to intercept it. And Iraqi security sources say that work is underway now to set up a new air defense system. Now, there is no group that has claimed responsibility for this attack, but we understand that Iran-aligned armored groups, they have been targeting U.S. facilities and premises, military bases, and even the consulate in Erbil dozens of times since the military campaign started by Israel and the United States on Iran. Also, this attack on the U.S. Embassy comes only a few hours after a counterattack believed to be by a U.S.-Israeli airstrike.
Yeah, Iraqi security forces tell the Associated Press that the missile struck a helipad earlier at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, causing a small fire, with other outlets reporting that the strike was the result of a drone or rocket impact, likely by Iranian-backed militant groups in Iraq. I'm gonna keep it $150, dude. The Shia militia forces in Iraq are fucking going nutty mode, okay? They are going absolutely nutty mode. I don't know what the fuck's going on out there, but is wild. I don't know what this is, but this shit looks like a banana peel, bro. It looks like a peeled banana. Whatever this was is no longer the case. I think it was an anti-aircraft weapons system, wasn't it? It's the CRAM? Yeah, it's the radar. Iraqi resistance fighters attacked the CRAM radar unit at the U.S. Embassy compound in Baghdad, part of a system used to detect and track incoming rockets, mortars, and drones over the green zone. They are not even, they have zero chill with the way that they're operating. I don't understand how they haven't evacuated these bases yet. I mean, maybe they have a lot more, protection on the bases, but like,
Iranian.
Oh yeah, this was crazy. I saw the TikToker gives coordinates for Iran to strike on a Patriot system on TikTok.
Government right here. I need missiles here tonight. Israel's Channel 12 did a report on the new Patriot battery system. It's right here at the Palashamin Air Force Base. It's actually right here. You can zoom out a little bit, Iran, if you want to see that. Yet again, it's this exact area. I'm gonna zoom out for you. This
kind of stuff is so funny because like he got suspended on Twitter, but it's just so funny because like, dog, if you know where it is on Google Maps, you think Iran does it? Like, what are you talking about? Like a lot of people look at this and they're like, oh my God, how is he doing this? This should be illegal. It's like, no, dude, it's just Iran has its own satellites. Iran is getting strike targets from China, allegedly, and Russia, allegedly. Like, but on top of that, if you can find something on the internet, okay, so can Iran. Do you understand? Like, if you can find something on the internet on your own from like Santa Monica in Los Angeles, California, you think they don't know how to find that? They have access to the internet too. They got Google Maps. They have a GeoGuessr team too. Yeah, they're working with Geo Rainbolt. They're working with Geo Rainbolt. That's what they're doing.
Patriot battery system is. This is the guy that reported it. He's Channel 13. Actually, you can see it right here about the Aero battery air defense. He's posting with it. That is going to be right here. It's right there.
Yeah, they call him. He's no longer Geo Rainbolt. He's called Jihad Rainbolt. Yeah.
There in the middle. Yet again, here's another photo he posted confirming. Look how the sides are like a wall. It opens up just like right here. It's brand new, by the way, Iran. So if you want to fire off a few missiles that way, there's only.
Anyway, this is like, it's obviously a fucking meme, okay? Again, you can't, well, I'm of two different minds on this because like on the one hand, like he's, you know, it's a joke. On the other hand, the American military has relied on OSINT. The American military has fucking relied on OSINT in the past to what do you call it? To like strike targets where it was civilians. The American military killed civilians in Yemen because of some random fucking OSINT person. And we know that in the Situation Room, they are unironically looking at like, you know, FITUX network and all this other shit, right? So maybe they are. Maybe the Iranians are doing the same shit that our boys are doing, right?
Like that killed 3
We always say OSINT. What is that? OSINT is open source intelligence. It's like a lot of these accounts on Twitter. Map autists, missile autists, plane autists, autism of all different sorts, okay? Autists of every variety, every seasoning get together and try to analyze the battleground from afar to the best of their ability. Some of the top autists will then get jobs at like, you know, forensic architecture and places like that. They work for humanitarian rights organizations. They use their autism for the power of good. Some of them can use their autism for the power of evil and go work for the military. Some will be somewhere in between and go and work in a visual forensics team at like Washington Post or New York Times or Bellingcat, which again, sometimes can be evil, sometimes can be good. Jury's out on that, okay? Autism is not a bad thing, nor is it a good thing. It's just a thing, right? It can be harnessed for good or it can be harnessed for evil. But that's where OSINT is. That's what OSINT is. It's open source intelligence. People that are just like going and looking at maps, going and looking at fucking satellite imagery to try to figure out, you know, what the strike targets look like, what kind of weapons were used on said strike targets, things of that nature, right? Bro hit the enlightened centrist stance on autism. Yes, I am autism agnostic. Okay, I have seen the evils of autists, and I've seen tremendous good from autists, okay? Which is why I am agnostic on the issue of autism. I try to use my autism for good. I take plenty of Tylenol. You know, we obviously the results speak for themselves. But what is this? A Turkish journalist reporting from Israel said Israeli man approached them and said, "From now on, you are our next enemy. Do you know that?" Yeah. I'm sitting here casually watching the stream with a YouTube tab open, looking at different design options you might want to choose from. What? These guys are talking about gardening in the chat. Okay, stop passing notes. Autism is not agnostic on the subject of HasanAbi. Yes, that is also true. While I might be agnostic on the subject matter of autism, people who do have autism are not agnostic on me. They're either super hot or super cold on me and nothing in between. I've never seen someone who is autistic who's like, I don't have any opinions about HasanAbi. It's either I love him, he's great, I watch him every day, he's brilliant, he's wonderful, or I think he's the worst person that has ever existed, and we literally have to give Mossad strike coordinates to his home so that they assassinate him in a fiery death with a Hermes drone, something like that. FCC is now threatening broadcasters. Running hoaxes and news distortions, also known as fake news, have a chance to now correct course before their license renewals come up. Fucking awesome, dude. I love this stupid fucking country. I swear to God, we are so Turkified, dude. It is not even funny anymore. We are officially, this is Turkey, okay? We are in Turkey. I'm explaining it to you right now. I've seen it happen. When I grew up in Turkey, this is exactly how it happens, okay? You got the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, threatening news broadcasts with the revocation of their licenses if they do not write more favorable news coverage on Trump's idiotic Epstein's Fury pro-Israel war effort. Okay? Trump has been demanding better coverage, which, by the way, you only do when the war effort is going really well. Okay? A lot of people don't understand this, but when you wage war at the behest of a foreign nation that is deeply unpopular, okay, and the war effort is going really well, that's when the president comes out and says, we are going to illegally punish you in an unconstitutional manner if you don't cover this spectacular war effort in ways that we like, okay? That's how you know we're winning right now, okay? If you were confused as to how hard we were winning, well, we're winning so fucking hard that the admin is now saying, like, you know, fuck the First Amendment. We will literally punish you if you do not cover how successful we have been. Okay. Also, another indication of I mean, I do laugh. Like, yeah, we do have a pliant, very pro-Israel media, but the notion of Jews control the media is taking a big hit here as well. Ironically enough, if that was like, if there was any truth to that, well, they're not doing a very good job if that's what's going on, okay? Anyway, and frankly, changing course, this is not even Trump. I don't know why I'm reading it in Trump voice. And frankly, changing course is in their own business interest, and trust in legacy media is now fallen at an all-time low at just 9%. Yeah, this will definitely fix that. You know what will fix the trust in legacy media? If they just start doing news reports DPRK style, which, by the way, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Shouts out to the DPRK, shouts out to Kim Jong-un, and shouts out to that one lady who was wonderful. Kim Jong-un gave her a new apartment complex for all of her wonderful efforts. Okay, it's W when they do it, it's a L when we do it. Fuck it, I don't care. Okay, yeah, Reach and He. You made it on the Iran State News TV. Yeah, speaking of state broadcasters, your boy was on Iranian news. Goddamn mind that people fucking sit there and
این واقعا برام باور نکردنیه اینکه
also lots of cursing for Iranian TV. They let that slide.
میشینند و این چیزها رو جشن بگیرن. کودکان سلاخی میشوند و اونها میشینند و جشن میگیرند. این واقعا زننده است.
من تا حالا همچین وطن فروشای تو عمرم
They put me with Sneeko. No, I didn't realize. No, turn it off. Turn that shit off. No. Wait, that makes it even funnier because like the guy chirping at me was like the fucking head of Twitch or something, like, or head of Kick. Okay. And it's really funny. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh yeah, Bijan Tehrani, who's the co-founder of Stake and Kick, goes, imagine being in Iran with no internet, can't leave the house, and your only form of entertainment is Hassan reruns on state TV. I said, is this real? He's chirping, but it turns out one of his main content creators was also on Iranian state television. You're being called the CIA Mossad op in this post, lol. Above, what is this? Above 0% chance this is a CIA and or Mossad op to get Iranians to leave their homes and return to protesting. No, he's just trying to make a fucking joke. He's trying to say Hassan sucks. How do you not understand that? Like, the joke here is I suck so bad that Iranians are going to go, instead of watching me, Iranians are going to go take it up to the streets. That's what is known as a joke, okay? The joke is I'm bad. I'm a bad person, and I am also deeply not entertaining, okay? It's kind of funny that like we literally do have like people in the straight up like CIA affiliated, State Department affiliated think tank media infrastructure that are also a part of the HasanAbi derangement syndrome. I mean, I respect it. The complex is wide, you know, it's vast. Hello, Leader Khamenei. I am poor indigenous American. Please come make America free from Baptist regime. Remove the British descent settlers. The Baptismist extremist terrorists have killed 900 million of my people since December. The real United States of America people stand with Leonard Peltier. Oh, that's funny. Okay, dude. Is that Kick guy Iranian? He's Persian. His name is Bijan Tehrani. What do you think? Motherfucker's last name is literally Tehrani, okay? It's like, his name is Bijan Tehrani. It's like having a name like John America, okay? John Washington, D.C. Hello, I'm an American. My name is John Washington. John USA. France is going back after backing out and getting made fun of everyone. What is this? Iran Observer. France is sending 10 warships to the Middle East to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Anyway, this is also, Hassan attempts to defend his America bad ideology. These guys they're so relentless, dude. European losers who aren't even in America, who aren't even actually Democrats, who are very reactionary, love posting clips of mine to just be like, Democrats, I'm signing in from Europe. Please, I'm urging you, please don't talk to Hassan. Okay, dude, have fun with that. Like, oh no, what will I do if prominent Democrats don't come on my broadcast? What will I do? I guess I'll kill myself. Anyway. Yeah, the U.S. Marines, the hardest dicked Marines stationed in Okinawa are headed to the Strait of Hormuz, okay? We already know that. Another sign that the war effort is going well, okay? I thought Europe was based. No, that's a Nazi. He's literally writing in his bio that he wants to be a future MAGA prison guard. I mean, I don't mind having a prison for MAGA, okay? I don't think that means he's a Nazi. I think you're misunderstanding. He's saying he wants to be a prison guard where they hold MAGA in prison. He's not saying, he's just a fucking libtard. That's what he is. But he's a Eurocuck libtard, I'm pretty sure. Trump is asking for help. Guys, things are going really well. Things are going really well in the war effort. That's why Donald Trump is saying U.S. media needs to stop reporting on damage and losses caused by Iran, saying it harms the United States. And then now he's saying, the United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily, economically, and even in every other way. What does that mean? Like sexually? What are the other ways in which you have decimated Iran? We've killed their soul. We are way sexier than they are. I see the IRGC guy coming on the news broadcast every day, and then Arakshi. Everyone's talking about his Shia smirk. They're calling it the Shia smirk. We hate that smirk. We don't like it. We don't like his cunning Shia ways. We are decimating him. We're mogging him. This is why I'm sending Clavicular and the ASU fraternity president to Iran to mog the entire Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They will go there and frame Mog every single Iranian. It's a Mog eat Mog world out there, folks. Believe it. We're sending Jake Paul with his sweaty pits, weapons of Mog destruction. Everyone's saying it's Zog. It's actually not. It's Mog. MAGA, and it's now MAGA. Anyway, sorry. I don't know what took over me. Yeah. It's called the Strait of Hormuz, not the gay of Hormuz. Yeah. Every other way, but countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage, and we will help a lot. The U.S. will also coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, and now it will be. It will bring the world together toward harmony, security, and everlasting peace. President Donald J. Trump. So, yeah, they're calling it the Gulf of America. There's two of them now. It's no longer the Persian Gulf. It's the Gulf of America. But yeah, Donald Trump's inconsistency on the messaging front is also very funny. Not that it even matters, obviously. Okay, it doesn't matter at all to his base because his base will suck him no matter what. Like, Donald Trump could go on national television and be like, every American needs to say 10 M Israel highs, and his base would literally do it. His base would be like, yeah, you know what? That's actually a great idea, Mr. President. We are really going to save the country by doing this. You're so brave. You're so bold. You're so beautiful. Every single adult, regardless of their ambitions of death and destruction in Iran, right? Regardless of their interest in destabilizing Iran, every single adult that is not a direct agent of the state of Israel has recognized how devastating this predicament is, how awful this has been so far, and how much worse it could possibly get. A lot of people are trying to wash their hands over this quagmire because they don't want to be associated with it, including but not limited to John Bolton, who straight up has spent his entire life trying to do regime change in Iran. Like, that's his number one goal, has always been regime change in Iran. Okay? And even John Bolton's like, yeah, this is not happening as well as we thought it would. Part of the reason why a lot of those guys are also angry is because he is an MEK lobbyist. MEK is this like psychotic cult that has no popular support on the ground, even less popular support than the Reza Pahlavi, right? So that's part of the reason why Bolton is backing away from this as well. He doesn't want to be associated with this. But ultimately, yeah, John Bolton, I favor regime change in Iran, but I'm deeply worried that the inadequate preparation will prevent that goal from being achieved. There seems to be holes in the strategy, from the lack of coordination with the opposition to the lapse in preparing the American people ahead of the attack. So that's the thing. Like, he's doing this for MEK, okay? He's doing this specifically for MEK. He doesn't, like, that's the reason why he wants to come across as, like, the reasonable regime change guy, as opposed to the bad regime change that Trump is trying to do, right? Like, don't get fooled by John Bolton's statements here, okay? You know it's going to be very bad when John Bolton, who's never seen a bombing campaign he didn't like, is deeply worried about your war of choice. Yeah, this is the United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember. We don't need people that join wars after we've already won. President Donald J. Trump. That was less than a week ago. And now he's saying many countries are coming in, which, by the way, once again, and I keep reiterating this position, and it's important for you guys to understand. Isn't MEK communist, though? Why would John Bolton support communists? Yeah, that's all you need to know about MEK being communist, don't you think? Why would I be against a communist group and John Bolton be for it, I wonder? Because you're CIA? No, MEK is CIA. That's the whole point. It's me. I'm the guy at the CIA who told the White House you could kill Iran's head of state and his entire family and 2,000 people and then say, JK, we cool now. And Iran would say, yes, I would like to sign this totally credible peace treaty now, sir. I do think this bumbling White House narrative is a bit oversold. They knew this. They just didn't care. But I do think the sadistic, coke-fueled cable news talent that runs this war have very possibly never heard of the concept of dignity and national pride and are shocked to encounter it. I think there's an element of that for sure. What is this? That's crazy. I cannot believe that they made a IRGC pack watch version of this. That's crazy. Anyway, so keep playing it.
I'm laughing to the bang like ha ha ha. I'm laughing at the flames like ha ha ha.
I'm shaking my head at this. This is unacceptable. This is finger wagging. But yeah, things are not going well, folks. And you can tell that things are not going well because once again, Donald J. Trump is threatening to shutter media companies that aren't being pliant enough because they dare to cover the combat fatalities. They dare to cover the loss of assets. They dare to offer just like a little bit of pushback against the claims being made by the administration. What we're talking about here, what the media is doing here, what mainstream news is doing here is like the bare minimum, okay? In order to remain a competent and functional tool for the State Department when it matters the most, you have to sometimes show the truth, okay? Especially in the age of both misinformation and also correct information immediately being posterized on the internet, all over the internet with like OSINT and everything else. Like, it's very difficult to maintain this kind of posture that the war effort is going great, right? It's not going to work. So you do have to sometimes say the truth so that people at least respond to when you have to lie at the behest of the State Department. And they're doing it already. It's crazy to say like CNN is not doing a good deal of propaganda at the behest of Israel for this American administration, for this war. They're doing it. Listen to Jake Tapper. He fucking loves this shit. They love propping up, anti-regime dissenters that are demanding that the bombings continue. They do it all the fucking time. There are many Israel first individuals in American mainstream news. It's not a secret. They've shown their loyalty, not to the truth, which is what's supposed to be the highest priority here, but to the interests of the American State Department and also the Israeli government, right? They did this for the past 2.5 years. We already learned from it, hopefully. But Trump also makes it very difficult. Trump makes it incredibly difficult to defend this war while also maintaining this like adult posture because he is vulgar and very honest, brutally honest, really, at times. The fake news media hates to report how well the United States military has done it against Iran, which is totally defeated and wants a deal, but not a deal that I would accept. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT. AP News Alert. Baghdad, AP. Iraqi officials say a helipad at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad was hit by a missile. It's not just a helipad. They also took out the radar installation. What is this? Fartlow ratioed by Hezbollah Chungus. All my friends in Israel spend their nights and sleeping in shelters and spirits are high because they want their brothers and sisters in Iran to be free from a regime that is terrorizing the entire world. You got ratioed by Hezbollah Chungus. Imagine being in a shelter with Fartlow. That's chemical warfare, baby. I'm Fartlow, and sometimes known as Eve Shatlow. I'll be farting in the shelter. I'll be farting up a fucking storm in the shelter. I can't stop it. I'm Fartlow. Don't even joke, lad, about gas. Nay, it's not a joke, lad. It's not a joke about the farts. Fartlow. We're getting Hezbollah memes now. Times truly changed, brother. I mean, it's Twitter. It doesn't really mean too much, but like, I'll say this, okay? It's only a matter of time until people go, okay, I really hate Israel. I kind of understand why people oppose it militarily, right? Like, a lot of people that didn't understand my analysis as to why, like, Hamas exists, why Hezbollah exists, like the accurate assessment of historical events that unfolded that caused these militant resistance groups to form. People are starting to understand. Remember, they're still heavily propagandized. They will continue to be heavily propagandized, and it's virtually impossible for them to break through that. But once they do, once they understand, once they recognize the ruthless, cruel, brutal ways that Israel has waged war in this region and dominated the indigenous population here and destroyed its neighborhood over and over again, then people start recognizing, okay, well, I kind of understand why there's militia movements all around that are militarily resisting against Israeli incursion over and over again. I mean, think about Lebanon. Israeli officials are openly stating that they're going to do to Lebanon what they did to Gaza. But if you ask them in English, they say, what have we done to Gaza? Nothing. It's not a genocide at all. We are just throwing a tickle party, right? That's what it is. People often lean into American chauvinism and Western chauvinism and supremacist ideals when they get mad at statements like America bad. They say, Hasan, you say America bad for no reason. You just hate America. I don't hate America. I love Americans. I love the promise of this country. And I believe in Americans. Otherwise, I wouldn't fucking be here, right? I can go anywhere I want in the world. So why do I stay here? Because I think there is an opportunity to organize and chart a better trajectory for America. Yes, I love my Amerifats, even if I disagree with them vehemently. I have a Norman coworker who was very much an Israel defender 2 years ago and now is much more radically against Israel than I am, lol. Yeah, times change. Anywhere but Turkey. I mean, if I wanted to, I would just like fucking write up an apology for race and go back to Turkey and do AKP propaganda, you know? Talk about the goat. My goat, the goat. I will say, though, a big part of this is also because, like, again, Israel defenders are maximum annoying. And a lot of people don't understand this. This is something that I also urge leftists not to fall into. The trap that leftists fall into is the notion that you're morally correct and therefore you can constantly posture as though your enemies are fucking subhuman and ontologically evil. Even if they're ontologically evil, you need to be convincing, okay? Israel defenders are lost in the fucking sauce. So the only tool that they have in their fucking tool belt is not to like rationalize certain things, not to try to convince certain people, but instead just to bully them and yell and cry hysterically, okay? The left must not fall for this trap. Stop behaving in an antisocial way. Look at this. Brooke Goldstein. Megan, it's honestly sad to watch someone who was once a respected and serious journalist let bitterness and emotion override the principles that built her career. Reposting content from Ryan Grimm, co-founder of Soros-founded Dropsite News, just because you share a problem. The thing that Megyn Kelly reposted was just accurate news, by the way. Like, people were so mad at Ryan Grimm for digging into the background of the guy who tried to shoot up a synagogue, right? They were so mad. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, this is literally just news. Like, you're just now mad at news. You're mad at breaking news. You can't win an argument if you're getting mad at breaking news. This is hysterical, okay? Ryan Grimm is a respected journalist, and what he's doing is breaking news, okay? This is what a journalist does. I know you've forgotten because what you think is what you think journalists are supposed to do is just straight up participate in newsmaking as a court stenographer for Israel, okay? But it's crazy. It's crazy. These guys are just like so hysterical, so fucking annoying. And even Megyn Kelly's response is, Dear Goldstein Brooke, I regret to inform you that this shit doesn't work on me anymore. Take care, right? Because it doesn't. It doesn't work at all. And the right, at least like the content creators on the MAGA side, have a much greater appetite and a much greater response, much better response mechanism to this kind of like harassment and bullying. Whereas, unfortunately, liberal media figures, leftist media figures, leftist politicians, liberal politicians do not. Okay? They cannot, like at the first side of pushback, they literally buckle, they fold like a picnic table. Okay? They got to stop. You have to stop. When someone, for example, says, oh, how dare you go on Hasan's stream? He's anti-Semitic. You could be like, no, he's not. It's okay. You can say that. No, he's not. And you know he's not. He's anti-Israel. And you can't say that because everyone's anti-Israel. So you have to lie and say he's anti-Semitic. That's it. I'm not going to argue with you on this. I don't care what you have to say. It's ridiculous. Okay? That's it. But so many people are just charm and soft. The left and the liberals are charm and soft. They're baby shit. They they straight up buckle at the first sign of like, you know, a bunch of Jewish advocacy groups that are straight up doing the bidding of Israel, okay, and nothing else. They do not give a fuck about anti-Semitism. It takes quite a while. Wait, Charmin or Charmin? Sorry, I said Charmin. ESL. Charmin. Is why hearing people say you're anti-Semitic considering you go on tirades against anti-Semitism almost daily. I know. It doesn't fucking matter, though. It doesn't matter for a lot of these guys. It doesn't matter because, like, first, there's two different things here, okay? They would love if I was actually anti-Semitic because that would make the argument for them, because the argument that they're trying to present is that, like, Jews are constantly under attack by everyone that's anti-Israel. So that would be the perfect day. They'd probably stop attacking me if I was anti-Semitic. They don't attack Nick Fuentes that much. There's a reason for it, right? The reason why they don't attack Nick Fuentes, even though Nick Fuentes' prominence has grown, especially in the right-wing circles, is because as long as he's anti-Semitic, you can just straight up be like, well, see, this is why he hates Israel. If you, on the other hand, make a convincing argument as to why one must be an anti-Zionist, because if you oppose genocide, if you oppose fascism, of course you're going to oppose a genocidal fascist nation like Israel, then that's a terrifying prospect.
Pro-Iran military commanders. We understand that Iranian aligned armored groups here in Iraq, they have been gathering near the heavily fortified Green Zone, which is home to the U.S. Embassy, other diplomatic missions, and government forces, government offices as well. They were trying to storm the Green Zone to reach the U.S. Embassy. They're trying to show their solidarity with Iran. In fact, they pledge allegiance to the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed in an U.S.-Israeli airstrike at the beginning of the military campaign.
Mahmoud, there's also been an attack against the consulate of the United Arab Emirates. That was in northern Iraq. What are you learning about that?
It's a drone attack. There is no information as of yet who is behind that, but we understand that two people were injured in this attack. And this is not the first time, by the way, because Iran-aligned armed groups and the IRGC at the same time, they have been targeting several locations in the Kurdish region, including the U.S. consulate, the UAE consulate, and other military facilities, U.S. military facilities in the Kurdish region. So they look at, both the IRGC and the Iranian aligned armed groups in Iraq, they both look at the United Arab Emirates as a collaborator with the United States and with Israel, especially in this campaign against Iran. In fact, they say that United Arab Emirates has facilitated this campaign by giving its resources in the Gulf to the United States and to Israel to attack Iran.
Okay, so that's an attack on UAE interests in northern Iraq. Mahmoud Abdul Wahed in Baghdad, thank you very much.
Foreign Minister Arakshi, thank you so much for your time this morning, sir. I wanted to start with the news overnight that the U.S. has carried out a military strike on KHARG Island. The President of the United States said that for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out all the oil infrastructure on the island.
That's cap, for the record. That's totally fucking cap. You want to know why? I'll explain to you why. Before Arakshi comes in and you guys can't pay attention to what he has to say because he's too hot, and you want to make your TikTok, you want to make your little TikTok fan cams for Arakshi. I've noticed that my TikTok fan cams have went down, and everyone's making TikTok fan cams of Arakshi. Sorry, I'm not the foreign minister. Okay, calm down. Anyway, the reason why Trump can't eviscerate KHARG Island is because it's an own goal. Okay, the goal to take over KHARG Island is what? What's the reason for it? Well, it's because they want to hold it militarily. Jury's out on whether they're capable of doing so. Most likely not. But they want to hold KHARG Island, which is a key strategic point for Iranian oil. 90% of Iranian oil passes through KHARG Island, right? So the goal here is to apply pressure to the Iranian state by taking an oil terminal that is of strategic importance for the Iranian economy. Right? And with that, if they were capable of holding it for an extended period of time, which again, jury's out on that, they would be able to, the logic is they'd be able to pressure the Iranian government to open the Strait of Hormuz. Why do they want to open the Strait of Hormuz? Because the price of an oil barrel is $100+. Okay? They want to allow oil tankers free passage through the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the entire world's energy supply passes through. However, if you take KHARG Island to gain leverage and force the strait open to lower the price of an oil barrel, you're still going to fail, because by the very by striking KHARG Island, one, you're increasing the price of oil, because you're, again, ironically, limiting the supply of oil that's being transmitted through the strait. Okay, you're limiting the oil supply, because Iran is also an oil provider. That's number one. Number two, if KHARG Island is taken, then Iran starts attacking KHARG Island and attacking troop positions on KHARG Island. And also, as a response to this act, this escalation from the American and Israeli side, okay, they end up blowing up the rest of the refineries in the region. Okay, if you blow up KHARG Island to free the Strait of Hormuz, you 100% guarantee that they mine the Strait of Hormuz, because guess what? The only reason why the Strait of Hormuz is not mined right now is because Chinese flagged oil tankers can pass through and Iranian oil tankers can pass through. So if you blow up their only opportunity to engage in refining, engage in the refinement of oil and transporting oil out of Iran, then you have all but guaranteed that the Strait of Hormuz will never open again until this war is over. You will completely collapse the entire global economy, okay? Because if they don't have the capacity to pass their tankers through, then they have no reason not to mine the Strait of Hormuz. And if you mine the Strait of Hormuz, then now all of a sudden, the demining operation of the Strait of Hormuz is not going to start until the conflict ends, until like you have been able to secure the coastline, the entire coastline of Iran, which again is not going to happen with just aerial bombing campaigns. It's impossible, right? Because no one is going to be able to look through the 20-mile Strait of Hormuz to figure out where the mines are and successfully extract them while they're under fire from Iranian munitions and Iranian Shahed drones. So it's an own goal. If your goal of opening the Strait of Hormuz is to lower the price of an oil barrel, bombing or taking KHARG Island is directly at odds with that goal. It's a massive mistake because, like I said, Iran will escalate and actually mine the strait and or hit GCC refineries, which will make the energy crisis worse. Is a terrible mistake. But KHARG Island is not even close to the strait. I smell some smelly smell over there. We are unfortunately dealing with the dumbest people on the planet because they do not understand. Ships that pass through here go through here. If there's no more capacity to pass ships through here from the Iranian side, they have no reason to mine it. They have no reason to not mine it, sorry. And every reason to mine it. Seems increasingly obvious that a win for the White House in the war with Iran is reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which was only closed because they started a war. The dumbest people are not making our foreign policy, Hassan. They are probably priming it for boots on the ground. No, I think Iran supply has no effect on prices. Iran supply on China tankers, the only thing getting through. Nah, the dumbest people are not making your foreign policy, Hassan. They're probably priming it for boots on the ground. Yeah, that is dumb. That's a death sentence for troops. That's the argument. Yeah, I know. They're not just going to take KHARG Island. They can't just simply seize and control KHARG Island. There's no supply line that would direct munitions and food, and there is no logistical supply line that can feed the front line in that situation. So there's no way to take it, and there's certainly no way to hold it, even if you were by some stroke of by some happy accident for the American side. They were able to like land some fucking troops on KHARG Island. They would not be able to hold it. I don't know. It is America. I'm scared they're crazy. Brother, what are you talking about? Them being crazy doesn't mean military success. Them being crazy actually increases the likelihood that they do something dumb. If you destroy the Iranian oil production, then Iran has no reason not to destroy the entire Gulf's oil production. Okay? Because this isn't like direct warfare. This isn't about just, troop positions on the ground. This is economic warfare. Okay? It's economic warfare. Iran knows That red button is always there. That red button is not nukes. That red button is closing the Strait of Hormuz. They've now hit that red button. But there's another even bigger red button, which is damming the Strait of Hormuz and completely shuttering all capacity to move any oil tankers through that region. Right now, they keep saying, look, if you deal with us, if you give us assurances and we can trust you, we'll let your oil tankers through. They're just saying we control the Strait of Hormuz currently. If they were to mine it, then, it's over. At that point, they no longer technically control the Strait of Hormuz. Now they've completely shut it down.
However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately...
I think you underestimate American brutality. They don't need the land ground troops if they just nuke the Iranian coastline. I don't know how to answer these sorts of statements. Yes, guys, America is crazy. I know. They could technically nuke the entirety of Iran, okay? They could do that. They have nukes. They've used nukes in the past, okay? But that's not how this stuff works, because every escalation from America will meet escalation from Iran. That's what's holding them back. Why haven't they nuked Iran? I don't know. Well, nukes are an entirely different conversation anyway, because then if they use nukes, then Russia uses nukes in Ukraine. You know what I mean? It's unstoppable. From that point on, everybody's using nukes.
Reconsider this decision. Let me start by asking you about what has happened on KHARG Island and what is Iran's response to these strikes.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I think our armed forces have already answered that they would retaliate if our oil and energy infrastructure are attacked. And they will attack any energy infrastructure in the region which belongs to an American company or an American company is a shareholder. So the reaction would be clear. Last night, they have attacked KHARG Island and Abu Musa Island with, the artillery rockets.
By the way, the strikes on KHARG Island isn't new. They did it in the first day too. In the opening salvo, the American and Israeli forces also hit KHARG Island. They hit, I think they hit the anti-air defense systems on KHARG Island in the opening salvo anyway. So it's not the first time they've done it.
System, HIMARS as they call it, which is a low-range rockets. And they have done it from the soil of our neighbors. And this is crystal clear that now they are using the territory of our neighbors to attack us by these kind of, rockets. And this is absolutely
Which
unacceptable.
neighbors, sir?
Well, these last night attacks were tracked by our forces, and now it is clear that they are fired from UAE, from two locations in the UAE, from in Ras Al Khaimah, and from a location very close to the city of Dubai. And it is very...
Dude, if Americans think Abbas Araghchi is, a bisexual awakening for many Americans, okay, if they think he's like hot and cool and smart, wait till you fucking hear from Chinese, foreign policy heads as well. Any sort of entanglement with a foreign adversary that causes people to like really reconsider how other countries actually have competent leadership as opposed to our dumbass leadership. You're in for a wild journey when you see what the Chinese guys are saying as well. You sound jealous? How can you not be? I mean, this dude is smart, okay? I'm sorry. This dude is a smart guy, okay? Our dudes are not fucking smart. Our dudes are morons. I'm desperate. I'm desperate for like an intelligent person. I'm desperate for intelligent leadership, because intelligent leadership would not be doing this anyway. They would, at the very least, like try to engage in diplomacy with Iran. They wouldn't have allowed Israel to just fucking dominate the region like this. He is also not smart. Come on. Yeah, no, totally. You're right. Abbas Araghchi is not smart at all. First of all, in comparison to what, like fucking Pete Hegseth or Marco Rubio or Donald Trump, most people are smart, okay? And not only that, but he is just across the board intelligent. You're a moron if you think that he's not. That's one of the biggest copes from the American side so far, is that they think like Iran, they think Iran is Afghanistan for these Amerifats. Yeah. Yeah, he was a teacher. Well, didn't he teach? Was it Arakshi that taught at Exeter? Or was it Largiani that taught at Exeter? Half of these dudes literally taught in colleges in the United States of America. They have fucking PhDs. Where did Arakshi teach? Why are you dissing Afghans, bro? Afghanistan does not have the same capabilities of Iran. It wasn't like a fully functioning sovereign nation state. It has been ripped apart by foreign invasions over and over again. He has a PhD from Kent on political thought, and he did his thesis under a Marxist scholar. Yeah, his thesis is about Islam and the political economy, right? I think. He's an Iranian diplomat, served previously as a spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and an Iranian ambassador to Finland and Japan. He also fought in the Iran-Iraq War. Got his bachelor's degree in international relations from the School of International Relations affiliated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He then obtained a master's degree in political science at Islamic Azad University in Tehran. Additionally, Arakshi holds a PhD in political thought from the University of Kent, with a thesis entitled The Evolution of the Concept of Political Participation in the 20th Century Islamic Political Thought. Supervised by David McClellan, a scholar of Marxism, the thesis argues that modern Islamic political thought has attempted to reconcile the doctrine of divine sovereignty with the concept of popular sovereignty by incorporating aspects of Western democratic theory into Islamic principles, thereby developing democratic institutions within the framework of Islamic law. Azad University sucks, though. I'm sorry. Okay, but he still has a PhD from, don't worry, a good university, one that you can, put your teeth on, right? Amerifats thinking these guys are Team America villains. Yeah. The Ayatollah supposes, this is Ali Largiani. Ali Largiani is a Kantian philosopher. Ayatollah supposed successor at the time, which, he's not, right? He's the IRGC guy. He's the commander of the military. But yeah, his thesis was on Kant's philosophy of mathematics. So he's demonstrably not anti-Western in some dogmatic way. None of these guys are actually anti-Western. Iran's biggest failure, in my opinion, as far as his foreign policy has been, that they literally have actively tried to play ball with the United States of America over and over again. And look what that has given them. Okay, nothing, just death and destruction.
Dangerous that they use highly populated areas to launch, rockets against us. We would certainly retaliate, but we try to be careful.
Putin is now, I suppose? No. Vladimir Putin, 2 years into fucking invading Ukraine, had Tucker Carlson on in a visit that I think is probably the most like pro foreign government programming I've ever seen. And I say this as someone who went to China and loved China and thought it was awesome and spoke to Chinese state television, right? In that interview, Vladimir Putin straight up said to Tucker Carlson, why couldn't we be your Israel? We wanted to always be your Israel. And I think that's sincere. The bread interview, yeah.
Not to attack any populated area.
Is there any sign that Iran is prepared to allow passage of the Strait of Hormuz? Will the Strait of Hormuz remain closed so long as this war continues?
Well, as a matter of fact, the Strait of Hormuz is open. It is only closed to the tankers and ships belong to our enemies, to those who are attacking us and their allies. Others are free to pass. Of course, many of them prefer not because of their security concerns. This has nothing to do with us. And at the same time, there are many tankers and ships who are passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and I can say that the strait is not closed, but it is only closed to American, Israeli, ships and tankers, and not to others.
We know that Iran has elected a new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. He has not been seen yet in public, though he did issue a statement yesterday. I'm sure you have heard the comments from the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who has said that he claimed the supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. What is the status of the supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei?
Well, they have made so many claims like this. Yesterday, they said that all Iranian authorities are in the bunkers. but at the same time, the whole world saw our president, the Speaker of Parliament, everybody, the Secretary of our National Security Council, everybody was in the street among the people who demonstrated. So there are lots of accusations like that. They will see soon, I guess, that there is no problem with the new supreme leader. He sent his message yesterday, and he will perform his duties. He is performing his duties according to the Constitution, and he will continue to do that. I think by now it should have been clear, and it should have been known for everyone.
You know, this is a different war because MS Now would never have Russian foreign ministers on. It's actually really interesting because it's not just MS Now. NBC is having the foreign minister on. CNN, I believe. Well, actually, CNN might not have had Arakshi on. They probably are. They're way more predisposed to propaganda. I think CBS and CNN are really aggro as of late. But PBS has had him on, and you're right. It is different. It's different because we are objectively in the wrong. Like a couple months ago, having someone with any affiliation with the IRGC at all, any affiliation with the Iranian government at all, was going to create an inherently hostile interview for the horrible state repression against the Iranian protesters. Now they're objectively on the wronged side of things, not the wrong side of things, but they're objectively being attacked unjustifiably. And there's no real argument for why we did this. It's just Israel wanted it to happen, and it's deeply unpopular. And there's a lot of interest in hearing from the Iranian state's side, the Iranian state's position. Okay, stop milking him just because someone gave lectures in university doesn't mean they're correct everywhere. The statement is hella biased. What he's saying is correct, but I don't align with his ideology. Come on, man, just read about him, brother. All bets are off on domestic considerations when a country is being dominated by the largest imperial superpower. You understand that, right? That's like, this is how this goes. This is part of the reason why even Americans now in this like current media environment are much more sympathetic to the side of the Iranians. I mean, look at the comments on fucking YouTube. His use of English is better than our president. You won't see this interview on Fox News. The interview is great, asking without interrupting. Good to know the other side of the story. A lot of Americans want to hear from Iran. Glad you had the opportunity. He's willing to speak to the world. It's like people talking to me about Hamas. They're like, well, Hamas is an Islamist movement. I don't give a fuck, dude. They're being genocided. What do you mean? Oh, they're an Islamist movement? I can't believe it. Oh, no. Like, what? That has no consideration at this point. Okay? That has no consideration. The IRGC's domestic repression has no consideration in this conversation. You want to know why? Because America and Israel are engaging in chemical warfare. So understand how hard it is as an Iranian seeing this, where these guys are fucking monsters, but since America and Israel are attacking randomly, Iran is coming out as the good guys. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. It definitely still has consideration. It fucking does not. You want to know why? Because as brutal and as ruthless as the IRGC might have been, okay, right now they're the only thing holding the entire country together. They're the only thing maintaining Iranian sovereignty. I'm sure there's plenty of Iranians in Iran right now, as I've said from the beginning, even before this bombing campaign started, that will very quickly recognize that the Israeli goals here, which are the only goals that matter, the American goals as it stands currently, unfortunately, do not matter. And I say unfortunately because Israel is so fucking devastating a force in the region that like even the American goals of like negotiating with the IRGC to de-escalate would be objectively better than the Israeli goals of complete destabilization and collapse of Iran as a country. That is the only goal here. That's the only victory condition for Israel, or at least it was the victory condition for Israel. And I believe that they're also softening their approach as well. Benjamin Netanyahu actually came out with his first press conference since the war began and said something of the sort, basically saying like, oh, we might not be able to destroy Iran. We might have a weakened IRGC. There's just so many examples of what you're talking about. I don't understand why people just flip shit about the current thing, and then years later, they're just like, oh yeah, maybe they were better off. I know. This is one of the instances where people are coming to terms with it much faster, in my opinion. That's the thing. It's kind of like this, okay? In a hypothetical scenario, we're all fighting amongst ourselves, right? In the United States of America, we all hate the government. Some people love the government. I hate the MAGA cattle. They fucking they are the most damaging force around the planet, and certainly to American ambitions as well, right? They're destroying this country. They're destroying this country, and they're servile cattle. They're fucking idiots. However, in a hypothetical scenario, if like an alien force were to invade the entire planet, or the United States of America in particular, we would all rise up against that alien force. We would unite against the aliens, right? It wouldn't matter any longer who is MAGA or who is a communist, who's a socialist, who's a liberal. All of a sudden, everyone would be focusing on purging the fucking aliens. That's it. That's usually how this works. Right now, Iran is actively being destroyed. I'm just saying you don't have to choose between Iran and Israel. No, that's fucking bullshit, okay? Yes, you do have to choose between Iran and Israel. I absolutely choose Iran over Israel. That's ridiculous. Regardless of its domestic repression, regardless of its like resistance forces in the region, Iran's crimes do not even meet half the standard of what Israel does on a good day. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. No, I'm not doing this wishy-washy centrist fucking bullshit. It's completely ridiculous. I think it's cope. A lot of people recognize that it's virtually impossible to defend this war, so they just have to do this cope where they go like, they try to hit the center pivot. Like Israel engaged in chemical war for over 15 million Iranian people living in Tehran by blowing up their fucking refineries. Acid rain. Black clouds over the sky of Tehran, and acid rain over a population of 15 million people. There is no coming back from that. You can say that is objectively worse. If you do not care about Churchill's crimes because he was on the right side of World War II, if you do not care about domestic issues like segregation in America when talking about Easy Company and what they were doing against the Nazi scourge, you can't be talking about the IRGC like that at this moment, okay? That's it. A lot of Americans don't want to reckon with that reality that, like, we are the bad guys. Like, we as individuals are not bad, but our country, as long as it's currently aiding Israel, as long as it doesn't change its foreign policy approach, is doing a metric ton of awful shit. And guess what? All that awful shit is packaged as though it's helpful for the average American. But in this current media environment, that is making it so much more difficult to sell to people, because people now have the capacity, unlike ever before, to look at that and go, no, how is this helpful for me? You said this in Iraq. You said this in Afghanistan. I didn't see any of the fucking benefits. You're lying. Because at the end of the day, foreign policy and domestic policy are not decoupled from one another. They work side by side with one another. A lot of people refuse to comprehend that here in the United States of America, because a pliant media apparatus has removed those things. Oh, we wage war over there. All the tax dollars are funneled into that endeavor. But, you know, that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Why? Because these guys hate our freedoms. They say death to America. Why do they say death to America? Don't ask that question, right? They're a real threat. Iran is a real threat to America. When is Iran? Iran has never been a real threat to America. Never. While we have been a real threat to Iran and actively tried to kill Iranians, sometimes succeeded in killing Iranians, like in the Iraq-Iran war, right? And have destroyed Iran's economy, destroyed Iran's population with our crippling sanctions, killing people in Iran with those sanctions, making life uninhabitable. Iran has never presented a real significant threat to American existence, not even one bit. It's just a lie. It's a lie we've told ourselves. It's a lie that mainstream news has told Americans over and over again for 47 fucking years. And many Americans still have that residue, that American chauvinist residue. They think, no, this is probably for some good reason, because my government would never lie to me. My government wouldn't just like tell me a complete falsehood in an effort to get me to be on board with this war that we're waging. It's becoming much more difficult to sell this lie to Americans, especially when Trump is very vulgar in the way that he communicates to his own base and to everyone else that is listening, where he just says, no, we're doing it for oil. And Americans hear that and they go, what the fuck? That's ridiculous. You got to stop believing people when they say Hasan hates America, for example. Okay. If I hated America, I wouldn't live here. I'd live somewhere else. Okay. I don't hate Americans. I want what's best for Americans. That's why I advocate for the things that I advocate for. Some people understand it. Many people still refuse to recognize it, but they will. They will eventually. Every single day, there's a new person that awakens to the realities that American imperialism is not actually good for ordinary Americans at all. That's just a lie that they've been sold. And it's a hard hill to climb for many people if that's all you've known. It's patriotism, right? Like, my country wouldn't be doing horrible shit overseas for no reason, or for reasons that don't actually benefit me at all, but benefit this faceless, lifeless, parasitic capital owning class that is not even like American in the same way that you and I are, but instead they're multinationals. Like, they can live wherever the fuck they want and often do. They steal your taxes. They funnel your productive output back into this war machine that ends up lining their fucking wallets. They often threaten with capital extraction, capital flight. Ridiculous, right? They're all in a club that you will never be a part of, and that you probably don't want to be a part of, especially with this Epstein shit. Now we know what they're doing in that club. They're doing pedophilia. That's what the club is. But I think as like the everyday material conditions of ordinary Americans worsen day in, day out, it becomes much more difficult to steadily engage with this kind of propaganda, to believe this kind of propaganda.
That our system is very well rooted in the society. The Islamic Republic is a system which is not dependent on any individual or any group of people. It is well established. It's a very well established political structure, and deep state is doing its.
The idea of economical warfare by keeping the strait closed only for U.S. and Israel but open for everyone else seems to be a contradiction. What is the purpose of doing that if the goal is to economically strangle the world, to make Trump surrender? Initially, they said it'd be closed to everyone except China, which makes sense in the strategy. What am I missing? It is currently just closed to everyone but China and Iran. That's what's going on. Their goal here is, look, the way that America and the Western world has designed the global economy is that it's deeply interconnected, okay? Guy said it will be open for everyone except USA and Israel in the video you're watching. Yes, he's saying as long as they meet conditions, as long as they get assurances from like India, for example, they will allow passage, safe passage of oil tankers. For example, they've said that as long as you trade the oil not on the dollar, but instead on the Chinese yuan, they'll allow safe passage. The point here is to show the world that they control the Strait of Hormuz. The point here is to incentivize other countries from decoupling from the United States of America and Israel. This is also part of the reason why they don't actually mine the Strait of Hormuz, because this is a big tool for them. It's a big economic warfare tool for them currently. Ripping apart the dominance of the petrodollar is huge, because it weakens America's ability to control the world. It weakens America's ability to control the global economy. Iran has allowed some Indian vessels to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran's ambassador to India, Mohammad Fatali, said on Saturday, confirming a rare exception to the blockade that has disrupted global oil supplies. The reason why they did this is because India had seized Iranian oil tankers in the past. So in exchange for the release of Iranian oil tankers that were seized by the Indian by the Indian Navy, they allowed some Indian oil tankers to pass through. So they're cutting out deals for themselves. Fatali did not confirm the number of vessels that have been provided safe passage. He was speaking at a Broadcasters India Today's conclave in New Delhi. Since the United States and Israel launched a bombing campaign on Iran, Tehran has largely halted traffic through the strait, which runs past this coast, and through which around 20% of global oil and seaborne liquefied natural gas is supplied. So what they're trying to show the regional partners like India is that they're willing, they're a normal country. They're willing to play ball. They're willing to negotiate. They're willing to engage in diplomacy, right? This exposes the contradiction further that America, being led by Israel, is not engaged in stability. It's the Chinese gambit, okay? It's to show the rest of the adults rest of the sovereign leaders that they have an opportunity here to go to Iran directly and deal with Iran directly rather than lean into American dominance. They want the rest of the world, or at least the regional partners, to decouple from their over-reliance on American hegemony. They're doing this twofold by, one, showcasing that American military dominance is a paper tiger, which they have done so effectively. And in an effort to engage in self-preservation, they are trying to showcase to the rest of the world, the rest of the regional powers, and anyone that's paying attention, that they are a nation that is interested exclusively in sovereignty, self-preservation, and they will always take the path of diplomacy, heightening the contradiction between them as a responsible state actor and America and Israel that are irresponsible state actors. This is also the same reason why they didn't immediately escalate by blowing up the refineries in the entire region. They want to maintain that as a threat, because if you release all your cards all at once, you don't have any cards to play. You can't do diplomacy at all, for example. And then it's much easier for the rest of the world to turn around and be like, all right, well, it's war now. We have to side with America. We have to make America destroy Iran. We have to do everything we can to help America, to aid America destroy Iran, because Iran has, Iran has nuked the global energy markets. Do you really think it's a paper tiger? I don't think they've busted out all the new tech they've developed since the last major war yet. They haven't even used the discombobulator that they used in Venezuela yet. American weapons are mighty and sophisticated. Okay? American weapons are mighty and sophisticated. We have the most expensive weapons, the most sophisticated weapons on the planet. This is true. Well, maybe not the Chinese ones. Who knows, right? But mighty and sophisticated weapons clearly do not make up for cheap and efficient drones. If the Iranian defense sector is built on engaging in a war of attrition that values strategy and efficiency over an expensive defense industry that's constantly, it's very bloated, very slow to develop, very slow to procure, much slower than other countries, really. As you can see, Iran is capable of putting a major dent in the American military might and confidence, right? It's not that our strategy is run by idiots. Obviously our strategy is run by idiots, but our defense industry is run by greed. Their defense industry is run by necessity. That is the difference here. That's why they build drones for $7,000 that can take out $1 billion military installation. Do you understand? We have seen versions of this already. Insurgencies that propped up in the power vacuum that we created in Iraq that endlessly engaged in battles with the mighty American military. Those people were fighting because they had no other option, okay? And it made it very difficult to militarily dominate this country that is far smaller than Iran. Someone out there, of course, was making money, because wars are not meant to be won. They're meant to continue. We know that. But that endless greed in the military-industrial complex has created major weakness for American national security and American interests in maintaining military hegemony around the globe. I'm just hoping they don't commit never-before-seen atrocities due to not achieving their goals easily. That's always an option. At the end of the day, America is a nuclear superpower, and you have to remember that. But the threat of other major powers also having nukes is obviously going to force America's hand into not deploying nukes.
Functions, is functioning, and everything is in place. So they shouldn't have any hope for anything happen to the individuals. That the system is working. It worked properly after the assassination of and martyrdom of our supreme leader. You saw that nothing happened and everything remained in order, and still everything is under control.
I wanted to ask you about the war strategy from an Iranian perspective. Can you tell us right now, as you know, there has been reporting that both Russia and China are targeting intelligence to Iran to target either U.S. positions, facilities, infrastructure across the region. Can you confirm or deny whether Russia or China is providing military support and intelligence to Iran?
Well, Russia and China are our strategic partners, and we have had close cooperation in the past, which is still continues, and that includes military cooperation as well. I'm not going into any details of that. A good cooperation with these two countries, politically, economically, even militarily. To say once again that
it's not LA internet, bro. Is Iranian internet. Iranian internet is also kind of ass. So one thing I want to say is I like to look at things as optimistically as possible, even though things are devastating and horrifying and horrible. I don't think America taking a significant blow is necessarily bad for Americans. Okay? Weakening American empire and causing America to limit its military ambitions, especially if we have responsible politicians leading the new American trajectory, could be objectively good for not only the rest of the world, but also for Americans as well. If this causes us to be more restrained, if this causes us to deal, this teaches us a valuable lesson to deal with countries with diplomacy. This will chart a very, very different path forward, a very positive path forward. That's what I want to create. That's the environment that I want to design. That's what I want to organize for. Okay? Imagine a world where we say, all right, you know what? We're going to lick our wounds and we are no longer going to have such expansive ambitions. Imagine a world where we say, hey, we got to cut Israel out of the equation. Sorry, Israel, you have to dial it back 1,000,000 times over. You can't do this anymore. We're not giving you unlimited funds, unlimited weapons. You're no longer allowed to blow up Lebanon and militarily invade Lebanon. We're no longer going to occupy 800 military bases. We're going to pull back from this. We're going to decrease our military budget. We're going to spend this wealth that we are creating on ourselves. That is a better future that I want to live in, a future that is better for everyday Americans, a future that is better for citizens living in the periphery. Okay? That's why while my naysayers will turn around and say, Hasan, you hate America, you love America's enemies or whatever, I don't operate on that. I don't care. I don't think that anyone is truly evil. Okay? Maybe Benjamin Netanyahu, maybe the Israeli government for sure. but even then, I mean, I've talked to people, I've interviewed people in the Israeli Knesset, right? I don't care. I care about what you believe. I don't care about what your background is. I don't care about what you've done. I care about who you are now. That's why we say no war but class war.
This is not our war. This is an imposed war against us. We didn't start this war. It was an unprovoked, unwarranted, illegal act of aggression against us, and we are only defending ourselves, and we continue to defend ourselves as much as it takes, and as long as it takes, in order to end this war in a way that it won't be repeated in the future.
As you probably saw, the United Nations this week, UN Security Council passed a resolution condemning your attacks on your Arab neighbors. It received 130 co-sponsors, which is a very significant number. Your close allies that you just said are providing you support, Russia and China, they didn't veto that. They abstained from it, but they didn't veto it and allowed the resolution to pass. Do you think the global community has spoken clearly about the way Iran has conducted this war on its Arab neighbors with condemnation and calling on it to stop?
The Security Council is suffering from the lack of justice in its decisions and resolutions it makes. You know, how is it possible that the Security Council condemned us for defending ourselves and is not condemning the United States and Israel who started this aggression? So if they want to have a just, full decision or resolution which can work, they should consider all aspects of any event. You know, we are under attack. It was the United States and Israel who started this war. They deserve to be condemned, not us. What we are doing is...
Why did China and Russia not veto, though, betrayal? Because the UN General Assembly, they didn't veto, they abstained. If you recall, when Russia invaded Ukraine, Iran and China also didn't veto, but they also abstained. That's just normal foreign policy, normal global diplomacy. The calculation there is not to like stick your neck out, but instead to simply abstain, because ultimately it's or to remain neutral, because ultimately it's irrelevant. So there's no reason to eat like a significant political cost as a consequence of that. Iran doesn't have a veto. No, we're not talking about the Security Council. We're talking about the General Assembly. General Assembly. I'm not talking about, he asked about the veto, but I'm talking about the Iran. Of course, Iran doesn't have veto powers. We're not talking about the Security Council. We're talking about the General Assembly. Why would I bring up Iran abstaining on Russia's invasion of Ukraine if I'm talking about the Security Council? Iran is not a part of the Security Council.
And this is why that, you know, so many countries have become hopeless about the role of the Security Council, including the United States, who has decided to go for its own board of peace, or even for the...
In the UN Security Council, where the Russian Federation and China abstained, even if they have veto power, they're not going to stick their neck out for Iran, in the same way that when Iran and China at the UN General Assembly, guys, stop spamming F. It's not me. It's his internet, okay? When they were also making a political statement about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, they also abstained in the UN General Assembly, because the United Nations, both the Security Council and the United Nations General Assembly, are ultimately toothless institutions. It's simply just diplomatic theater, okay?
United States. The Council votes, politically and based on the interest of, certain
But Russia
countries.
was the aggressor, Iran is defending. That doesn't matter. What are you talking about? From their perspective, if you're a nation that's been dominated by Western superpowers, Russia's act is not read as an act of aggression. Russia's act is read as an act of engaging America in a proxy war to militarily engage with America and Western imperialist forces, the very same Western imperialist forces that have dominated your country, that have tried to dominate China. From their perspective, this is not about, like, states don't think about issues from a moral perspective anyway, but states have goals. They have objectives. The primary one being sovereignty, okay? But these guys don't look at the situation from a moral infallibility. They look at the situation from the perspective of, like, what are some of the superpowers? What are some of the global powers that are fighting back against these very same forces of imperialism that have been dominating them as well? That's the reason why a lot of people in the third world don't look to Ukraine as like a nation that is being destroyed, a nation that's being abused all the same as they have at times, but a nation that is unfortunately caught in the crosshairs of Western imperialism and the only country that is willing to fight back against Western imperialism militarily, okay? And Ukraine understands this role as well. Ukraine totally understands this role. That's why Zelensky is running around saying, like, oh, we'll help you destroy Iran, Mr. President. Oh, we'll talk to Reza Pahlavi every time. Or, statements that are often supportive of Israel. A lot of people who are pro-Ukrainian here, and I myself am in favor of Ukrainian sovereignty, of course, right? But a lot of people who have Ukrainian flags and Palestinian flags in their fucking bios, whenever asked about Zelensky's position on Israel, will say, well, what's he supposed to do? Okay, well, what's Iran supposed to do? Do you understand? If Ukraine has decided that the only way that they can achieve sovereignty is by leaning into Western powers, then what the fuck is Iran supposed to do? Iran has been dominated by Western forces for far longer than Ukraine has been dominated by Russia. This isn't to say that, like, Russia has not had ambitions of dominating Ukraine. Of course they have, politically especially, and now militarily. But it's been a longer time because the Iranian Revolution happened before Ukraine was carved out as a separate nation state.
And not based on realities, based on justice.
You do acknowledge, though, that Iran is targeting civilian targets across the Gulf countries, right? Because, I've spoken to officials across the region, and many of the targets that have been hit are clearly civilian buildings. Why is Iran targeting civilian buildings and airports and commercial ports in Gulf countries that made clear they are not involved in these attacks against your country?
The CCs are not working.
No, it is clear that we are attacked from, unfortunately, their territories, from American bases and American military installations in the territory of the Persian Gulf countries. And this is very unfortunate. What we are doing as an...
Oh my God, this guy's back. He's talking about, oh my Lord. Man, the resolution was about targeting Arab countries. Even Hamas told Iran to stop. First of all, no, they didn't. What you're talking about is potentially a disagreement within the Hamas Politburo, which literally is in fucking Doha. So they don't have a lot of other options there. And secondly, the Hamas military in Palestine, in Gaza, did not say that. As a matter of fact, they commended Iran's objectives. The Hamas Politburo is the civilian function of Hamas and is largely in Doha. Okay? Ultimately, the reason why these areas are getting targeted is because America is waging war not only against the Iranian military, but against the Iranian population and striking banks, for example. Iran obviously can't strike American banks in America, so Iran says, we're going to strike American banks in the region. UN experts criticize Security Council resolution condemning Iran. At least 2 UN special rapporteurs criticized the UN Security Council resolution condemning Iran's strikes on GCC states and Jordan, saying it ignored the broader conflict. Professor Ben Saul, UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Counterterrorism, said the Council condemned Iran's attacks on neutral states but failed to condemn the greater illegal aggression against Iran by the U.S. and Israel. Professor Balak Rishan Rajagopal, UN Special Rapporteur on Housing, called the resolution illegal and unprincipled, arguing it condemns Iran exercising its right to self-defense while ignoring the U.S.-Israeli attacks. The resolution passed 13-0 with Russia and China abstaining. It is ridiculous. And that's legitimate, striking GCC. Brother, I don't think you understand something profoundly important. If you have American bases in your country and America is attacking a sovereign state, you are no longer anything but an American holdover state, okay? You are now America. American bases are America. They are pieces of the United States of America. What is so difficult to comprehend? What country on the fucking planet would say, no, it's fine. You can keep fucking launching strikes, and also you can keep launching strikes from your soil, and you can actually fly your military gear from the military bases that are slammed to the fucking ass cheeks of Iran. The argument literally turns into, the argument unironically turns into, why did you put your country so close to my fucking bases? Why don't they target Azeri territories? They're literally for Israel. The reason they have, by the way, they have actually struck back against Azerbaijan as well. But they don't want to expand the conflict into a country that has total willingness to allow Israel to utilize their airspace in even more meaningful fashion, especially because they're currently waging their fucking war on their western flank. Azerbaijan would open up a new front from their northern flank. There's also a difference between Azerbaijan and Turkey and countries in the GCC. Countries in the GCC don't have standing military forces. Countries in the GCC do not present an additional threat. They are simply holdover states for American military bases. They're also closer in proximity to Iran and Iranian launchers. So the point is to destroy GCC economies. If Iran wanted to destroy the GCC economies, then Iran would destroy the GCC economies by just terrorizing the GCC, not just by mostly focusing their campaign on bases and American assets, but instead just by terrorizing the Gulf in general. They could launch 1 million fucking drones into civilian territory. They could mine the Strait. They could blow up the refineries. One must ask the question why they have not done so. I know you are singularly minded here, where you are basically operating on this weird notion that like Gulf states can have American military bases, American radar installations, American troops stationed in American military bases that can conduct espionage and direct bombing campaigns on Iran, a sovereign nation state, and then also not suffer any penalties for it. But that's not how the real world works, is it? If you're a regional partner so close to Iran, if you're a regional partner that's on the other side of the fucking Gulf, the Persian Gulf, then you have to play ball with your neighbor. This is not playing ball with your neighbor. If you literally set up military bases and allow the American government, the American military, to launch strikes at your neighbor, you're not being super neighborly. What do you think was eventually going to happen? I thought Western chauvinism was embarrassing. Now we have Western client chauvinism. I know. If you have military bases, in your country of a foreign nation state, you are no longer a sovereign country. This extends to Turkey as well. This extends to every country. But obviously, within the limited confines of waging a defensive war that Iran is currently waging, because Iran is waging a defensive war, okay, they're not expanding their strikes to other countries that have competent militaries that can actually punish Iran even further, make it more difficult for them to defend themselves. This is the reason why they're not hitting Azerbaijan, even though there is plenty of evidence that Azerbaijan is allowing Israeli Air Force to fly over Azeri airspace to conduct bombing campaigns on Iran. Like, they have limited tools here.
Of self-defense is to targeting American bases.
What would be an ethical way to help Iranians? Interviews showed they were at their breaking point of asking for outside intervention, but obviously not like this. So what, we just needed to do something more competent government without Israel involved? Yeah, I mean, breaking from Israel is a pretty effective way to help the Iranian population. Demanding an end to the sanctions regime that America has conducted. Also another way to allow Iranians to gain sovereignty. Countries that are under sanctions have a much harder time engaging in the democratic process because they're at a fucking choke point.
American installations, American assets, and American interests, which are unfortunately located in the territory of our neighbors. Just as an example, 2 days ago, the United States attacked one of our, banks. They are doing, they are attacking our, cities and our and civilian targets. They attacked a school in Minab. It is very well known for the whole world. They have attacked some hospitals. Two days ago, they attacked a bank of Iran. A building belongs to a bank. And so we decided to retaliate in kind with the building into cities around us. So what we are doing is only the principle of an eye for an eye, which is very well known.
Let me ask you really quickly about the negotiations before the war started. Do you believe Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were good faith negotiators conveying accurate information back to the White House about Iran's position during these negotiations? There's been some reports that you shouted at Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, that you threatened that you had enriched uranium to make 11 nuclear
This motherfucker's smirking.
weapons. I want you to set the record straight on those negotiations in the final days before the war.
Well, I don't know what they have conveyed to their boss. What I know is that on 26 February, when we met in Geneva, we were able to make a good progress. As Omani Foreign Minister, the intermediator said it was a significant progress. And before he posted his tweet, he read it to both delegations, and both delegations accepted that, yes, this is the right, the right saying about what we have made today. Significant progress. This is what we were able to do it on 26 February. Well, the things which are said by U.S. interlocutors, I do.
Turkey doesn't have a base that belongs to a foreign country, only NATO bases. There's a big difference. Is there a big difference? Really? I don't know if you know this. I'm Turkish. And let me tell you, those are fucking American bases. Okay? When I was younger, we were allowed entry into said American bases. I was in a basketball league. We would have the only American style pizza in the country on those bases. Those are American bases. Those are American nukes inside of American bases. Okay? The only reason why Iran doesn't attack Turkey is because they want to keep Turkey at arm's distance. Okay? They want to keep Turkey at bay. They don't want to open up another front that they have to deal with, especially one with a standing military. That's why the USA can't fully use those bases. Yeah, in theory, the USA can't fully use the Gulf bases either. All the Gulf nation states said, oh, you can't use our airspace. But in practice, the reality is a little bit different, don't you think?
Understand why they are saying those things. They want to justify an unjustifiable act of aggression. So they are trying to make some excuses for themselves. I never said that we are going to make bombs. I said that we have 440 kilos of 60% enriched material, and that was not a secret. That is what is mentioned in the reports of the IAEA. So I said that, look, this is mentioned in the report. This, if enriched more, can...
Yeah, those fucking NATO bases were refueling planes during the fucking coup that took place, the failed coup that took place in Turkey. Those NATO bases were serving America's interests against Turkish sovereignty at that point.
Be good enough for
so funny.
10 bombs, as your own experts claims. So we are ready to give them up, to give them away. We are ready to dilute them, to downblend them into lower degrees. And by saying that, I wanted to say that the concession that we are making is really big. But how they have interpreted that, I don't know. Maybe because the lack of enough knowledge, maybe because of their intentions to justify, as I said, the act of aggression, which cannot be justified. I hope that the true story of what happened on 26 February in Geneva would become, known to the people soon.
You support these guys? What do you mean? Support who? Be clear. Do I support Iranian sovereignty? Absolutely. Do I refuse to support American military action in Iran? Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm anti-war. Okay? Let's not play these fucking stupid-ass games. Oh, I guess you were against America. I'm against American war, okay? I'm against American wars of choice. I'm against American wars of choice conducted at the behest of Israel. Are you for Operation Epstein Fury? Are you that big of a cuck? What kind of benefits are you carving out for yourself? Nothing. It's not only damaging, it's not only destabilizing, it's not only devastating. There's a massive human death toll here, but it also doesn't even yield any benefits for you as an ordinary American. You just think that this is beneficial for you because America gets to flex its military might, and we're not even doing that right now, so you can't even get that across. You can't even get your fucking rocks off. If that's what your goal was here, where you're like, yeah, our dicks are hard. You get to pay higher gas prices and higher prices for everything else because everything revolves around high gas prices.
Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you so much for your time.
A deal. That is the reality.
Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you so much for your time. We're out of time. We certainly appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Breaking overnight, a missile striking the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq. Fire seen rising from the compound. After the strike, people seen clearing debris from a structure on the roof. This comes 2 weeks after the war on Iran began. Overnight, the U.S. launching an assault on the vital oil hub, KHARG Island. President Trump posting these videos online after saying the bombing raid totally obliterated every military target. The island, located in the Persian Gulf, processes 90% of Iran's oil exports, and it's around 300 miles away from the Strait of Hormuz. Trump warning in his post that the operation did not target the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. The late-night assault coming after a day of escalating U.S.-Israeli strikes. In Tehran, dramatic new videos showing...
If a CRAM was really lost in the embassy strike, does a Caribbean hit moment and changes geopolitical calculations? I mean, that's what people are saying, but America's trying to say that it's just the helicopter landing pad that was blown up. And that's not just a CRAM, that's a CRAM being destroyed on top of American soil. Semaphore says Israel's running out of interceptors and are critically low. Israel has informed the U.S. it's running critically low on ballistic missile interceptors as the conflict with Iran continues, U.S. official told Semaphore. A U.S. official said Washington had been aware of Israel's limited interceptor capacity for months, adding, it's something we expected and anticipated. The official stressed that the U.S. military is not facing a similar shortage of interceptors. Maybe the calculation changes for Israel. By the way, understand something. This is not something you can make up for with money, okay? You need materials. Like, remember when America had to dive into the South Korean stockpile when Russia was diving into the North Korean stockpile of artillery shells? Because you can't just make up for the materials that are necessary to build the stockpile. Okay? Money doesn't automatically, magically turn cash into missiles. Tamir interceptors need to be built. At that point, it's like Israel becomes the major villain of the planet alongside the United States of America by deploying a nuke, or they have to calculate. They have to recalculate what their cost-benefit analysis is. Perhaps they don't get to destroy Iranian sovereignty after all, especially because maybe their sovereignty might be destroyed. You're looking at a very different analysis if Israeli interceptors are gone because they just don't have Tamir interceptor missiles, and America can't make up for that need in time. All of a sudden, that means the entirety of the Hezbollah stockpile of munitions are hitting targets inside of Israel. Okay? The Iranian ballistic missiles are hitting targets inside of Israel. That's a very different ball game. It's not a video game. You can't just like convert currency into Tamir interceptors magically and then your stockpiles replenished. It doesn't work that way. You have to build them. There's time. There's a lot of time it takes to build those shits. A lot of cost to it too. This is why Israel is beelining the Lebanon invasion, which is a dangerous mistake. In my opinion, that is also a dangerous miscalculation by Israel because they're so predisposed. The reason why they're doing that is partially because of this. Because Hezbollah can punish the fuck out of the entirety of Israel if Israel doesn't have Tamir interceptors. The Iron Dome. Because Israel's defense... Israel's like anti-ballistic missiles defense is not the Iron Dome. The Iron Dome is for smaller missiles that Hezbollah can launch with ease, like rocket launchers, things of that nature. If they run out of that, all of a sudden the Iron Dome is no longer. Hezbollah can punish the fuck out of regular Israeli society and change the calculation for Israeli society overnight. By the way, I know the conversation has primarily been about tactical side of things, but Harana, the org that reports on human rights violations in Iran, primarily by the regime, has estimated that 12,098 civilians have died. Yeah, that's bullshit. The number is actually over 2,000. Harana is, at the end of the day, still an American-backed institution, and they're greatly underestimating the civilian casualty. Even American estimates are higher than that now. American estimates have put the number at, I believe it's close to 2,000 now. I'm worried they will just renegotiate a fake deal and develop laser ballistic defense interceptors and attack Iran again. Yeah, okay. Any kind of negotiation that leads to any kind of ceasefire for an extended period of time, at least enough time for Israel to shore up its defenses, is going to be a resounding victory for Iran. You understand that, right? That's the future you should be looking towards right now. It's as I said from the start, that's the best possible outcome here in this scenario. Because what do you think happens in peacetime? You think Iran is just going to sit around and not beef up their offensive striking capabilities, their defensive striking capabilities, immediately rush in IRGC military commanders to China to get trained on Chinese weapon systems, produce nukes instantly? The day after in Iran, if the Iranian government remains intact and Iran doesn't get pieced up, balkanized at the behest of Israel through like ethnic conflict or whatever they're trying to do, which, by the way, won't come when Israel wants it, won't come when America wants it. I think it'll come when Iran feels as though they have created grounds for necessary deterrence. Okay, so I don't even know what their victory condition looks like for them. But any kind of situation where America doesn't actually achieve, or Israel actually achieves their goals of completely creating a failed state right now, is going to be devastating for America's force projection capabilities that have now diminished, and for Israel's ambitions here. Pahlavi calls on his sleeper cells to activate against the IRGC. Good luck to him. Yes, but Iran inches once again closer to bankruptcy and civil unrest intensifies. Yeah, that's why I think they're trying to engage in maximum deterrence right now. Part of that is a withdrawal of American military and Israeli assets from the region. And part of that is going to be ease of sanctions. Iran will also obviously offer an olive branch to the American side here because they understand that like America has to look like they're winning here, winning something here as well. They will definitely demand reparations, which is their right to do so, for the record. That's fair. My point was that even using the most conservative estimates, the civilian bloodshed has already superseded October 7, but the West is completely averse to the lives of Iranian civilians unless it's to cynically pursue a foreign policy interest regime change. Of course. Absolutely. And any kind of peace and stability in Iran will harden the regime's position and will cause them most likely to take a more hardline approach. I think they get nukes.
The moment an explosion rocked the capital city during an Al-Quds Day rally in solidarity with Palestinians. An interview with a demonstrator interrupted as the blast hit. Screams heard throughout the street. Plumes of smoke rising from a nearby building. Top Iranian officials, including Iran's president, who's been targeted by U.S. and Israeli strikes, seen walking in the crowd. The U.S. also...
This was crazy, by the way, because Americans were like, oh, dude, these guys are rats. They're hiding in tunnels. They're hiding in tunnels. And then they straight up went out in public amongst the masses and walked. That's a show of force. Twofold. One, it's propaganda, of course, before people say it's, anything but propaganda. The propaganda is to say, look, we're not afraid of our people. That's number one, in the way that you claim we are. Number two, it's to also say that we're not afraid of America. I've never seen someone MAGA a missile before. Yeah. Oh, come on now. They know Israel can't kill people like that. Really? Israel. Our Israel, the Israel that we know. The Israel that we know shies away from wanton murder of civilians. Are we talking about the same? Do you know a different Israel than I do? Because they've been bombing hospitals. They were bombing hospitals in Lebanon not that long ago. Yesterday they were bombing a Lebanese hospital. Not my Israel, he said. Guy who's been in a fucking coma and only woke up just now.
Announcing a $10 million reward for information on the whereabouts of Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, and other top Iranian officials, some who were seen at that demonstration. And this morning, new images obtained by Con 11 showing one of the damaged refueling planes involved in...
Guy came in hot. He's like Jeffrey Epstein, the New York financier, the playboy. Is that who we're talking about?
That deadly crash in western Iraq, killing all 6 Americans on board. While they have not yet been identified, at least 3 were Ohioans deployed with the Ohio Air National Guard's 121st Air Refueling Wing, according to the state's governor. An urgent investigation underway. So far, the Pentagon says the crash was not due to hostile or friendly fire.
War is hell. War is chaos.
Dude, oh, God. Oh, it's always, his statements on this stuff is always womp womp. Like, he literally, war, this sucks, It's just how it is, guys.
And as we saw with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker, bad things can happen. American heroes, all of them.
At least 13 American service members are known to have died participating in this operation so far. And leaders in the region and across the globe now renewing their calls for an immediate end to this war. Gio.
All right, so many looking at that. Marcus Moore, thank you for your reporting there from Qatar.
But we begin with this morning's top story, the escalating war in Iran. 2 weeks after it first began, President Trump says the U.S. military conducted strikes on KHARG Island. That's a vital oil hub in the region. Now, in a Truth Social post, the president said the strikes targeted military sites on the island and warned Iran's oil infrastructure could be next if the Iranian blockade of the Strait of Hormuz continues.
And the cost of the war is being felt here at home. Benchmark crude oil prices rose again.
You want to know the worst possible outcome for 2028? Tucker Carlson runs on an anti-Israel platform in 2028, and the Democrats put forward a pro-liberal Zionist, pro-defending America's military might candidate. Tucker Carlson wins by Ronald Reagan numbers, not only by winning over the MAGA crowd, which he has complete control over, in my opinion, but also on top of that, a lot of independents and maybe even some liberals. The Democratic Party is done. The next wave of fascism is here. Like, the more accelerated version of fascism is here. He actually does unironically put the mass deportations regime in place. That's what I'm afraid of.
He says he's running against me for president. I almost want to run for president just to debate Ted Cruz, because I think it would go about the way it went last time. And for my part, I deeply enjoyed it, which is why I've never tweeted about it. For Ted Cruz.
Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom is unlimited Tucker Carlson victory, by the way. Like, I'm letting you know right now, everyone's gonna be like, but what about trans people? Okay, they're gonna be like, but Gavin Newsom is like pro-gay. Gavin Newsom will signal that he's like also in favor of, you know, limiting the pro-trans sentiment from his side because he wants to appeal to the mythical moderate center. Oof. Tucker Carlson's like, you're Israel first. You're an attack dog. You're a lapdog for Israel. I can't even tell what your positions are. One day you say Israel's an apartheid. You get a boss call from all of the Israel lobbyists. And next day you come out and you say, actually, Israel's not an apartheid. Americans need someone who actually can stand on moral principles. And as a Christian, I think genocide is unconscionable. What's going on? You see, Tucker, you're being quite anti-Semitic. No, I love Jews. I love Jews. I can't stand what Israel has done to my Jewish friends. What's going on? Ronald Reagan victory condition, okay? Spoiler alert. Gavin Newsom doesn't win that battle. Tucker Carlson wins that battle.
Everybody knows the only reason we're having this war is because Israel wants it. This is their last chance, they believe. This presidency is the last presidency where they're going to have unequivocal bipartisan support.
This is why I've been trying to urge Democrats, both behind closed doors and publicly, to take a stronger stance against Israel, okay? You cannot have a guy like Tucker Carlson lead the conversation on Israel. The Democrats, as a national party, have to universally oppose Israel. If you don't do that, a guy like Tucker Carlson, who has been leading the conversation for normies on the issue of Israel, will come out and destroy you. You can't play catch up by the time the election comes around where you're like, oh, well, we also want to do defensive weapons to Israel, but no offensive weapons. No, you'll fucking lose. You'll lose 100%. Whoever is first to market with a convincing and earnest anti-Israel position will win. It does not matter how much AIPAC is spending right now. Even Nita Allam is a great example of this. A short-lived campaign that came out of nowhere, okay, was almost capable of taking out a multiple-term incumbent, Valerie Foushee, that was getting the backing from every party instrument, and also on top of that was getting getting support from AIPAC subsidiaries too. And yeah, I do think a lot of it pains me to say this, but I think a lot of leftists would vote for Tucker Carlson over Gavin Newsom. Yes. I think a lot of normies would vote for Tucker Carlson over Gavin Newsom. 100%. Yeah. I'm fearful of this reality.
Period. You can't
make Tucker Carlson be the convincing anti-Israel guy. This takes time. Democrats are already losing this battle.
Every Thomas Massey, and there's a whole army of them coming at some point because everyone can see what's going on. And you can shut down X and you can just shut down the internet. You can be like Great Britain and arrest people who protest Israel, but attitudes are not going to revert to what they were 5 years ago. Sorry. And they know this. So this is their last chance.
He's right, by the way. He is completely right on this. The real issue here is that Tucker is the one saying it. Why aren't Democrats the ones saying it? Why are Democrats running away from other Democrat-adjacent content creators who are saying it? People like myself. Think. You need to lean into this. This is where the base is, across the fucking board. You're never going to win the evangelical right that has unlimited appetite for death and destruction over there and love Israel, okay? If you listen to AIPAC lobbyists, if you listen to pro-Israel lobbyists and people with a tremendous amount of influence capabilities that are constantly making phone calls anytime a Democrat says anything about Israel, so then you have to like manage your rhetoric around this issue in a way that doesn't offend these fucking psychos, you are giving ground to a right-wing populist, just like Donald Trump did initially. This was the pre-October 7 election, right? Donald Trump won, I mean, where Democrats were so predisposed with a pro-corporate sentiment that was supposed to be like responsible governance, that Donald Trump was able to come out and look like a more moderate figure than he actually was on a lot of issues, on issues that Americans care about, right? Like, I'm not going to touch Medicare. I'm not going to touch Social Security. I'm not going to do wars. These were all moderate positions from a Republican that most Republicans had never heard of. That's why he was able to win so much favor with like normies and low propensity voters. You can't defeat that with wishy-washy, middle of the ground bullshit, middle of the road bullshit. You can't defeat that kind of narrative. You only allow your opposition to lie about their positions if you are not making a convincing argument. If you're not even interested in making a convincing argument, if you're not even interested in hearing why they are popular. This is why Kamala Harris lost. And this is precisely why, if Tucker Carlson actually runs for office, he will come out of that primary the victor, 100%, and he will defeat the overwhelming majority of Democrats right now as they stand. And yes, that even includes like, left flank Democrats as well, unless they dramatically change their the way that they communicate about these issues. Specifically, be unshakable, be more convincing in your advocacy. Don't do this like wishy-washy shit.
What's so amazing is that Israel, which at least is acting in what it perceives to be its own national interest, is joined by its shills in the United States, of course. But really, its only other ally in this is the American news media, whose job it is to tell you the truth and inform you as to what's happening, to tell you, hey, wake up. The world could be changing, and it's going to affect you and your family. That's their job. And instead, they've been lulling you to sleep with the same variety of transparent lies and propaganda.
Yeah. Who's fighting harder against this war, Tucker Carlson or Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries? Not close, right? It's embarrassing to have Democratic leaders outflanked on the anti-war position by some on the right. Democratic leaders are pathetic, controlled opposition, useless, right? And there's truth to what Cenk is saying, but there's also truth to what Edgar Mentum is saying. So are you going to ever mention that there's absolutely no anti-war constituency whatsoever among the MAGA right? Or are we just going to play dolls with influencers and TV hosts forever? To which I responded with, I think about this a lot. Tucker's platform is large, and I always assumed it was MAGA. But 85% of MAGA loves the Iran war. Does this mean that independents and Dems are watching Tucker now? Is MAGA still watching him and just simply disagreeing? Matthew Hassan says, I know lots of normies who watch Tucker now for his anti-war, anti-Israel content, which is true. I see it too. I'll get on a plane sometimes, and the motherfucker sitting next to me is watching Tucker Carlson. Now, of course, I'm sitting in business, so maybe that's the reason, but it's still crazy that I'm just seeing it out in the fucking wild, right? I don't see Tucker as a realistic populist candidate for the right in 2028, just neocons and losers and probably fucked after Trump. Tucker Carlson is the only path for salvation for the right. Maybe J.D. Vance might have a shot at it, but much more limited shot at it. Tucker Carlson is the true spiritual successor of the MAGA movement. He is the only one who is capable of carrying the base. I fucking said that for the last decade almost, okay? I've been saying that nonstop. I've been warning about Tucker Carlson since 2016. He is one of the most dangerous right-wing figures in this country. J.D. Vance is awfully quiet lately. That's because he has ambitions for 2028, and he knows to shut the fuck up right now. Because if he was held responsible for what's going on right now, there's a horrifying reality for his prospects, for his 2028 prospects.
Again Friday and are now hovering around $100 a barrel. Now, that's led to a spike in prices at the pump for consumers. As you may have seen, the national average for a gallon of regular gas is now $3.67, while diesel, which is used for trucking goods, is near $5.
If Tucker won the presidency, do you think he would actually decouple at least distance from Israel? I don't know what he would do, man. I don't know. I think he's a grifter at the end of the day, so I don't know. But the way he communicates on these issues is like, do you want to live in a country that is an objectively white supremacist fascist state that's purging 65 million people that Tucker calls migrants, that happen to have a Latino background, but also simultaneously we have maybe decoupled from Israel? I think that's a really dangerous gamble because a lot of people will take that.
A gallon. Charlie D'Agata is in Tel Aviv with the details on a new U.S. troop escalation in the region. Charlie, good morning.
Good morning to you. Got us right in the middle of a dust storm here. So going into week 3 of this war, and Pentagon sources tell CBS News the U.S. is preparing to send thousands more troops, including a Marine Expeditionary Unit consisting of around 2,500 Marines, as President Trump claims to have launched one of the biggest raids yet on Iran.
The president posted video on his Truth Social site claiming to show the bombardment of KHARG Island, a critical terminal for 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. But he said only military facilities had been struck, not the island's energy infrastructure. Trump wrote, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. But Iran's stranglehold on that key waterway has only tightened, with more than 16 tankers and other vessels struck, sending global oil prices and other commodities soaring. Trump suggested once again that U.S. Navy ships could soon begin escorting tankers, but couldn't say when the war would end.
I can't tell you that. I mean, I have my own idea, but what good does it do? It'll be as long as it's necessary. They've been decimated. Their country's in bad shape. The whole thing is collapsing.
The Iranian capital was hit overnight in a new wave of airstrikes. But the intense bombing hasn't stopped the Iranian regime publicly signaling its defiance. President Masoud Pezeshkian and several high-ranking officials taking part in open-air rallies in Tehran. Iranian missiles and drones and their proxies continued targeting American facilities. The U.S. Embassy in the Iraqi capital, Baghdad, hit in a missile attack. And 2 days after 6 service members died when their refueling aircraft crashed in Iraq, U.S. officials say 5 Air Force refueling planes had been struck and damaged on the ground at an air base in Saudi Arabia.
Iran has threatened to turn U.S.-linked oil facilities to a pile of ashes as this war widens and threatens to trigger a global oil crisis. Adriana?
Charlie, thank you so much.
Well, we can get all the very latest on this now with our military analyst, Sean Bell. Good morning.
Morning, Sam.
Sean, good to have you in the studio as always. KHARG Island, smaller than Gibraltar, hugely significant, though. Just explain why.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? For many people who've never even heard of it. It's about 5 miles long, about 2.5 miles wide. It's right at the northern edge of the Persian Gulf. It's actually about 300 miles, I think, away from the Straits of Hormuz. But it is where 90% of Iran's oil flows out of, and therefore, you know, for the exports anyway, 7 million barrels a day. They can cope with up to 10 of these massive supertankers at any one time. So President Trump's claimed he's obliterated all the military targets on there. That includes airfields, air traffic control towers. There's some helipads, and there's also some naval personnel there. What's interesting that when he says he's obliterated, he's talked about the airfields. I've seen.
Does chat know how a refueling plane works? I'm surprised they don't crash more on their own. Jeez fucking Christ, it looks so sketch, brother. It's entirely designed to do that sketch thing. I know. When I first found out about the existence of refueling planes, I was also confused. Okay, it's insane. It is truly insane. But it is the purpose of the plane is to do that thing that you consider sketch. So, you know, you'd probably be seeing a lot more crashes if it was happening frequently, because they're used quite frequently, especially in this campaign, because Iran has been bombing American military bases in the region, which offends some of my Gulf fans. But that's part of the reason why Iran is bombing the military bases, so that America can't use those military bases to launch aerial campaigns.
Some of the video of the strikes.
Yeah, what's your assessment?
Well, the trouble is with airfields is they're very, very big bits of concrete, and they've certainly plugged holes into each of the runways. But we used to do that in the Cold War, and it doesn't take much to fill a tipper up with gravel, pour it on, put a layer of tarmac on the top of it, and off you go again.
Yeah, the Boeing KC-135 stratotanker fleet is over 65 years old, with the first aircraft delivered to the U.S. Air Force in June 1957. While production ran from 55 to 65, the aircraft remains in active service, with many airframes expected to fly at least until 2030, making them some of the oldest military planes in operation. Yes. The new version, the Boeing has made new stratotanker as well. I forget what they're called, but the KC-135 stratotanker is very, very old. KC-46, yes. Thank you. The KC-46 is a newer version, but the American military still very much uses the old ones.
So it's not a permanent
potholes, effectively.
Well, yeah, they're big.
I can't believe it's so old, brother. That's planes, baby. That's planes. That's how it works. A lot of the planes that are still being used are old as fuck. That's just how planes work.
Are effectively potholes. I think the interesting bit,
especially from an era when, you know, these things were built to last. Maybe F-35s are a different reality. I don't know. We haven't seen them utilized over an extended period of time. But there was a point in time when planes were built, when American military equipment was still built for utility. American military equipment was built for utility. It was built to last. It wasn't built for expansive defense contracts. We live in a very different reality now. The reality that we live in is constant corner cutting, both on the commercial side and even on the defense side, right? Where production is not designed with maximum efficiency in mind, but more so movable parts that are expensive with some level of planned obsolescence, you know?
about the story, though, is that President Trump didn't target the oil and made a really big thing about that. And I think if you look more widely, a lot of that oil goes to China. And therefore, if he was to take that out, you might risk the ire of China and the whole thing starts to expand even further.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a tailored strike, interesting to see what impact it has.
There's been a lot of talk about the US and whether or not it would be willing.
Right to repair gone. There is one right to repair country, Iran. Iran loves doing right to repair on their old gear that they got back when they were an American puppet state. Half of their fucking military equipment, half of their like Air Force, all of their Air Force is like either shitty Russian equipment that they got, like the trainer planes, the trainer fighter jets, or, you know, shit that they had, like the F4s and things that they had from back in the day when they had, when they were an American puppet state.
The consensus seems to be not to send have boots on the ground. Where does this plan of sending 5,000 Marines sit within that as a wider context?
Yeah, it's fascinating because it's been played out. And let's be quite clear, these US Marines are probably a couple of weeks away. So we're not talking about any time soon. And we've just finished the first 2 weeks of the war. So 2 weeks is a long time in terms of this Iran conflict. And it might therefore be nothing more than a threat by President Trump, just to show that he is willing to consider boots on the ground. I think what's been fascinating is that the war general has been almost migrated into two separate wars. There's the military parts of it, American superpower dominating everything on the ground. There's no question, Iran can't win that. But it's also this sort of ideological war that's going on. And unless America is prepared to put boots on the ground, it's pretty clear air power alone will not change Iran's intent to build a nuclear weapon and will not stop its intent to keep attacking American forces as they're there. So I do think that, Iran is left with 70,000 Shahed drones, probably. Still got a leadership in place. It may not be the original leadership, but sounds even more hardline. Mushtaba sounds like sort of version 2.0, but even more vengeful. And then you've got proxies still active and the Straits of Hormuz. And therefore, I suspect the Marines are, how do you solve that Straits of Hormuz problem?
It seems to be an impossible conundrum, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the longer that Iran looks after that Straits of Hormuz, the more it can do this whenever it likes. And I was chatting to some military colleagues earlier in the week, and they said, if you really want to solve that, you've actually got to invade Iran, at least, and take a section of ground all the way around the Straits and actually guarantee its security. Now, whether or not President Trump has got the appetite for that, because the one thing against President Trump in all of this...
Guys, there's another way, okay? There's another way. It's called diplomacy. It's called leaning into and conceding to Iranian demands. What happened? Dude, I don't understand. Everyone was talking about, American dicks. They're hard. They're so hard right now. B-2 bombers, they're hungry. Feed me the three gorgeous damn, they used to say. What fucking happened? Now you got Israel running critically low on interceptors. What the fuck happened? Where are they at now? Where's the Asmin Goy squad? Coming in here being like, nah, dog, America's got it. Don't fucking worry about it, King. America's got it, bro. Trust.
This is time. It's the one factor. Iran has got lots of time. Trump has not. He's going to run out of air defence weapons. He's got the midterm elections coming up. Every day that goes by, we're getting more casualties. And the KC-135, that tanker, tragically lost their life, which is
fake news, right?
Close to my heart, because obviously it's aircrew. When I flew around, we had an ejection seat, so if you get shot down, you can still get out. These boys and girls do not have that luxury. So the longer these goes on, the more likely it is that we're going to see more casualties and repatriation ceremonies back to America.
And just finally, the decision by the US to lift the sanctions on Russian oil. I mean, the Europeans are going to be wringing their hands over that.
I think this is profound, absolutely profound, because we've seen for the last few months, in fact, the best part of a year, Europe desperately trying to keep President Trump involved to support Ukraine, to support NATO. And one of the strategies is that Europe hasn't wanted to get involved militarily with Ukraine, but economically it's trying to drive Russia's economy to the ground so it can't afford to prosecute the war. Apparently it's about £1 billion a day. Well, all of a sudden now, in a heartbeat, Trump, without consulting the European colleagues, has gone, yeah.
Did Bibi die? No, man. Guys, please. Like, not that I know of. There is not any real evidence that Benjamin Netanyahu has died, okay? It's just like AI shit. People are going crazy. It's not even AI shit. People are suspecting it's AI. Iran's influential Speaker of Parliament, Ghalibaf, addresses the Telegeneral Hegzeth on X after announcing successful strikes on several U.S. military targets, asking U.S. Secretary of War Hegzeth, so what do you think, Telegeneral Hegzeth? Obviously, the best strategy now is to throw the infantry into the meat grinder. They're sending poor boys to fix what generals broke. Go die for Israel. U.S. is reportedly sending up to 5,000 Marines to the region, according to a Wall Street Journal report. Speaker of the Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament says, target status, radars, batteries, refueling tankers, military bases, drones, beast mode. What do you say? Please don't send military into Iran. Please don't do this. It is not a good idea. I know no one listens to me and thinks I am fucking in the pocket of the IRGC or whatever. This is not going to be good for America. It's not going to be good for like regular Iranian people either. It's not going to be good for anybody, but it's certainly not going to be good for the United States of America. Please. We're so goddamn arrogant, dude. We are so fucking arrogant.
We can buy Russian oil again. It's worth about $150 million a day to Russia. That will be converted into weapons, to bombs, to missiles, to fire into Ukraine, to recruit more soldiers. Not a word of consultation with European colleagues. And I think this simply re-emphasises that President Trump is only focused on President Trump and the US. Yeah. And European leaders will be wondering, what the hell are they going to do about it?
He actually got a message, or a message was sent out by Donald Trump on his social media platform, Truth Social. Let me read to you what it says. Many countries, especially...
God, I fucking hate Popular Front so much. This Jake Hanrahan and the Popular Front are 1,000,000% State Department stooges, okay? I'm glad that people will hopefully recognize that eventually. Don't ever send me this bullshit ever again, okay? Cuba clashes erupted overnight in Ciego de Avila, central Cuba. Protests set fire to local headquarters of the Communist Party as demonstrations against the government sparked by ongoing nationwide blackouts entered their second week. There are also reports that a man was shot by pro-government supporters colectivos, which are armed civilian groups that operate in support of the authorities and are often used to intimidate or confront protesters. Come on, dude. I mean, we're not even done with the Iran situation, and there's already motherfuckers being like, well, you know another country that's actually really upset at their government and not upset at the United States of America for starving it is Cuba. Remember Cuba? Is Cuba introducing new reforms true? From what I understand, Cuba is willing to play ball with the American government, and they'll do anything they can to not fucking starve their population. So they might implement reforms internally in the economy in an effort to open up the economy to the best of their ability. And if that actually avoids complete chaos, great. I don't mind it at all. It's not up to me.
Especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait will be sending warships in conjunction with the United States of America.
Wait, Jake Hanrahan has a psyop? I fucking hate that piece of shit. 100%. 100%. You'll see. Eventually you'll see. Has he talked about Iran at all? Maybe he has. I don't know. I mean, this right here is 100%. I mean, you're a government mouthpiece, brother. He hates your ass too, to be fair. Yeah, fuck that guy. I know he does. He's a massive anarchist. I mean, sure. Exactly.
To keep the strait open and safe. We've already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability, but it's easy for them to send a drone.
I don't think Robert Evans hates me. We do have some disagreements, though. Reuters confirmed the Cuba story? Of course, dude. Of course. The whole point of this is literally economic strangulation in order to fucking piss off the people, activate reactionary forces in the country, and then make it seem like there is a tremendous amount of discontent against the government. Okay? Piss off the people, frustrate them enough, strangle them enough, and some of them will actually fucking do some damage. Use that symbolistic damage to say, oh, we have to do regime change in Cuba. Hello, we just walked through this with Iran. We're actually still in this with Iran. Of course Reuters is going to fucking confirm it. It works in line with American State Department interests in Cuba.
Drone or two, drop a mine or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this waterway, no matter how badly defeated they are. Hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, the United States will be bombing.
Yeah, that was beautiful. The China mention there is incredible. Saying hopefully China will militarily help us open the Strait of Hormuz. Brother, give up on that. Just give up at that point, dude. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Come on, China, please. What if I ask nicely? You love trade, don't you?
The hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or the other, we will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe and free. Signed President Donald J. Trump, and that his latest message just a few minutes ago on Truth Social.
Jeffrey, we have just heard from the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. His statement was the first since he was elected by the Assembly of Experts. It was read on Iranian television. He called for unity among Iranians, and he said the martyrs will be avenged. And he also called on all U.S. bases in the Persian Gulf to be closed immediately, or they will continue to be attacked. He said the Strait...
For the record, Popular Front, the magazine, does regime propaganda in a much better way than like all these other fucking, CNN style outlets do. Okay. The same interest still remains. Okay. It's a magazine. It's edgy. It's cool. It's hip. They go to the front lines. They might even at times align themselves with like anti-American government forces. Okay. But when push comes to shove, they'll spit out the same fucking regime change bullshit. The same exact, oh, well, these guys are demanding freedom. We must liberate them. Regime change bullshit in the exact same intensity that Vice News does.
Of Hormuz, that vital sea route, will remain closed. Seems like he's taking a very hard line, not in the mood for any kind of compromise or negotiation. Given that, where do you see this heading?
Well, what kind of negotiation? Iran tried to negotiate twice. Both times it was bombed.
This is 1.8 million views, CGTN America, 1.8 million views in one day. My goat Jeffrey is popping.
By Israel and the United States. Iran is under a absolutely brutal attack. It's under carpet bombing. The U.S. and Israel are destroying infrastructure. They murdered this man's father and the leaders of the Iranian government. They are killing thousands of people. So exactly what is to be negotiated? This is a brutal war of aggression.
Yeah, Hanrahan does have a lot of default liberal interventionist takes, but sometimes covers interesting topics. He's where I originally learned about order and nine angles. Yeah, that's exactly how nefarious propaganda, the most dangerous type of propaganda works. Like, Robert Evans is my other things understander. I don't think he hates you, bro. Yeah, I mean, Robert Evans and I also have disagreements on certain issues. I mean, he's also had some takes that I find strange and confusing or in line with like American interests at times. But Jake Hanrahan is like the classic. Jake Hanrahan absolutely is the classic like oh, I'm super fucking edgy. I'm an anarchist. I'm edgy. I have the morally consistent position. Yeah, Robert also has some Fed takes every now and then. But yeah, State Department anarchists. And then we find out when the information is declassified. I'm talking about Jake Hanrahan. When the information is declassified 20 fucking years later, and you're like, wow, I can't believe it. Gloria Steinem? No way. I can't believe it. Jake Hanrahan was getting paid by, I don't know, the National Department of Spreading Democracy and Public Services, which is like branched under the fucking State Department by way of numerous subsidiaries and private donors that make it seem as though this is like a totally legitimate thing that they're achieving.
By Israel and the United States, and Iran is responding. And it's not surprising that they are responding. They're under threat of conquest, basically. That was what Trump said, that he would pick the new leader, that Israel and the United States would run Iran. Well, the Iranian people have a different view, clearly. They're showing up by the millions to say that they don't want to be run by the United States and Israel.
Right, and President Trump is also claiming that
Hassan is also a Fed, by the way. Yeah. How much does Israel yell at the likes of Jake Hanrahan? I think that's a pretty clear-cut way of figuring out if someone's a fucking federal agent or not, don't you think?
the United States has won this war. That's what he says. Yet we see the missile attacks continue by Iran, by Israel, by the United States. I mean, do you envision any scenario in which the United States can declare victory when we don't even know what its objective is?
Well, yes, I see a scenario where they can declare victory. Trump does so.
Yeah, I'm funded by you, the people, for you, the people. That's it. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the people, for you, the people. No National Endowment of Democracy, no State Department funding, none of that shit, okay? And it's all transparent. It's above board. You know exactly what it is, okay? Piker Broadcasting Service, for you, funded by you, the people, for you, the people, for tomorrow's news today.
He says things for the immediate moment or for show or because he believes them. We're never absolutely sure which it is. But is there a way to real victory by the United States? No, this is a disaster for the United States. It is a disaster for the whole world. The U.S. and Israel have thrown the entire world into turmoil.
Stabby squirrel.
Perhaps into World War III. This was a brazen, violent, ill thought out, I mean, to say the least, move by these two countries, and now we're all suffering the consequences of this.
You say we could be in World War III. There are already more than a dozen countries involved in this conflict, most of them in the Persian Gulf. Do you see it expand to other parts of the world as well?
Well, the United States is at war in many places. It is at war in the Western Hemisphere. It invaded Venezuela. It's talking openly about invading Cuba, which it's currently blockading. Trump just met with Latin American leaders and talked about other military operations in the Western Hemisphere. Trump has threatened to invade Greenland. The United States is still heavily engaged in war with Russia in Ukraine. We have war spreading through the Middle East. Israel is invading more countries. We have the war of Pakistan and Afghanistan taking place. We don't know, but it could be that when we look back even in weeks or months, we say, yes, World War III has started. The United States is so reckless, so irresponsible, and led by such a delusional president right now that I'm sorry to say that anything is possible.
There are more than 1,500 Iranians who've been killed in this conflict so far, but we're also facing another crisis, that is an energy crisis. The world is facing an energy crisis right now. Oil prices are spiking. Energy experts say the full impact of this is yet to come, and we've just heard from the International Energy Agency, which says that this is the worst energy supply disruption in history. How will this affect and impact the global economy?
The way it's going, this year will be an economic catastrophe if this continues, and it looks like it will.
I need people to understand something really important here. The very same forces that really wanted Donald Trump to win, that also made sure that, like, the Democratic Party side was also pliant to the necessities or the needs of Israel, Biden and Kamala Harris, are currently spending tens of millions of fucking dollars trying to do their very best to make sure that anti-Israel candidates are not fucking elected into office. Khaled Abu-Ghazalig in Illinois 9 and virtually every other DSA-endorsed candidate all around the country are currently having to wage war against tens of millions of dollars in outside donations coming from a foreign government, okay? Eventually, people are going to realize, like, we don't want this. Democrats have to get ahead of that, okay? Right now, they're leaning into it. Democrats in the party in positions of power, okay, are leaning into this. They're leaning into it because they also don't want the outsider left flank candidates to take their positions of power. They think this PAC money is fine for the time being, okay? What they fail to realize is, one, it's totally not fine, and two, this is the reason why we have Donald Trump in power already. It's this uncontrollable faucet of pro-Israel money and the whipping mechanism that they've created for Democrats in positions of power, Republicans in positions of power that make American foreign policy Israel first, that rip away the standards of war, the conduct that we have designed to make sure that we have at least some stability while we dominate the world because we wrote those rules. Now Israel is basically saying, no, fuck those rules. You can't ever oppose us at the ICC. America says, okay, we'll sanction the ICC. You can't ever oppose us at the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. America says, okay, we'll destroy the International Court of Justice. This can't continue. You can't go, you can't continue existing like this, okay? Ripping apart the standards of warfare, the rules of law, international human rights in this flagrant of a manner at the behest of a foreign nation state is going to have unimaginable consequences.
Continue. We know that there are massive disruptions of oil supply. That's the point that the International Energy Agency just made. We know that only selective tankers are passing through the Strait of Hormuz.
Why do leftist commentators often imply that only great powers have agency, for example, by describing any revanchist invasion as a proxy war? Because it is. It's true. Like, nationalistic ambitions aside, which I think Putin has plenty of, it still is a proxy war because it cuts away at American dominance in the region. There's a difference why Belarus is not, whereas Ukraine is. You're a great power. You have security needs and making sure that you have control over your own backyard. That's just how the world works. I don't agree with it either. I want every country to have sovereignty. I want every nation to have dignity, Ukraine included. And Vladimir Putin does have a ultra nationalist goal here for sure. Some mystical spiritual bullshit, right? Rebuilding the might of the Russian Empire or the might that the USSR had, right? This is certainly true. There's truth to it. But at the end of the day, the way this works is Ukrainian sovereignty is not really a part of the equation. Bro, stop calling Putin nationalist. It's insane propaganda. You've completely lost the plot. I mean, there's no world where you consider Ukraine to be anything but a proxy war, right? At this point, I mean, it's the entire Western forces backing Ukraine versus Russia, and you know, some limited aid from DPRK, China, Iran. It's pretty wild to consider it as anything but a proxy at this point. What, you think Zelensky finds himself constantly riding for Israel, even if it's not beneficial for his interests? Because he just really loves Israel? You think that's the reason? You can take her out. No, I'm good. No, Zelensky knows what role he has to play. That's why he's playing the role of a proxy. Maybe Zelensky is a Frankist. Also, come on, man. You really going to say Vladimir Putin's not a nationalist? That's wild. Yeah, he doesn't have any nationalistic ambitions of, like, rebuilding Russia into a great power, really? Like, his actions can still be read as, like, striking a blow because he's crazy enough to fight back militarily again and deliver blows to the power that the Western superpowers have. But to say that there is no nationalistic ambition there in his irredentist actions against Ukraine, like Crimea is different, right? I've said this before. Crimea is a totally separate equation. And a lot of people have yelled at me for years over it, right? Like, it's great for Ukraine to want to maintain Crimea as a part of its territory, but like the people that were living there certainly were not as angry as like the people in the eastern territories that had to be fucking evacuated. But as far as like, what about the Donbass? I mean, Vladimir Putin was fine with using LPR and DPR as like autonomous territories to involve himself in the regular affairs of Ukrainian day-to-day existence, and to make sure that like there isn't a significant amount of Western influence inside of Ukraine, at least according to what he has said. But I think that calculation has changed for him, don't you think? That was the whole point of the Minsk agreements.
Those that Iran is allowing to pass through for China and reportedly for India. But we know that there is a dramatic decline in availability of both natural gas and oil. And history has shown, especially in the 1970s, when there were two such oil supply disruptions, that the consequences for the world economy are extremely severe, sharp, and relatively rapid in arriving. So I think we're in for a very, very significant global crisis brought to you by Israel and the United States.
One strategy the Iranians are using, and some call it an asymmetric strategy, is to hit U.S. Persian Gulf allies, many of which host United States bases, of course. Iran is hurting their economies by targeting their oil supplies and oil infrastructure. It's also targeting vital energy industries. What do you make of this strategy by Iran and its effectiveness?
Well, Iran has been hit repeatedly by the United States and Israel, actually for decades. We can go back to 1953 when the United States deposed a democratically elected prime minister and brought in a police state for several decades. We can go to the war that the United States supported against Iran by Iraq in the 1980s. We can go to a long list of assassinations by Mossad and the CIA in recent years. What Iran is saying is we are under attack. This is existential. And the countries in the Gulf.
How do you look at the way that Crimea came to be populated by Russians to begin with? Don't you think forced deportations during Stalin? Brother, that is that is so far outside of the scope of like Ukraine versus Russia. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, I acknowledge the Russification that took place in Crimea, but what the fuck are we talking about? That has nothing to, like, what? The Ukrainian ambition here is to repopulate Crimea with the Tatar population? Is that what you're trying to say? Or do you think it's more so for making sure that Russia doesn't have a strategic foothold into the fucking Black Sea where the Sevastopol base is? Because Ukrainians aren't fucking Crimean Tatars. Like, that's crazy.
By hosting the enemy of our country that is trying to destroy us, are part of this war against us. Now, Iran has said, and the new supreme leader has said, that this is not a war against the neighbors. It is a war against the United States, which is trying to destroy Iran. And just listen to any of the words of Trump or Netanyahu. It's not hidden. It's very, very brazen. Who will run Iran? Trump or the Iranians? This is what's at stake. So from the Iranian position, this is existential. If the world stood up and told Mr. Trump, go home, you're not going to pick the supreme leader, and said to Netanyahu, live within your borders, stop making so many wars in the region, it would help us to get past this very, very dire crisis.
To what extent did both the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as President Trump underestimate the Iranian military, not just its battlefield effectiveness, but also the strategies that it is using? It is taking on two countries, both nuclear-armed countries in this conflict, vastly superior military forces.
The United States, during my entire lifetime, which is getting on, has underestimated its adversaries from Vietnam onward. The United States repeatedly has declared victory in days or weeks, only to find that the wars extended years or decades, with the United States crawling back home afterwards, having failed in all of its stated objectives and having squandered trillions of dollars and cost hundreds of thousands of lives. So this is very common. Yes, they completely misjudged Iran. Totally. They said so, that this would be one decapitation strike, that people would come out on the streets against the regime, Trump would pick the new leader. This is the fantasy world of American leaders, especially Trump, who has the most delusional perspective of all. But we've had many presidents that are quite delusional in this regard. They are so drunk with military power that they completely misjudge the rest of the world.
As I mentioned, more than 1,500 Iranians have been killed in the conflict so far. That also includes 168 school children who were killed in perhaps the most egregious of those attacks when their school was attacked in the south of the country. Preliminary investigations show that the United States was responsible for killing those children. It was one of its missiles that landed on that school. We look at South Lebanon, where the Israelis have been bombing the Lebanese there. 200 children have been killed there. And I was wondering, to what extent or how great is the risk, the likelihood that we could see Israel do to Tehran and Iran what it has done in Gaza?
Yes, Israel has committed a genocide in Gaza because its doctrine is kill its adversaries, kill them in mass numbers, kill the civilians, kill the women, kill the children. This is the Israeli doctrine of war. They don't discriminate between civilians and military targets. They leveled Gaza. They destroyed all its infrastructure. They destroyed all the schools, the clinics, the mosques, the hospitals, the housing, the water, the sanitation. And we don't know the full death toll, but it almost surely is in the hundreds of thousands if you take not only the bodies that have been collected, which come to around 80,000, and those under the rubble, but people who have died of exposure, of lack of safe water, of nutrition, lack of access to health care, and so forth. This is a brutal regime. I'm sorry to say it. It's terrible. It is a rogue, brutal regime. It's doing the same in Lebanon now, and it's doing the same with its carpet bombing of Tehran in Iran. And the world needs to stand up and stop accepting this as something even remotely normal or acceptable. Israel needs to go home and live within its own borders and get its head together again, because it's acting in a completely insane way. It needs to stop this. This is mass murder with U.S. complicity. So this is something that absolutely needs to stop.
I will remind people that the concentration camps were not the reason why the Allied forces fought against Nazi Germany. As a matter of fact, there was limited information readily available about the existence of concentration camps, and a lot of the intelligence that suggested that these camps existed, these death camps that existed, were not mass distributed to the population. They didn't know. Obviously, the German society understood what was going on, but broadly speaking, the Allied forces only found out after. It was actually the endless expansionist appetite from Nazi Germany to create living room, to create living space for the superior Aryan nation, from their estimation, that caused these forces to mount in opposition. Do with that information what you will if you want to analyze the current predicament that's taking place in front of us right now.
As you point out, the world needs to stand up and stop this. But when we look at the number of children, for instance, that have been killed, and the fact that it's not receiving wide attention in the media, I mean, is there also a danger that the killing, the murder of children in this way, mass murder, as you point out, is being normalized?
It has been normalized because, at least in my country, in the United States, and in much of Europe, and thanks to CGTN for telling the news as it really is, our so-called legacy media or mainstream media do not report the truth. And we are subject to so much propaganda all the time, so much normalization. It's beyond imagining for me. I attended a UN Security Council meeting a week ago, the day, more than a week ago, the day that the bombing started. And what did all the Western countries do? They attacked Iran for being bombed. You know, this is propaganda. This is so-called narrative control. So yes, mass murder has been normalized. You're told, oh, if you say that Israel committed a genocide, oh, that's anti-Semitic. It's not only not anti-Semitic, it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It is the grim reality that needs to be understood so that it doesn't continue to happen.
President Trump is not discounting the option of a land invasion, and of course this recalls the Iraq invasion. But if we look at Iran, Iran is much bigger. It's a mountainous country. It will not be an easy country for anyone who invades on the ground. I mean, this could result in massive U.S. casualties, couldn't it?
I don't believe it. I think Trump is full of it in general, and I don't believe this can happen. You know, when the Iraq War happened, the American people were lied to relentlessly. We know it wasn't an error of judgment or doubt. It was direct lies, propaganda, that there were weapons of mass destruction that needed to be taken out. It was the excuse for war. At that time, the American people supported the war. Now, the American people are completely against what Donald Trump is doing. And that opposition will rise over time as their gas prices go up and as their incomes go down and as their jobs disappear and so on. So for Trump even to think about putting troops on the ground, the political explosion that would happen in the United States would be absolutely enormous. So he's just facing the fact that every miscalculation has come to pass because he's delusional.
Okay, so couple problems with this. Last guy who also thought America wouldn't allow Israel to behave like this, his name was Hassan Nasrallah, okay? And maybe even down to his final moments where he was like, oh, well, inevitably American restraint will kick in, right? Because Israel's like really fucking up the bag for them. So no, I want to say this seems utterly insane. There is some positive signs coming from the Israeli government that they're also leaning into a softer approach, because even Israel is now saying, well, you know, maybe we're just going to like cripple the Iranian government. Maybe we're going to weaken it. We're not going to like destabilize it, right? But I still do worry that Israel can get America to behave in whichever way they want to, no matter what the consequences are.
Because he has no strategy, because the whole group of them has no strategy. But I do not believe that there will be boots on the ground because, as you say, it would be a disaster, and it would start in the stark opposition of the American people.
When we look at the U.S. history of military assaults, invasions, assassinations, just in the past 25 years, it's left a trail of mass death and destruction. How would you describe the damage and destruction the U.S. has left in the wake of what's been referred to as the Americans' forever wars?
Well, 30 years ago, Benjamin Netanyahu, when he became prime minister of Israel, with his American advisors, launched a project called Clean Break. The idea of Clean Break, everyone should understand, is to prevent permanently a state of Palestine alongside a state of Israel. So it's based on a criminality because it is international law that there needs to be a state of Palestine alongside a state of Israel. But the purpose of Clean Break was to say any government in the Middle East or North Africa or the Horn of Africa that supports the Palestinian cause and supports resistance, we're going to overthrow. And that is why there are so many wars, because greater Israel delusion of Netanyahu and the American complicity has led to wars in Libya, Sudan, Somalia, Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and now Iran. That's part of the doctrine. And it's crazy. Instead of just having a Palestinian state alongside the state of Israel, according to international law, we have wars across the Middle East that have claimed hundreds of thousands, millions, most likely, of lives and have gone on for 30 years now.
Professor Jeffrey Sachs, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
John Mearsheimer, thank you for joining us on Upfront.
My pleasure. Thank you.
It's goat talk, goat after goat.
Thank you for having me.
You recently argued that the Trump administration was, quote, dragged into this war by Israel and its lobby. What makes you believe Israel is the primary driver of this conflict rather than Washington?
Well, it's quite clear that Israel has been trying to drive the United States into a war with Iran for a long time. They've made their interests perfectly clear. This is true of Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has been a huge advocate of sucking the Americans into this war. And he was unable to do that until President Trump came along. And it's quite clear if you listen to President
Trump 1, not even Trump 2. Real ball knowers know. Real ball knowers know. Biden obviously also helped accelerate it a lot, but Trump 1 was insane. Abraham Accords, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, permanently recognizing the permanent annexation of Golan Heights. Holy moly, he gave everything and then some to Israel. Totally rewriting decades of American foreign policy that many of these dipshits on the fucking Democratic Party side also wanted, but didn't actually lean into for good reason, because the consequences would have been devastating. The consequences being October fucking 7, okay? The consequences being this war that we're currently waging. Americans at least had enough decency and enough of a fucking analytical capability to comprehend that leaning into Israel's Greater Israel Project would have been devastating for every other fucking country in the region, devastating for America, devastating for everyone, right? Donald Trump is a fucking moron and was like, well, these guys gave me a lot of money. Fuck it, we ball. Straight up. I've said this for years at this point. Trump 1 was a major issue. I said it even initially with Biden. I said Biden should have reversed Trump's policies if he wanted to restore some kind of control over America's MENA policy. You had to fucking bring Israel to heel, okay? It's not money, it's pedo cover. Yeah, I don't give a shit, okay? Sure, he's a pedophile. Yes, they're all pedophiles. Fuck them. We're not talking about like speculation on like what the motivating principle is here. What matters is not what motivates them. What matters is the outcome. What matters is the actions.
President Trump, and you listen to his advisors speak, the Israeli influence and the influence of the lobby on President Trump was enormous. In fact, Secretary of State Rubio effectively said, as did Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, that we went to war because Israel dragged us into this war.
But critics say that this framing overstates Israel's influence over the United States while understating the United States' influence, which includes military dominance. That's one of the strategic interests, military dominance in the region, access to gas reserves and energy routes. The U.S. was also active in the Middle East long before the Israeli lobby became influential in U.S. politics. What do you say to that?
There's no question that the United States has been deeply interested in the Middle East for a long time, even before Israel was created as a state in 1948. And the principal reason for that was oil. But we're not going to war against Iran because of oil. We're not participating in the genocide against the Palestinians because of oil. This is being largely done as a result of Israel's influence in the United States, which is largely a function of the Israel lobby. The question you want to ask yourself is, if we had a national interest in supporting Israeli policies towards the Palestinians, towards Iran, towards Iraq, and so forth and so on, why would you need a lobby? Why would you need this lobby that by almost all accounts is by far the most powerful lobby in the history of the United States? Why do you need it if Israel is based?
By the way, this is why Mearsheimer is the GOAT and has a principled stance on this. And even though a lot of people who read him will be like, oh, he's doing Zog. But like, this is correct. This is also my argument as well. When I always tell you, like, if there was organized Jewry, if Jews were monolithic in their understanding of Israel, then Israel would not be spending billions of fucking dollars trying to break the minds of every young Jew in the West by consistently telling them, like, oh, without Israel, you're going to be under fire, you're going to be killed. Israel's awesome. The Holocaust was terrifying, which it was, but also the Jews during the Holocaust were weak. Israel, on the other hand, is strong. Never again means never again for us. Not for anybody else, really, just for us. Never again means we have to be strong always. And by strong, I mean we have to genocide the people around us, right? No people are monolithic in general, right? But that's the whole point. If Americans were this, like, involved with Israel, aside from the Christian evangelicals who are fucking crazy, and even they are not monolithic, but, like, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, they also are constantly fucking brain breaking themselves. But if that was the case, then there would be no need for this fucking lobbying apparatus, and there would be no need for Zionist education in this country.
Basically doing our bidding. The fact is, you have this incredibly powerful lobby because it is not in the American national interest to support Israel in.
I don't even care about the everyday Jewish American. Of course not, dude. What are you talking about? What? No. The everyday Jewish American is just a loyal soldier for Israel from their perspective. That's why they want them to not be in America. They want them to be in Israel. Okay? What the fuck do you think Birthright is? Again, another institution that is backed by hundreds of millions of dollars in donations from very wealthy donors, many of which are Christian evangelicals, by the way, ironically enough, that has the sole purpose of bringing young American Jews into Israel and getting them to fuck IDF soldiers so they stay in fucking Israel. That's the whole purpose of Birthright. It's the most psychotic operation of all time. That's literally it. And it's so funny because, like, most people that have participated in Birthright know it. Either they know it and they understand it and they like it, or they know it and understand it and don't like it. But everybody recognizes it as such. No one goes, oh, Birthright is actually totally just for us to see the beautiful land of Israel and get a better understanding. Like, no, everybody understands what the fucking purpose is. It's a fucking breeding program. It's a way to try to honeypot people into fucking staying in Israel. I've talked to many people that have done Birthright. We've looked at documentaries like Israelism that feature this as well. Like, it's pretty obvious. Like, it's not an accident that you are accompanied by, if you're a young Jewish boy, you get surrounded with IDF girls. If you're a young Jewish woman, you get surrounded by IDF men. It's on purpose.
All sorts of its endeavors. There's no question that sometimes
I hear it works especially well on podcast co-hosts. I mean, I don't know if that was a success or not, because he still fucking hated Israel so much that he had to come back to California and bring his Israeli wife to California with him. And now he has become one of the worst propagandists for Israel, which, to be fair, is already not an easy endeavor. He not only did a reverse Birthright, but became the fucking Michael Rappaport of YouTube.
have similar interests. Both the United States and Israel have a vested interest in preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons. There's no question about that. But on all sorts of issues, like the Palestinian issue and like the question of attacking Iran, America's national interest is at odds with Israel's national interest. There's no way that Iran is a threat to the United States. It isn't. Now, the question you have to ask yourself is, what is the relationship between the United States and Israel going to look like moving forward, especially with regard to ending this war? It's quite clear that we're not going to win this war, that we're not going to cause regime change. And if anything, we're going to push Iran down the road to acquiring a nuclear weapon. And we may even be worse off once this war is over than we are now. And this is going to enrage the Israelis, and the Israelis are going to want to go back at Iran, and the United States is not going to want to do this again. So one can posit a scenario where U.S.-Israeli relations are frayed in serious ways at the end of this conflict. I can't say that will happen for sure. Who knows for sure how this war will end? But the way things are going now, one can tell a story where the Israelis and the Americans end up at loggerheads at the end of the conflict.
It sounds like you're saying that you...
Inshallah. NPR wrote this about you in a China Maxing article. What? Yeah, Broad City by Ilana Glazer and Jacobs does an episode on Birthright and how messed up it is through comedic commentary and entertainment. I remember watching it at the time and being so shocked that like an American comedy show was piecing that shit up aggressively too. Why haven't NATO attacked Iran after Turkey got hit? Let's just say this about some of the weird targets that Iran has targeted that's not going along with the consistent pattern. Let's just say there are strange targets that Iran may or may not have targeted. Now, I won't say that about Turkey because Turkey does have an American base. But there is one that's always stood out for me. The Omani refinery that was drone striked. I just always found that to be very strange that Iran did that. As a matter of fact, I don't believe that Iran did that. I'll just say it out loud. Israel did that. That's what I think, okay? Speak plainly, big dog. I'm too stupid for subterfuge. I think that Iran is not striking randomly at places like Oman or expanding its targets to places like Turkey. I think there's another party involved here that wants to make it more difficult for Iran to continue pummeling their little country the size of New Jersey. I'm saying it's Israel, okay? Now, that might change, but I think you'll know. If it's Iran doing it, they'll say it. They'll tell you why. People are like, why are you hitting civilian buildings, for example? Iran's been hitting civilian buildings in the Gulf. They say it out loud.
İranlı meslektaşımla bu son olaydan sonra da
Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, who wants to be like Arakshi but can't be like Arakshi. We also spoke with my Iranian counterpart after the latest incident. They, again, do not claim responsibility for the event and say they did not give any such order and have no connection with such an attack. Of course, there's also technical data available. We are frankly discussing with them the contradiction between their statements and the reality.
Görüştük, haberleştik. Yine kendileri bu olayı sahiplenmiyorlar. Böyle bir konunun talimatını vermediklerini, böyle bir saldırıyla ilişkilerinin olmadıklarını söylüyorlar. Tabii elde de teknik veriler var, başka konular var. Biz bu arasındaki beyan ve gerçeklik arasındaki zıtlığı açıkçası kendileriyle konuşuyoruz. Farklı düzeylerde, askeri düzeyde, bizim düzeyimizde bunlar şu anda konuşuluyor. İranlı meslektaşımla
All I'm saying is they've been calm as a fucking cucumber in the process. If Iran was just like, if Iran, a country with a border to Turkey, was randomly just like lobbing missiles at Turkey, I feel like Turkey would not be as chill about it. And no, these aren't drones either. The ones that hit Turkey weren't drones. The ones that hit Oman were drones. The ones that hit Turkey were not drones. They were munitions, ballistic missiles. Hasan, they did hit their own fucking civilian plane before, so don't put too much faith in their competence with these things. True. This is also true. Also, the mosaic structure implies that there are uncontrollable elements as well. So there's a range of different options here of like what could have taken place. You could have a rogue missile launcher, like a rogue commander just being like, fuck Turkey. You know what I mean? Because it's not directed by a centralized command structure as it stands currently, at least as far as we know. You could have, a Kurdish IRGC commander being like, yo, fuck Turkey. No, I'm kidding. They'd be the last guys to do that because they don't want Turkish military to come into the Kurdish region because the Kurdish region is the bordering region to Turkey. IRGC got Armenian commanders? Yes, they do actually. Yes, Iran is a very diverse country. There are Armenians, there are Azeri people in Iran, there are Turks in Iran, there are Kurds in Iran, and yes, all of them also are in the IRGC and the military as well. Motherfucker, if there's a Georgian general, Turkey is fucked. A Georgian general. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense for Iran at this stage in the conflict to like expand it. expand its targets for no fucking reason, especially to a country that has a standing military, who can even trigger Article 5 in NATO, which, you know, Turkey probably wouldn't, I don't think, but or the rest of the countries would not follow along, or maybe they would use that to pull the entirety of NATO into the conflict. You know what I mean? Like, it's way too chaotic for Iran to do such a thing. The Azerbaijan one might be just a warning, you know, but then again, I don't know. Would you advise people cancel future travel trips to the region, including Turkey? To Turkey? No. What do you mean? All the Iranians that are like escaping Iran fly out of Turkey. What part of Turkey are you flying to? I wouldn't suggest you fly to Adana, but I don't think any fucking tourists are going to Adana, right? Imagine. What's going on? I'm an American from Kentucky, and I heard about Adana. I would like to go to Adana. I heard they got Kuba Day is what they call it. The Iranians call it Kuba Day. Turkish people call it Adana kebab. The only Americans that go to Adana because the Incirlik base is there, okay? Every American dreams of going to Beşiktaş, which is in Istanbul, so you're fine. Wait, they got Kuba Day in Adana? Yes, Kuba Day is the Persian version of Adana kebab, or Antep kebab, or Urfa kebab, okay? Those are the three kebab capitals. But when we say kebab, we mean like the minced meat that's like long. We also have köfte, okay, which also kind of is like the same as a kebab almost, but it's ground meat. Anyway, all right, whatever. What the fuck am I talking about? All right. IRGC said that it launched liquid and solid fuel missiles at Al Qasr Air Base in central Saudi Arabia, south of Riyadh. This is where they also hit the 5 American Strait tankers and I think disabled them. The IRGC said the base where the F-35 and F-16 fighter jets of the U.S. terrorist regime are armed and also hosts refueling tankers and AWACS aircraft. IRGC, the destruction and pinpoint drones of the IRGC Aerospace Force are identifying the hiding places of terrorist USA Army soldiers in the area. People in the area are requested to stay away from the hiding places of American soldiers. Smart IRGC video, they blurred the surroundings as opposed to the Patriot missile in Israel from earlier. Yeah. Does Iran still have factories building the drones, or are they bombed? Yes, they do. Their factories, the overwhelming majority of the production capabilities are underground. They do have buildings, like they have standing buildings above ground, and America blows those things up all the time. And I'm sure some of those like hold some of the materials and shit like that. But most of the facilities are underground. Well, not most of them, but there's a decent amount of facilities that are underground. You were right. They do sound like lawnmowers. Yeah. I mean, it's not a very complex machine. Does Iran still have Tomahawk factories? Yeah. Famously, the Tomahawk that they used on the Mina school was the Iranian Tomahawk. Not complex. Let's see you make one, buddy. Brother, are you trying to get me in the crosshairs of the federal government? We already went through this last week when these motherfuckers were like, I was talking about how drone warfare has dramatically changed the way that like wars are, commercial availability of drones have dramatically changed the way that people conduct wars and have rendered suicide bombing totally unnecessary, a relic of the past. And famously, Canary Mission and all these other like pro-Israel ops were trying to make it seem like I was in favor of I was educating my audience on how to use drones to do suicide bombing missions or something. Fucking idiots.
The US is not going to achieve its goals in this war. What did you mean by that? And let's remind ourselves, what are the real objectives here? They keep changing. Is it nuclear rollback, regime change, regional dominance? Is it a coherent story of what the goals are?
Well, the story that the administration tells is not coherent because they bounce around from one rationale to another. But the main goal here, for sure, is regime change. Because if you don't get regime change, if you don't put a regime in place that is subservient to the United States and the Israelis, then you can't get Iran to give up its nuclear enrichment capability. You can't get Iran to give up its ballistic missiles, and you can't get Iran to stop supporting the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. To achieve those particular goals, you need a new regime that will cooperate with the United States and Israel. The administration thought that it could achieve that end, the end of regime change, by decapitating the regime early in the conflict. Well, it decapitated the regime, and the regime remains intact. Now it's punishing the Iranian population. It's hitting all sorts of targets across Iran. And you have to ask yourself whether or not you think this punishment campaign that's now in place is going to produce regime change. And the historical record tells us very clearly that a punishment campaign executed by air power alone has never succeeded in producing regime change. This tells you there is no reason to think that we're going to get regime change in this case with air power alone. We're going to have to put boots on the ground, as we did in Iraq, if we want regime change. And we're not going to put boots on the ground. So I don't see how we end up winning this war. And I don't see anybody who can tell a plausible story about how we get fit.
Damn. 3 members of the Iran's women's football team who sought asylum in Australia have decided to return to Iran, leaving only 3 of the 7 players who initially asked for protection to remain in Australia. 35 players, all offered asylum, and now down to 3. They were like, damn, this place sucks. I miss Cuba Day.
Favorable regime change.
So airstrikes alone will not get the United...
No, they didn't, dude. They did not choose Iran over Australia. They chose Iran being bombed by Israel and America over Australia. There is a big difference, okay? What the fuck? They saw Drew Pavlov and they were like, I'm out. Nah, fuck this. A nation state that offers safe harbor to this parasite is not a nation state that I want to seek asylum in.
States there, and you're saying that a massive ground invasion is not possible, yet the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt declined to rule out the possibility of a military draft if the war escalates. You don't see that?
No, not at all. I mean, we did Afghanistan, we did Iraq.
Yes, the reality is there's a likelihood that they got pressured by their families who are still in Iran, even though there is, people will say, like, that's the reason why no one wanted to seek asylum in Australia.
They turned into forever wars. The American populace has no interest in another ground war. You want to remember that when President Trump started this war on February 28th, only 20% of Americans were in favor of the war. This is the first example in our history of where a president took the country into a war where he didn't have public opinion behind him. And the idea that after Iraq and Afghanistan, we're going to invade a country like Iran, which is as big as Western Europe and contains 93 million people, and occupy that country and effect regime change and do social engineering, is, in my opinion, not going to happen.
I just want to talk about how President Donald Trump campaigned. He campaigned against forever wars, but recently claimed that the United States could fight wars, I quote, forever because American weapons supplies are virtually unlimited. Yet later, he suggested the Iran war was very complete, pretty much. Another direct quote. What do you make of these mixed signals? Is a forever war feasible?
Well, you want to remember that before the war started, General Kane, who President Trump handpicked to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told him that the United States did not have a viable military option in Iran. This is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Yeah, not only did he say that, but because no one internally was listening, he went and he sang like a fucking bird to every goddamn mainstream news outlet that he could, consistently reiterating the position over and over again that we had no plan and we were fucked.
And he told him that if we fought a long war in Iran, we would be in serious trouble because we did not have the weapon stocks. We did not have enough sophisticated weapons of a defensive sort and of an offensive sort to wage a long war. So the argument that we have an endless supply of weapons that will allow us to wage a protracted war with Iran is in contradiction to what the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said. Furthermore, if you look at the Ukraine war, one of the reasons that we were so upset about the fact that we were pouring huge numbers of weapons into the Ukraine war is because we were running down our stocks to dangerous levels. To take this a step further, go to the Pacific. Almost everybody who's looked at what a China-U.S. war over Taiwan would look like understands that after 30 or so days, we would, in good part, run out of sophisticated munitions. So this idea that we have this inventory, this endless inventory of sophisticated weapons that we can use against Iran is simply wrong.
Final question to you. The war with Iran already has a global impact on the economy, the global economy, on diplomacy, on military. What does this mean for countries like Russia and China, non-Western powers? How do they respond to this political moment?
Well, I think if you take the Russians, this war is good news. I mean, as a result of the oil crisis.
Why is the Strait closed? Once we figure that out, should be fairly easy to reopen it. This is a brilliant strategy, Ryan. Thank you. I didn't even consider that. We should think about that. He's on to something. It's just sad because that question is not asked by any of the top minds in America, you know? Instead, Donald Trump has decided to ask China to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz with its military. That's awesome. Hey, China, I know this is like your one of your larger oil trading partners here, but could you like potentially wage war with them? Because Israel asked us to do so and we obliged. And now we realize that they do have hands. They didn't get the memo that it's illegal to strike back against American bases and American assets in the region or close the Strait of Hormuz. America hates this one simple trick. It's called closing the Strait of Hormuz. We hate it. We hate it a lot. China, come on. Come on. Let bygones be bygones. I know we've been waging a Cold War against you for like the last couple decades, but come on. Won't you do us a solid? Come on, Xi. Come on, Xi. You don't want to do us a solid?
The Russians are greatly improving their oil sales situation. They're selling more oil than ever.
The Strait is open. The only problem is Iran is shooting. Yeah, the Strait is open, guys. It's open. Come on, take a swim. It's open. It's totally good. It's just, you know, they're just lobbing missiles at anybody that crosses it that's not a Chinese flag tanker or an Iranian one, but
and they're selling that oil at a higher price. So the idea that we, the United States, are going to cripple the Russian economy with sanctions is an argument that basically goes out the window because of this war. If anything, the Russians have a vested interest in seeing this war continue and seeing oil prices rise. They benefit from that. And as far as the war in Ukraine is concerned, it's likely that this conflict will put significant limits on how much American weaponry can be sent to Ukraine, which again favors the Russians. So the Russians actually look like a winner in this conflict. And I think the same thing is true with the Chinese. This will increase Chinese influence in the Middle East. It will increase Chinese influence around the world. They will look like a stable and reasonable regime compared to the Trump administration. So I think for those two countries, the other two great powers in the system, this war is a good thing.
John Mearsheimer, thank you for joining us on Upfront.
My pleasure.
Dude, this is not real, okay? This image is very obviously AI generated. Like, is this the reason why people are saying Benjamin Netanyahu's dead? Like, there's so many people that have come into my chat. It's real. I was there. It's real. I was the missile. It's just like I don't know if it's AI or if it's Photoshop. It's just not real, okay? Imagine if Netanyahu isn't dead, but he just barely survived the strike, but now he's R-worded. They'll patch him up with the organs and limbs and genetic material of obliterated IDF personnel, and he'll show up again. He'll seem a little off, but will be able to serve his purpose. Yeah, he comes back, John Fetterman. Comes back, brain looking like John Fetterman. Bro, we need this. Let us have this. Brother, that's not how this works, okay? Evil never dies. And no, the video that they released of him doesn't have 6 fingers. I don't know where the fuck people counted 6 fingers. I watched that video. Okay? He did not have 6 fingers in that video. You're wrong. Also, Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't have the Trump-style hypnosis capabilities in his own base. Israeli society only allows Benjamin Netanyahu to be president because he is the most vicious, bloodthirsty guy who can hold a coalition together. Okay? So if he got John Fetterwopped all of a sudden and came out of the fucking rubble, a staunch anti-Zionist, they would just kill him. Israeli society would just kill him. Okay? They would be like, they'd kill him with hammers and then find the next fucking psychopath. Israeli opposition is led by what? Yair Lapid? Have you heard the guy talk about fucking Iran? Have you heard him talk about Lebanon? There is not a single person that has any real viability in the Israeli Knesset that is from a functioning party that would be, you know, against Israel's genocidal ambitions here. The only way that you can put an end to this is by, one, targeting the American unholy allegiance and through domestic and international pressure, cut ties with Israel or force America to cut ties with Israel, or punish Israel so much with military deterrent that they think twice before they engage in any sort of destabilizing initiatives. That's it. The idiocracy's gotten so extreme that people don't know how to count to 5. Yeah, what the fuck? He's grown an extra finger? Why are they saying there's 5 fingers here? What are they talking about? It was a different picture? Yeah, it's bullshit. Y'all are crazy.
Thank you for having me.
I love that people are saying other hands sincerely, like there is any sort of like you know, truth to. He doesn't have 6 all the time. AI is inconsistent. Okay. And now people are saying, no, it's the teeth. This is a sign of desperation. Anyway, NBC's Richard Engel to top Netanyahu advisor Ofer Falk. What info did you have that Iran was about to carry out an imminent attack?
What information did you have that
this was an awesome video?
That Iran was about to carry out an imminent attack?
One good indication was that for 47 years they've been saying death to America. Death to Israel. Believe it.
Yeah, but that's 47 years. But why that day?
And they were ramping up their capabilities with the ballistic missiles. They were stringing along the negotiations.
Brother, you can't say 47 years and imminent at the same time. Like, that's not how language works. Okay, and I know English is your first language, bitch ass. Okay, you can't be out here saying 47 years and imminent in the same sentence. It betrays its imminence. What the hell has a 47-year windup, dude? Oh, dude, it's just the any day now. For 47 years, we've been waiting any day now.
They always.
Meanwhile, while they are saying death to America, we never explored once why they were saying it. Well, we very well know why they were saying it. These guys do. It was because of all the things that we were doing. We were both saying death to Iran and also simultaneously doing death to Iran, ironically enough. It's crazy to me that Americans are still duped by this shit. Like, they hate our freedoms.
Lie. Listen to your negotiators. They'll tell you the truth. They're stringing them along. They always lie, and it was an imminent threat. And we removed that imminent threat.
I still don't understand what the imminent threat was, that they were going to attack Israel, attack American bases, attack the U.S. An imminent threat of what?
All of the above. All of the above. They were threatening their neighbors. Look at what they're doing now. They're shooting at all their immediate neighbors. All the, you know, the mask is revealed.
Only after we blew them up multiple times and engaged in a heinous first strike amidst another negotiation, another bullshit negotiations process, did they start striking back at American military bases. We knew all along.
Guys, it's a death cult.
There's literally no leg to stand on. There's no argument, dude. It's crazy.
They not only called and killed Americans for 47 years and Israelis for 47 years, now they're killing their neighbors.
Of course they're firing now because they're under attack. There's a hot war going on. I'm trying to understand what started this war.
They slaughtered thousands, tens of thousands of Iranians. They slaughtered them on the streets. 30,000 innocent people were slaughtered on the streets in a matter of days. It's a death cult. It's a death cult, and we're removing that threat.
Come on, this slaughtering. Come on. Come on, Richard. Why don't you fucking agree with me, you fucking piece of shit?
President Trump said that Iran was weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon and potentially using one. Is that Prime Minister Netanyahu's assessment as well?
Well, we know that they wanted it. We know that they were planning it. We know that was the imminent threat. You see today what they're doing with the oil. They're blackmailing the world with the oil. They would blackmail the world with the nukes. President Trump is saving the free world right now.
But were they just weeks away from having a nuclear weapon?
Well, that was their intention. I don't know if it was weeks or months or whatever it was, but it was an imminent threat, and certainly the ballistic missiles that they were trying to bury underground would have been immune. And then what? We'd leave this threat for our kids, for our grandkids. No, we got to do it now. The price of action is often high. The price of inaction is often much higher.
Yeah. Trump has turned down offers by Turkey and Egypt to mediate to end the conflict. I believe it is because he plans a dual operation and wants to see how it plays out. Takeover of KHARG Island by the Marine Expeditionary Unit, an international coalition of the willing to escort ships through the Straits. This is unlikely to work. Even after an operation, if successful, the Straits will remain an Iranian kill box due to drones, missiles, and sea mines. Even with escorts, the U.S. might only be able to protect 10% of normal traffic, which would not resolve the global energy crisis. No, the KHARG has nothing to do with controlling the Strait. KHARG has everything to do with offering a pressure point to the Iranian government and a launching pad for further military operations on Iranian soil. The problem, however, is that it's going to be very difficult to hold anyway. But that's not going to actually help aid in opening the Strait at all. Zelensky tells Zakaria that Russia gave Iran. Oh, Zelensky, remember, he literally said Russia gave Shahed to Iran, which were used against U.S. bases.
Any information about this report that the Russians are providing Iran with intelligence, specifically
I mean, he misspoke. He meant the Iranians gave Russia Shaheds.
Providing Iran with intelligence on where American troops are, where American assets are, so that the Iranians can strike and kill Americans.
First of all, Russia gave drones already, these Shaheeds. They are using Iranian licenses, that they built and produced a lot of drones. They gave them. I have 100% facts that that Iranian regime used against American bases and against our Middle East.
Yeah, bro, you're pro-Israel. Like, if you can understand, if people who are pro-Ukraine can constantly come into my chat and be like, whoa, like, what are you going to do? I mean, what is he supposed to do? He just needs fucking aid. Then you can now understand why North Korea or Iran would be aiding Russia. If it's the eastern flank versus the Western imperial powers, then yeah, of course, all these other smaller countries or regional powers with their own goals are going to aid and abet the other side. 47 years of American domination over Iranian society, the Iranian economy, directly engaging in proxy wars against the Iranian population. And yeah, no shit, Iran is going to fucking aid whoever is fighting back against America or American agents or engaging in proxies. That's just how it works. Do you think your country deserves another Cuban Missile Crisis? I mean, the first Cuban Missile Crisis... Wait, I totally read that differently. I thought you were talking about Turkey because that's why the Cuban Missile Crisis started. And yes, oh my God, I wish Cuba had nukes. Are you fucking kidding me? I wish there was a champion out there that would give nuclear payload to Cuba so that Cuba could remain free. Okay? Oh my Lord, are you kidding me? That is bait. Don't fall for the clip chimp. Yeah, what clip chimp? This is a consistent position that I've held. Yes, 100%. Looks at China with intent. China will never do that. She does not have that dog in them. Yeah, every pro-Israel Democrat, the second they get a primary challenger, immediately start running around being like, I'm going to destroy ICE. That's a Dan Gold. That post was about a Dan Goldman flyer. The Treaty of Tlatelolco prevents Latin America from holding any nuclear weapon. I did not know that, but I don't give a fuck. Fuck treaties. Who gives a shit? Oh, wow. Yeah, that treaty can suck my dick, dude. How about that? What treaties? America literally deposed and kidnapped a foreign head of a sovereign state. What are we talking about? Treaties? Who the fuck cares about treaties, man? This shit's about survival, brother. Oh, this guy's awesome. The USA is a net oil exporter. Okay, if you want to understand the brain trust at play here, okay? The USA is a net oil exporter. Closing the Strait of Hormuz hurts almost every other country more than it hurts the USA, except Russia. But we can make it hurt even less. We can keep domestic oil prices cheap while also raising money for the federal government. If the Strait stays closed, the U.S. government should impose an export tariff on oil. For example, say the global oil price hits 150 a barrel. Domestic oil producers right now make a profit at anything above $65 a barrel, but oil was trading around $80 before the war. So let's be nice to them. Put a $70 export tariff on each barrel taken out of the country. Then domestic oil companies will be indifferent between exporting oil for $150 and paying a $70 tariff or selling domestically for $80. And so the price in America will fall back to $80. Okay, this is, Asmongold logic. This would help the American people raise revenue for federal government, allow domestic oil producers to continue making very good profit, and remove all the domestic political leverage that the Iranian regime is hoping to exert by controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Win, win, win, win. It's a no-brainer. The oil lobby. Doors open. Fuck. It's a massive package. Win, win, win. It's a no-brainer. The oil lobby will bitch, but we're fighting an oil war right now that's making them massively wealthy, so maybe they should just shut the fuck up. I'm pretty annihilated off the homemade Dayquil I've been brewing and want to work with the dynamic thinkers such as yourself. What if we make it illegal to pay refinery workers until the oil is sold and also suspend the practice of currency exchange? 2 words. Price of the barrel goes down. It's so funny that this guy only wants to do communism if it means being able to wage Israel's war against America, for the record. Like he's developing why the extraction industry should be nationalized by first principles, okay? But only after it means waging an insane war against Iran at the behest of Israel. That's cool, man. Thank you. No, I love that idea. We should also give healthcare to every American as long as we can keep slaughtering Iranians, I guess. What kind of fucking take is this? I thought this guy just did history TikToks. No, this is one of my favorite, crank history guys. Ostenox really wants Bushra to drop out and cross-endorse Kat, like, real bad. I don't think she's going to do that, by the way. We'll get to that in a little bit. I'm assuming you saw the AIPAC ad for her, right? Yes. She's chasing the bag? No, she's not even chasing the bag. It's more petty than that, I think. That's what it is. Okay. Jeff Curry from Goldman Sachs, probably the best person I know regarding commodities to take on oil prices.
I believe that even if there's a ceasefire, tomorrow, right now, the next 5 minutes, the world's changed. The commodities of the crude. What's changed?
For one, you've disrupted global supply chains. This is not just a disruption of oil. It's gas, it's fertilizers, it's metals, it's petrochemicals. The list goes on. And then you've disrupted supply chains in countries all over the world. The ships are in the wrong places. The insurances have been canceled. You've taken the pressure out of the fields that you've shut in places like Saudi Arabia or Iraq or even in the UAE. The list goes on and on. The damage is going to take months to unwind. But I want to bring it to the immediate. There is no policy response that can stop this ascent in crude. None. And yes, you've paid this 400 million barrel headline. Flow rate is what matters. You know, the maximum sustainable flow rate is 2 million barrels per day. So 400, that'll take them.
Got to be honest, a lot of Chicago left thinks what they're doing to Bushra is extremely annoying. Yeah, well, has the Chicago left thought about growing the fuck up and leaning into the only viable anti-Israel candidate? No, of course not. Of course not. Because it's all fucking petty drama bullshit. Because Kat also is like a little bit of a fucking a drama queen. Not a drama queen necessarily, but like, you know, people just think she's a carpetbagger. She's not like OG from Chicago. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a shit, dude. And it turns out a lot of the Chicago left is not significant enough of a number of voters, considering a lot amounts to 6%. It's crazy. Yeah, she's just an influencer. I don't give a fuck who it is, okay? Wake up. I don't give a fuck who it is, and neither should you. You're going against Mike? No, Mike already went against himself. But the problem is, a lot of you watch one fucking Michael from Pennsylvania video, and then you think that's still the same, attitude that he has. Mike already apologized for his takes. Anyway, my guests are here, okay? I'm gonna do a quick interview with the people that made the voice of HIND RAJAB, okay? We're gonna switch gears for a little bit, and then we'll get back to monitoring the situation as the world is on fire. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this. How many people we got? Hello? How many people? Oh, we're just gonna. Okay, all right. How are you? Yeah. Well, I'm already live. Oh yeah, she's a big lady. Oh, so 2 people? Yeah. Oh yeah, you're on camera already. Okay. No, it's all good. You can come in if you want. Okay. All right. Let's bring you in. All right, let's do it. Here we go. Trash out. This is my base of operations. There's a lot of chaos here. Okay. Let me do some stuff here as well. Thank you so much for coming. I'm gonna play the trailer first. Is that all right, or is that embarrassing? No, some people will be like, "Oh, I don't want to watch my own trailer." But we're gonna. I don't know. It's like hearing your own voice.
Actor do this.
Yeah. Well, some people will also be like, "I don't want to hear my own voice." You know, Kaya, enough. Oh my God, lady. She's a little baby. All right. Here, let's start here.
انت تغطيه وما تنزفيش يعني حاولي انك تسكري الجو.
تمام السيارة جاية.
الو طوارئ الهلال الاحمر رام الله الضفه الغربيه عمر معك تفضل. الو شو اسمك انت؟
انا هذا كنا دم امام بيتي ماما غيرت حالي.
مهدي احتمال احتاج سيارة اسعاف.
مر حبيبي احنا مجبورين نأمن له مسلك كامل.
اذا ما فيش معها وقت.
شايف هدول يا شب؟ خسرناهم كلهم. 8 دقايق ممكن تكلفهم حياتهم اذا ما عملناش التنسيق وعماره.
They are shooting at a car with a little girl inside. Can you imagine that? So do something. انت في التمهيدي؟ هند. انا جايين ناخدك احنا.
كنا دم امام بيتي انا بكون محزونة عشان بس لسه في فضا لسه معنا وقت.
All right, so
what's been happening in the
sorry, okay. So that's the voice of HIND RAJAB. And today we have Kauthar Ben Hania. Am I saying it correctly?
Yes.
How would I? Okay, is that good? All right, perfect. I'm a little nervous. I'm sorry. I'm a little emotional as well. I covered the story as it was happening, as it was unfolding in real time. There's a point of it where they actually talk about how they're going to release it on the internet, and I remember like seeing the story materialize in real time. Talking to some of my friends that were also at Al Jazeera, and I will say that right off the jump, I watched it, and I haven't cried this much in years, and that even includes like in the real time coverage that I have been doing over not just the story of HIND RAJAB, but also there are thousands of HIND RAJABs, tens of thousands of HIND RAJABs in Gaza and beyond, and this was very emotional, very impactful, and there you used the actual audio of HIND in the movie for those of you who don't know. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on. I have a lot of questions for you, but the introduction that I wrote out is today we're joined by Academy Award nominated Tunisian filmmaker Kauthar Ben Hania and the wonderful cast behind The Voice of HIND RAJAB, a film about the 5-year-old girl who was murdered in the hands of the Israeli occupation forces in Gaza. HIND RAJAB was trapped in a bombed-out car surrounded by her slain family members while Israeli tanks and soldiers shot 355 rounds into the vehicle. The film covers the harrowing perspective of the first responder call center workers in Palestine trying to communicate with HIND for hours while working their way through Israel's multi-layer bureaucracy to send medical help. In total, 9 civilians were murdered, including the ambulance driver who came to rescue HIND. So, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. This is so right off the jump, there's actually some interesting controversy surrounding even the attendance at the Oscars. One of the main actors, one of the film's leads, Motaz Malhiz, was unable to travel to the United States to attend the Academy Awards that's happening tomorrow because he holds Palestinian citizenship. In December 2025, Donald Trump banned Palestinians with Palestinian Authority issued passports from entering the United States. How do you reckon with this reality when a lead actor in your movie is incapable of traveling to the United States due to the restrictions imposed by him imposed on him by his occupiers.
I mean, especially sad because I mean, we know we live in an unjust world. Like you have to fight for justice, and I did this movie also for justice. We can talk about it later, but we know that there is a ban, not only for Palestinian. I mean, it's a racist ban because it targets many Arab countries and African countries. So if you are born in one of those countries and you need to travel, the system is already rigged. So all my 4 Palestinian actors are Palestinian, but the 3 other actors have other passport citizenship. So they can travel and be at the Oscar. Mu'taz was born in Jenin camp. He grew up there. He attended the Freedom Theater, which is a mythical place to learn how to become actor with all the pain and all the trauma he went through when he was a child. And he can't be here. We were together, and he's not the only one, because we wanted also to bring HIND mother, Wissam. She was with us at the BAFTAs in London, but also because she have only one with citizenship, one passport, the Palestinian passport, she can't.
Yeah. No, it's an ongoing injustice in many ways that I think like a lot of Westerners, a lot of Americans don't even comprehend. It's one of the many different ways, and one of the many different invisible ways in which Palestinians are still subjected to.
I totally agree,
this.
and I wanted just to add something because now I'm Tunisian. I'm from Tunisia, so I have a Tunisian passport, and at some point, because I studied and I worked in France, I had the French citizenship. It's a little like opening about, and I was so tired about me going to present one of my movie when I had the Tunisian passport, asking me visa all the time, asking me question. I did a movie, my first movie nominated for an Oscar, The Man Who Sold His Skin. It was about visa, like the main thing. So as you know, people who are privileged never think about those things.
Yeah.
How to travel. They go to the airport, they book a plane and go. But for the half of the earth, it's something very, very complicated. So when you are an artist, when you are a storyteller, when you are a professor, it's very complicated to travel, to meet other people. So yeah, it's an ongoing justice.
Yeah, I'm fortunate enough to also have an American citizenship as well as a Turkish one. And my family members have always had a very hard time coming to the United States of America, even though I live here, to come and visit me. And it was really funny because when we were traveling to China this past year, that was the first time my American partners that I have a podcast with had ever had to go through a rigorous visa process. And they were shocked. They were like, what do you mean we have to like release our passport to the government, to the Chinese government? That's crazy. It's like, what do you think the American visa process looks like? It's way more rigorous than the Chinese one. You need to have like numerous family members that can vouch for you on U.S. soil, tell them exactly where you're going.
I mean, and for Mu'taz and Hind's mother, we were like ready to do all the visa process, but we have a ban, which is another level.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was disastrous. There was Heal Palestine is one of the groups that I was working with for medical transfers of Palestinian children that were harmed by our taxpayer-funded bombs that Israel was using on them. And Laura Loomer is this one Trump administration advisor's crazy woman, total Islamophobe, and she was able to single-handedly command Marco Rubio, at the the State Department, to deny Palestinians even medical transfer into the United States of America, an organization that is already working with the State of Israel, already working with the United States of America as well, and they stopped it altogether. One of the most evil things I have personally been a part of, personally encountered. Speaking of evil, I think you showcased through the almost perfect recreation of events, the way the ominous presence of Israel at every step of the way, in every aspect of Palestinian existence. One of the things that I thought was very fascinating was much like Zone of Interest, Israel is ever present. And
we have the producer of Zone of Interest here.
I noticed, which was awesome as well. But I noticed that just like with Zone of Interest, like Israel's presence, just like the concentration camp is like ever present but never shown. Israel's presence is all over this movie, and yet I don't think there's ever a single instance where Israel is ever shown at all. And yet it plays a massive role in the day-to-day existence of Palestinians. And I thought that was like very ominous. Was that a deliberate choice?
Yeah, because since I made this choice of, because how you portray Israel, the soldier in the tank, the fact that you will show him it will be Israel. No, it's like, it's a huge system. And me as a filmmaker, I've been always interested by the systemic violence, the silent one. Yeah. Because a lot of people told me, why don't you show, it's a war movie, show the gun, show the tank, show the, you know, I was like, no, I'm not those kind of filmmaker. There were a lot of war movie. When I heard why you have an ambulance 8 minutes away and you can't send the ambulance, for me, this is way more interesting because nobody is talking about the laws imposed by the occupation on the Palestinian, because this little girl is Palestinian. You can't send an ambulance. You have to ask the permission of those who killed her family through, you see in the movie, a lot of intermediary. So they can tell you, okay, now you can send an ambulance. And the the moral dilemma of taking this decision, should you like follow all their, we are talking about bureaucracy, Kafkain bureaucracy, but it's bureaucracy by design. It's not like the Soviet bureaucracy. It's done by design to make their life impossible and the life of this little girl impossible, but in a literal way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's there's a complex web of communications that you perfectly showcase in it, where the Palestinian Red Crescent is communicating with the Palestinian or with the Red Cross, and then the Red Cross is communicating with either the Israeli government or KHARG directly. And then KHARG is the one that's like allowing deconfliction to happen. There's no movement for EMS systems inside of Palestine, inside of Gaza, without the go-ahead by Israel. And of course, one of the other aspects of the story is that even with the deconfliction that takes place, Israel still ends up shooting and killing.
They don't respect their own rule.
Yeah, exactly. And they've done this with even Westerners as well, with the World Central Kitchen. They've done this with Americans in the West Bank as well, American Palestinians. And there is, I mean, it is almost ironic that that same system of enforcement that reaches far beyond the occupied territories that are illegally occupied by Israel, but also even to the United States of America, and that even continues with the travel restrictions that were implemented that made it so that HIND's mother could not make it to the Oscars this year. And it's gotten worse, ironically enough, because last year I had everyone from No Other Land, their whole family was here, and they're also on a Palestinian passport. So like, while the crisis has grown, while the death tolls have grown, the way that America responds has gotten even worse.
Yeah,
it's unimaginable. So you were, before attending Venice, you were receiving countless attacks. Even this week, pro-Israel groups are targeting the film. Now, Congress has introduced the Justice for HIND Act in response to the film. How does it feel to make a piece of art so powerful that the U.S. government is playing a role in finally responding to this unconscionable murder?
It's incredible. I mean, this is a win. This is something I'm very proud of, because I was thinking a lot about my job as a filmmaker and what does it mean to tell stories when the unthinkable is happening in reality, and how to portray this reality, and how to make impactful movies. Can movie change things? You know, we often think about movie as entertainment, you know, to escape. And what about something telling you this is happening and this is painful? So the act, this bill is something, it's a premiere. It never happened. And it's something about justice and accountability, not only for HIND RAJAB. The bill have the name of HIND RAJAB, but it's also something about the thousand and the thousand of the killed children and civilian. And it says something, as you said, we are in things are getting worse, but we have like a glimpse of hope because we have this this act. It's something starting right now, and I think that justice and accountability are something very, very important. And this bill is calling for this, and I want to thank the representative who proposed this bill, and it's proposed in the Senate and in the Congress.
Yeah. If the Congressional Act is passed, the bill will require Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth to produce a report within 45 days that explains whether or not this murder violates the U.S. Foreign Assistance Act and the Leahy Law. These are two things that would actually render all aid to Israel inoperable in our state. And there are already laws in the books. We've just never applied them over the course of the last 2.5 years where Israel was conducting this genocide. Some members of Congress are eager to see justice, yet since October 7, the United States has sent $21.7 billion to the state of Israel.
But there is another bill, stop, block the bomb, bill.
Block the bombs as well. But as far as things goes, we were talking about art's impact and your role to play. Do you feel like every person, no matter what, because this is a question I receive all the time from a lot of students when I visit college campuses, like, what am I supposed to do? I'm an artist. What am I supposed to? I'm just a filmmaker. What am I supposed to do as far as like, is this actually moving the needle in some way, or is it just causing people to feel like they're participating in activism? Do you have a message for people like that?
I did this movie because I felt helpless. And when you feel helpless, you should feel angry because you are not helpless. I mean, we are talking today about a bill, with the name of this little girl, a bill for justice and accountability. So I think anybody who can think that they are helpless, they should canalize their anger about being helpless in something. Anybody can do something. And I believe really in the power of the collective action. And this movie, it was a great journey because when people watch it, it's like witnessing a crime. When you witness a crime, you feel responsible, You should do something. So I have a lot this question, like after the screening, what can I do? And I always tell everybody, you can do something. Talk to your representative. You can donate. The smallest thing you can do can have a huge effect. It's better than saying, I can't do anything and things are the way that they are.
Yeah. This is a question that I ask people like Bilal Khaled as well, who's from Gaza, who's a Palestinian photojournalist, very famous. And I interviewed him in Doha. He had escaped Gaza with most of his family, but some of his family still remain behind. And I asked him like how he felt about the situation. Is there like, do you feel conflicted, or is there like a sense of shame almost? This is something that I've heard from a lot of people that do a lot to broaden the outreach and broaden awareness. Did you feel a little conflicted at any point while you were making this movie that victims like HIND RAJAB, I mean, it's outside of your power, but victims like HIND RAJAB are ever present and still very much trapped in Gaza? Like, was that a part of? Did that play a role in your creative process? Did that change the dynamic a little bit for you at all?
Like, why specifically HIND RAJAB? Not.
No, just in general. Like, was that did that complicate things for you? That like this is a real story of a real person that you were shedding light on, and like initially, I believe their family was still stuck in Gaza as well.
No, they've been evacuated, Hind mother and her family. I'm a documentary filmmaker. I started doing documentary. I did narrative and documentary. I did both hybrid film. And I know that when you do documentary, you portray real people life. It's very different from fiction as we know it. Like fiction, it's actor. You hire actor, and then when the shooting and the promotion is finishing, everybody go to his life. When you portray real life stories, and especially a story like HIND RAJAB, it's for life. It's a commitment. Like I knew when I picked up the phone in the beginning, because I was asking myself, I mean, this story affected me beyond words. So, and as I said, I felt helpless, I felt angry, and I thought, what can I do? I'm a filmmaker. I have the tools to tell story, but I have no legitimacy. Like who I am to tell this wonderful little girl from Gaza. So the first thing I did is to call her mother, to call the family. And we had a long conversation about HIND. And one of the first things she told me, she talked about justice. I want justice for my daughter. And if this film can help in a way, please do it. So for me, it was something beyond making a movie, you know, making a movie, but making an impact behind it and thinking about justice and accountability. So, yeah, I mean, the idea to tell how to tell this story, this was my job as a filmmaker, asking myself what is the best way to tell this story. And it's like, it's a very complicated thing when you think about it, you know, because as I said, it's a real story, it's a war crime, and also it's an open wound. It's very sensitive, but at the same time, you know, I was afraid to maybe I'll not do a very good movie, or it will be, you know, not. So all those elements. But not doing the movie wasn't an option for me. Like I needed to do it now. Ask me why, because a lot of people told me, wait, like, you know, the movie we see about World War II, wait several years, and then you will, like, things will settle down. And I was thinking, in which way things will settle down? Like, we'll have trial, like, we'll have accountability. So I thought about this sentence of HIND mother, I want justice for my daughter, and if this movie can help in a way, please do it. And today we have this bill asking for justice and accountability. Yeah. So, yeah, it was an incredible journey, but it's not all, it's only the beginning, I think.
Yeah, there's also the HIND RAJAB Foundation as well that's like, that documents the numerous war crimes that the Israeli occupational forces have documented themselves on their social media, and then release that information to you know, European and other governments around the world if there are dual citizens that have participated in these war crimes. So it's one of the many different ways where people are seeking out justice. I do want to talk about utilizing HIND RAJAB's own voice in this. What was the decision-making process there? Like what made you want to use her voice while also utilizing very talented actors to portray the other individuals involved?
You know, this movie started because I heard her voice. It was all over the internet. You remember, you said that you covered this. And because her voice haunted me, and because it was also in social media, and we know that social media, it's not a place to remember. It's a place to forget. Like, you are scrolling her voice between two other insignificant things. So I was thinking about a way to center her voice and to honor her voice in a place where people can sit in the dark, which is a theater, and listen and know about her story. So for me, I considered maybe for 2 seconds the fact to bring an actress, a child actress, and to make her mimic what HIND went through. And for me, it was like silencing her again. Her voice was so powerful. I needed her voice to echo everywhere. So talking with her mother, explaining to her all the process, for me, it was obvious, you know. It's like telling someone why you are using Anne Frank journal. It's a private, it's an intimate journal. She's right. No, you have documents that are sometimes bigger than anything. And her voice wasn't recorded to move us. Her voice was recorded because she called the call center, the Palestinian Red Crescent, and they record all the, you know, the phone calls. So it was recorded because it happened. So what you do with this? This was the question I asked myself.
No, it was the most impactful moment for me, like the shifting over with the phone camera to showcase the actual people. I I mean, I'm still getting chills when thinking about it. Like,
yeah, you have to tell me what you thought about the movie.
I mean, I loved the movie. It was incredible. Like I said, I've covered these things every single day for the past 2.5 years, and I've been an anti-Zionist a public speaker against Israel for a decade plus at this point, and day in, day out, covering the atrocities, talking to some of the journalists, some friends that I had that passed away, some fans that I had in my community that were also content creators that were killed by Israel in the process. I feel like it has this weird effect on your humanity and the way that you receive this information, because I feel like I have a job to do, and my job is to like educate people to the best of my ability in the moment, and like I'm constantly battling people who are coming into my community with a lot of hatred towards Palestinians, with a lack of information. So I felt like I did not have the opportunity to fully let the emotional toll take its place until I watched this movie, and it was very powerful. Like I said, I don't cry too much. I'm not a big crier at all. It's not like on some toxic masculinity thing either, but the moment that, I mean, there were a couple moments where I was tearing out, but the moment that I actually started bawling like a baby was when you had this brilliant instance of cinematography where you have a phone camera that's filming the Palestine Red Crescent individuals in Ramallah, in the Ramallah call center, and through the lens of that phone camera you see the actual people that were filmed in the exact same way that you have recreated. And it reminds people that this is a real story, and it's a 100% faithful adaptation of exactly what took place. And it hits you like a truck, where you're like, this is not, I'm not watching a movie. This is not, there's a narrative through line here, but this is not actually a movie. This is real life. This is a thing that actually happened. So that was very powerful, in my opinion. That was like the moment where I just, again, started crying like unstoppably. But yeah, it was great. I don't know if that's soft or if that's wrong, if there was a better way to consume it, but that was, for me, that was,
I know there is no a specific way,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what, going back to the HIND RAJAB incident though, given that there are so many instances of violence that have taken place, what was it specifically about HIND and her voice that caused you to think this is what I want to cover and show the rest of the world?
It wasn't like I was looking for something and I found it, or I was picking. I was about to start another movie that I've been writing for several years. It was financed, and we were about to start the pre-production. And at the same time, I was glued to the news, following what was happening in Gaza, and thinking about what can I do? We all feel like angry, and I was scrolling on social media, and I heard HIND voice. And since it was like I couldn't unhear it, so I stopped the other project. The other film, I put it aside, and I started working on the voice of HIND RAJAB, because for me, I couldn't do any other thing. Like, when you hear her voice, there is something, that, at least for me, that happened to me, that I couldn't do the other movie or go on with my daily life. And so, yeah, it was, I think, something deeply infuriating about injustice in this world, and I needed to do this movie to share all the anger I felt and all the sadness I felt with audience all over the world, and to honor her voice and to remember this little girl. And not only her, when you talk to her mother, she always said, my daughter is not the only child. She was recorded.
Yeah.
So think about the 1,000 and the 1,000 and the 1,000. And you said you cried. Multiply that pain with the number of all those children. You think that there is a human heart can stand, like with this? And this is why a singular story can be powerful, because through this singular story, you can think about the extent that happened around,
Yeah. No, absolutely. So you chose not to accept the Most Valuable Film Prize at the Cinema for Peace Gala. Under what conditions would you have considered accepting it? And if you win tomorrow, will you accept the Oscar?
I'll not win tomorrow. I know it. For the prize, Most Valuable Movie of the Year, it was a very special award because that room was full of politicians.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them, they gave cover for the genocide in Gaza. And there was something about using cinema to absolve themselves. And I was, no, I'll not be part of this. And always I remember Hind's mother word, I want justice for my daughter. So you want peace? You guys are talking about peace. And in general, I get very suspicious when I have the word peace in the name of something. You know?
Yeah.
There is something always. So I was thinking that if you want peace, let's have some accountability. Where are the guys who killed Hind Rajab, the person who gave the order? Not only Hind Rajab, all her family, the paramedic who came to save her, Ahmed Madhoun and Yusuf Zainu. I mean, and not only them. If we talk about peace, you can't have peace without accountability. It's not like a step you can skip.
No, absolutely. The film has been embraced by international film festivals, but much like other Palestinian films, like no other land, it faces challenges in U.S. distribution. Can you speak about the industry's reluctance to support Palestinian stories like this one?
I think that there is something shifting. The industry is still very conservative.
Yeah.
But people want to hear the Palestinian perspective. There is curiosity. And this year, there was not only my movie, but two other wonderful movies, Palestine 36 and All What Is Left of You, done by two wonderful women Palestinian director, and there is a hunger for to know the Palestinian story and the Palestinian perspective. I mean, the market is very scared, and because we talk about the market because we live in this world where when you do a movie with no star and with subtitles.
Yeah.
You can stay in a very small place, in a niche place. So you have to fight also to show your movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like my movie, we were thinking if it was another topic, not about Gaza, not about Palestine. We had the longest standing ovation in Venice Film Festival. We had a big award in Venice Film Festival. And, with all the award track record, you will have the biggest studio who wanted to distribute your movie. It wasn't the case. But we were distributed by Willa, which is also our executive producer, and we found the place, and people watched the movie actually. Here in the United States, I was in a lot of screening doing Q&A, and the other day I was in the supermarket and I was asking for, I don't know, something, and the guy in the supermarket told me, you are the director of this movie. This movie changed my life.
Wow.
He was a young guy, very, and it touched me. He was almost crying. So for me, all this, as I told you, we'll not win tomorrow, but we already won. For me, it's.
Why do you think you won't win tomorrow? You keep saying that. This is the second time.
Because I've been nominated twice before.
I'm like that too, though. I'll always be like, no, until it's done. And I'm like, no, that's not. Stop saying it. I don't know. Is that
because you are superstitious?
Yeah.
Me, I'm being a realist.
Oh, okay. So you're not being superstitious.
No, I'm not superstitious.
Okay, I am superstitious. Maybe it's a Tunisian thing. I don't know. Turkish people are very superstitious.
No, we are related. We are also very superstitious, but I'm trying to be a little bit rational.
Okay.
But we are all superstitious in a way. So.
Yeah. There are a lot of hate campaigns against this. I mean, it's something that I have personally had to deal with quite a bit as well. It's in the United States of America at any point in time, especially now things are changing a little bit. But if you advocate for the humanity of Palestinians, if you showcase the perspective of the Palestinians, if you recognize them as human beings, as victims in any way, shape, or form, with people with lives, dreams, and a bright future ahead, you get inundated with unimaginable amounts of hate. What's the weirdest thing you've seen from Zionist advocacy groups?
Like I've seen someone saying Layan, the cousin Cole, she's killed in the phone.
Yeah.
It's an actress, it's not true. Like someone saying this never happened, like where is this girl? Stuff like this, but it's not like serious serious thing. But it's a little bit how to say, when we did this movie, we were thinking about being scrutinized and being attacked, and we did everything in our power to make a bulletproof movie. Like we studied everything, and I think that's why we don't have an official response, because even the Israeli till now they are investigating this case, investigating themselves. But the weirdest attacks I got actually is from pro-Palestinian people, like you don't have to do this movie, it's too early. But I know also that it's coming from a place of trauma.
Yeah.
Like it's, you will tell our story, how you will tell it. And it started before those people saw the movie. Like there was a lot of suspicion around the movie. But then when they watch it, they change like the perspective. But yeah, I mean, I don't think about all those things. The movie is shown in every country on the world where you have movie theater.
Mm-hmm.
Till now, it's distributed all over the world. It was in Australia last week. It will be in Japan in 1 month. It was distributed all over Europe, Latin America, here in the United States and Canada, all over the places. So for me, this is. And we are nominated for an Oscar, which gives a huge spotlight. I don't care about the Oscars, It's not I need my Oscar thing, But I know we live in a world, because this movie, I'll not show it to people like you. I appreciate that you watch it,
I'm intimately very, very familiar with the situation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want people who are not familiar. And when they watch the movie, you can see their reaction.
Yeah.
It's a strong one. So I need the spotlight of the Oscar, the spotlight of everything, because as I said, when you are an ordinary guy and going back to home, it's not the movie, the feel-good movie that you will play on your, TV to watch it. You need people telling you it's great, it was nominated for an Oscar. So yeah, all this is very, very important.
Yeah. And as far as the perspective, obviously, of pro-Palestinian people that you mentioned, I would say that a lot of those people are probably not in Gaza that had this approach or had this perspective, because from the people I've spoken to, they were all very appreciative of the prospect of broadening the awareness of yet another unnecessary death, an unnecessary murder, an illegal act that took place in the hands of Israel that, at least for the time being, seemingly is going unaccountable. So I think people do appreciate it. There was a Berlin Film Festival instance that I wanted to ask you about. They asked some of the actors and some of the directors that were there about their political perspectives, and they said this is not supposed to be a political place. Like, this is not a place to talk about politics. How do you feel about that?
No, it was Wim Wenders who was the jury president in the Berlinale, and he said film are not political, and I don't agree. The fact that you say film are not political is already a political position in itself, Yeah. So I think that anything that deals with a human being, unless you film plant and trees, is political in a way.
Yeah.
Even if you say it's not.
Well, even planting trees is political, especially in Israel.
Yeah. I was talking about something about the sun and the link between the sun and the tree. But you see, even trees are political.
Yeah.
So, what about movie with a human being?
Yeah, no, absolutely. What's your message to someone who watches this film and shares the anger that you feel, shares the anger that I feel, but doesn't know what next steps to take?
As I said, you know, this movie, the movie is yours. Like, use it. First of all, and the movie was used in a very, very great way by all the NGO, and so show it to your friend, talk about it, and organize yourself. Do something, donate, join. I don't know, join other people. Talk to your representative, and everybody can see a little bit in his surrounding what he can do. There is another thing, you know. Which is the fact that people often, you know, very nice people, well-intentioned people tell me, I can't handle it, the movie. I'm not sure I can watch it. And I always tell them, you are talking from a privileged point of view. Because you think that the movie will, you know, will be hard, you don't want to watch it, but this is real story. It's happening. So watch it, and if it's hard, do something about it.
Yeah, yeah. One of the things that I also found very fascinating was the dynamic between the younger first responder on the phone versus like the older person at the call center that was like in control over the communications. There was almost this pragmatic approach that he had to take, because he had gone through this experience so many more times, versus there was a reluctance to abide by the systems in place, and like wanted an understandable need to immediately intervene, which would have potentially put the ambulance in harm's way. How did you feel about showcasing that juxtaposition? Because like Palestinian society is very diverse in both the ways that they handle living under constant Israeli occupation, and sometimes people do there is the more pragmatic approach in instances that's necessary, but there's also like the immediate rise to the occasion. Was that deliberate, or was that just like something that happened in real life, so you just chose to put it in the documentary?
Yeah, I mean, my job as a filmmaker, I tried to stay very close to reality. So this screenplay is written through the testimony of real Omar, real Mahdi, the real dispatcher and employee of the Red Crescent. But they told me a lot of things. So my work as a filmmaker is to write something coherent that have meaning, because you do a lot of things that don't have meaning, you know. I was curious to know about everything that happened that day. So for me, it was very meaningful, and it's normal, you know. Omar is on the phone with this little girl. So he wants to do anything to save her. Mahdi, his job is to send the ambulance. He's not on the phone with the girl, you know. So he's afraid and he lost already colleagues. He sent them to their death. And in the movie, we see Mahdi. He says, if there is another photo added to this wall, he have a wall of all his killed colleagues by the Israeli army. And by the way, the Red Crescent, they lost 56 members of their crew in rescue mission like this, you know. So he said, if there is another photo added to this wall, I resign. And the real Mahdi, this is what he did, you know. After his job is to send those guys. He sent them to save this little girl, and they were bombarded by an American bomb, by the way. When they were bombarded, he resigned after, because he was an impossible job. And all this is to say, for me, it was very significant when you see that in both cases, you lose. The game is rigged.
Yeah.
Like the Israeli are there imposing all this set of rules. They don't respect those rules. You follow them or you don't follow them, you are killed at the end, which is something very, very, very cruel if we think about it. So for me, it was very important to say, and you know, there is this narrative that Palestinians are always divided, you know. You can see that when you are occupied, you don't have much of choice, you know. So I needed to show you know, how this systemic oppression, because the two guys wanted the same thing. They wanted to save this little girl. They want the same thing. But both of the decision, Israel is there to say no. Both of things don't work. You will not. It's not working for me. You know.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, I thought it was interesting that, like, yes, they're singularly focused on the same goal, which is saving HIND RAJAB's life, but they had a different way of going about it due to lived experience, and yet, you know, they're still united under the same with the
same
singular
goal,
focus, because that's just what it looks like when you are living under constant colonial oppression. Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
This was remarkable, and I hope you guys go watch it. And look, all I'm gonna say is last year No Other Land was here, and what? Oh yeah, there's a donation link that we've been spamming in the chat as well. If you want to support this fundraiser,
there is something to do. You see?
Yeah. The Voice of HIND RAJAB pre-Oscar dinner fundraiser, 50% of the proceeds will go to the Palestinian Red Crescent Society of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement, and then the other is going to Latino Muslim Unity, which supports grassroots nonprofit advancing social justice, storytelling, mutual aid, and community advocacy. That is for those who are being targeted by ICE here, because you know, it's that struggle, that similar style of violence also exists here in the United States of America, maybe not to the same degree. And, you know, we work to try to make sure that it doesn't turn into that, and to try to put an end to all this pain and senseless violence. But yes, thank you so much for coming on. And this was wonderful. And I hope I did a decent job of trying to, you know, get your voice across.
Thank you.
Yeah, I already messed up with the camera because it was, you know, I'm in front of a director. I didn't even frame it correctly.
I'm not working, so I don't...
Okay. Yeah. What? Yeah. Oh, how can people watch the movie?
The movie is still in some theater, but they can buy it in Apple TV, Amazon. It's available so they can for streaming. They can buy it and watch it and share it and talk about it again, and meet together, watch it together. Yeah. It's a good experience. I mean, I've been in a lot of movie theater. People arrive together in group of friends so they can watch it and they can talk about it after.
Yeah. I would recommend watching it with someone who's, like, at this point still kind of questioning the Israel stuff. That's like, oh, but it's a normal country, right? Like, it's our ally. If you have anyone that has any, like, doubt, this will clear all of their doubt about the violent nature of the Israeli occupation perfectly, by focusing on one story, one injustice, but that covers all of the ever-present and ultimately very violent systemic forces perfectly. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. What? Yeah, Oscars are tomorrow at 4 p.m. Tune in, everybody. Okay. All right.
All right.
And I'm gonna turn on this. We'll take a photo as well. But here on our end, on the stream side, I'm just gonna turn this on.
Happening in the Middle East as we reach day 15 of the war.
There were more strikes on Tehran overnight, and US forces struck KHARG Island, where almost 90% of Iran's oil passes through. Yeah. Donald Trump said military targets there were totally obliterated, but its oil infrastructure was spared. Yeah. The Lebanese authorities confirmed that 12 medics, including doctors and nurses, were killed in an Israeli strike on a health center in Burj Kalawaya. There were also Israeli strikes in the Musharraf district of Beirut and the Harat Saida area of Sidon. Iran launched missiles towards central and northern Israel, and Hezbollah rockets were fired towards northern Israel. The US embassy in Baghdad was also struck by an Iranian missile. A drone also hit the port of Fujairah on the Gulf of Oman in the United Arab Emirates, which houses one of the Middle East's largest oil storage facilities, and Iran threatened further attacks on ports in the UAE. The Saudi authorities said they had intercepted multiple Iranian drones and a ballistic missile fired at KHARG.
Our international editor, Lindsay Hilsum, is in Lebanon for us and reports now on the day's main events and the US targeting HaRG Island.
The US said it attacked only military targets on Iran's KHARG Island, including the runway, not the oil storage units, nor other infrastructure from which Iran exports more than 1 million barrels per day, about 90% of its total energy exports. A warning strike then. But Iran's Revolutionary Guard is already attacking oil infrastructure in the Gulf, today targeting Fujairah, the UAE's major bunkering hub, located at the east of the Strait of Hormuz, so not restricted by Iran's selective blockade. So much for President Trump's declaration that 100% of Iran's military capabilities have been destroyed.
We announced to the leaders of the UAE that the Islamic Republic of Iran believes it to be its legitimate right, in defense of its national sovereignty and territory, to strike the launch points of enemy American missiles located in shipping ports, docks, and military hideouts sheltered within some UAE cities.
Hard to know who will be convinced by this propaganda video promising that God's storm is on its way. But the Iranians may calculate that they have the greater staying power. More strikes on Isfahan. Having knocked out Iran's defences, the US and Israel have almost total freedom of the air. But it's not clear they're significantly disabling the Islamic Republic's strategic position. They are, however, terrifying civilians, like this woman who wants to remain anonymous.
When Israel or the United States issue warnings asking people to evacuate certain areas, we simply don't see them. How are we supposed to know? Our lives could be in danger. We are constantly worried about the safety of our families and loved ones.
Video released today shows Iranian Red Crescent rescue crews removing the bodies of 4 members of one family who died after a strike in Tehran. So much jeopardy in this war. The price of oil, the destruction of infrastructure across the Gulf, the danger of it spinning out of control, and the
Hold on. There's a lot of movement in the house still. We're gonna do more. Sorry, we're doing situation monitoring. I hope you guys. I tried to do my best there on that interview. You know, I was a little nervous for sure because it's like very. Oh, the mic is quiet. Yeah. Okay, you guys are such little bitches, by the way, about the mic situation. Looks like Iran got India to cave. Iran allows Indian tankers through the Hormuz amid consultations with India. Indian media announced Tehran today allowed 2 Indian flag LPG carriers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, a rare exemption amid the current disruption to shipping in the narrow Gulf waterway. IRGC Navy Commander Alireza Tangshiri said on X that several tankers carrying Iranian oil 1,000 kilometers away from the country have also been released from seizure. Yeah, remember when I told you guys this? Block India. No, I told you they had Iranian tankers, so India released the Iranian tankers that they had seized. Hold on. He did not specify, but the remark appears to refer to 3 Iranian tankers seized by India last month, according to Iran's WANA News. India is also hosting 183 Iranian sailors whose vessel docked there after the war began. According to Reuters, the ship was one of the 3 Iranian vessels that had recently participated in naval drills in India. Another was torpedoed and sunk by U.S. forces near Sri Lanka. The developments come as India is facing its worst gas shortage in decades, forcing authorities to cut industrial gas supplies to safeguard household cooking gas.
A degree of effort from
flagship.
NDTV reported 4 rounds of consultations between India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi since the crisis began. Damn, bro, you paranoid? What does that mean? In late February, as traffic halted and 22 Indian flag vessels remained stuck or near the narrow Strait of Hormuz, 22 after the release today. Have you heard about the rumors that Netanyahu got killed? Yes, I covered it earlier. I'm hoping for it to win tomorrow, but the best international film is really tough this year. You also have 2 very other political movies, Secret Agent, and It Was Just an Accident. Yeah, I've heard Secret Agent is a fucking banger. Susan Abulhalwa made a 20-minute response. That's crazy. Trump still can't grasp that he's playing his favorite madman theory game with the wrong opponent. The IRI isn't playing along like they're supposed to. Bombing KHARG is having the opposite effect As every escalation in this war, it's only getting worse for empire. Breaking, IRGC warns major U.S. corporations in the region to evacuate. List of companies and locations included below. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says, we warned the American regime to evacuate all American industries in the region. We asked people living near industrial factories in which Americans hold shares to leave those areas so they are not harmed. An accompanying graphic circulated by the RGC, shared by the RGC-affiliated Fars news agency, lists U.S. industrial tech, energy, and the financial firms operating in Jordan and the UAE, including specific office locations. Examples include Lockheed Martin, Amman Military Liaison Office, Abu Dhabi Global Market, Boeing, Amman Diplomatic Area, Dubai South Aviation District, Microsoft, Amman Business Park, Dubai Internet City, Oracle, Abdali Financial District, Amman, ExxonMobil, Amman Energy Office, Citigroup, Abdali Financial District, Amazon Web Services, Abdali Boulevard, NSO Group, KKR, Boston Consulting Group, Bain & Company, Trafigura, Uptown Tower, First Al Khalil Street, Dubai. I'm noticing a lot of these places are in Jordan and Dubai. Qatari Cat, why is this only the UAE and Jordan? Is this the full list? For all the golf chatters, this is seemingly just the list that they've released so far. Not sure if if you work in an American company or live near an American corporation or something. Not sure if you're spared, but I don't know why they have so much smoke for. I mean, I do know why they have so much smoke for the UAE and for Amman, but President Trump said he was surprised that Iran decided to attack other Middle Eastern countries in response to the U.S.-Israeli strike operation, and that U.S. strikes on KHARG Island on Saturday totally demolished most of the island, but that we may hit it a few more times just for fun. During his interview Saturday with NBC News, I work at a McDonald's in Qatar. Am I okay? Shut the fuck up. Is it safe to go to McDonald's? Bro, are you guys being for real right now? I can't tell if you motherfuckers are joking. You're like, bro, I'm in Dubai right now. Is the McDonald's safe? Like, this is the most spiritually American thing anyone could ever ask me. Like, unironically, are the burgers safe? I'm in fucking Dubai. Are the burgers safe? Is such a crazy Amerifat question, dude. Yeah, you're about to eat a McMissile, motherfucker. What are you talking about, dude? Susan Abul Hawa fell for the collar smear. Wait, what? Susan Abul Hawa responding to fucking Los Pollos about the shock collar thing is so funny. Oh my God. Oh my God. Cherished Palestinian author in the crosshairs of Zohran Kwame Mamdani. She doesn't have internet. Responding to Los Pollos is fucking hilarious. Like, Susan Abul Hawa is a Los Pollos subscriber in my headcanon. Yeah, now I'm on Zoran's side, actually. I'm glad that he called her ass out. Okay, how about that? She is a boomer.
So I'm getting a lot of requests from reporters and whatnot about yesterday. So if you will please indulge me 15 minutes or so to respond to all of you. Yesterday, I went to an iftar at a friend's home, and I got home a bit late. Little did I know that in the time that I spent enjoying the company of my friends that evening and catching up, a storm was brewing in New York that placed me at the center of what appears to be a coordinated attack on New York City's First Lady, Rama Douaji. The story went something like this. Rama illustrated an essay that I wrote, and she must therefore be an anti-Semite merely for this professional, at least 3 degrees removed proximity to me. Mayor Mamdani then held a press conference in which he denounced me using adjectives like reprehensible, and he explained accurately that Rama and I do not know each other, have never met, and have had no direct or indirect interactions. So, unfortunately, that was the only accurate part of what was said. So I want to clear a few things.
Her posts are anti-Semitic, though. She makes those nonstop posts, and yes, he is. The thing is, the Nazis do when the person is Jewish. Yeah, no, I saw. I didn't realize the full scope of what her posting looked like. but also she's literally Palestinian. Okay. Have you heard an Israeli speak about a Palestinian? Now think about a Palestinian speak about an Israeli. Okay. Like it's the Norm Finkelstein approach. Okay. It's the statement about Norm Finkelstein talking about his parents being like, I can't, my parents hated Germans. I brought my German friend to my Holocaust survivor parents' home and they yelled at him. It's just like, what do we think is the more impactful? What do we think is the more what do we think is more damaging societally? I wouldn't speak like that. I don't think anyone should speak like that. Having said that, I'm not going to sit here and literally tell a Palestinian author that has already had to suffer through untold amounts of cruelty to cut it out. I've been looked at suspicious by my black friend's grandparents when they first meet me. She talks about all this and explains it well.
For Mr. Mamdani, for his supporters and detractors alike, for the reporters, for my readers, for my own friends, and for the public in general. So let me start with the essay itself.
For the record, this is still going on, okay?
Is not, in fact, an essay. It is a short story, and I am not the author. The story is entitled A Trail of Soap. It was written by Diana Slayeh, a brilliant young woman in Gaza who survived and continues to try to survive Israel's genocide and unceasing attempts at ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from their homeland. Diana is one of a couple dozen young people.
She used the word tentacles, I guess. No, she said a bunch of shit. She was like, they're fucking rootless cockroaches, stuff like that.
People whom I mentored over the course of 8 writing workshops that I conducted in Gaza in 2004 during 2 trips that I made to Gaza in the middle of Israel's relentless bombing campaigns to obliterate Gaza. It was not an easy feat for these young people to gather for the workshops, but they spent hours walking, cycling, or taking donkey carts to get to our meeting places for the writing workshops. There were times even when their lives were at risk to get to and from the meeting places. And I say this because it matters, because one wonders why would they risk their lives to get to writing workshops. Israel had reduced their lives to rubble. Israel had reduced their dreams and their ambitions to mere daily quests for sufficient sustenance. Israel had interrupted, maybe even dismantled, their psyches with ineffable trauma. They had stripped them of the most basic human dignities. In fact, the particular short story in question chronicles the details of the first time that Diana had to contend with using a public toilet that was shared by hundreds of women who walked out of their tents and waited in line, waited in filth, in misery, just to use the bathroom in the morning. So these young people risked dangers that most of us cannot begin to fathom, just to attend writing workshops, because it was a singular outlet for intellectual exercise and creative expression. They came so they could be reminded of their potential. They came.
Bro, this community is the funniest community, okay? Because remember when I was talking to Yusuf in Gaza, okay? And Yusuf, who was literally under bombs in Gaza, made the mistake of saying that he actually likes Sneeko, a 16-year-old, 17-year-old at the time, who was living under Israeli occupation, existing in a genocide, made the mistake in front of the sweatiest, whitest motherfuckers on the planet of saying he likes Sneeko. And this chat lit on fucking fire. Do you recall the words I told you at the time? Your perspective, your lived experience is not the same as a person that is growing up in fucking Gaza. Okay? It is shocking to me personally that Palestinians every day aren't saying things that would make Hitler blush about Jewish people. The fact that Palestinians are some of the most restrained and the most resilient people, in spite of the fact that their oppressors adorn Judaism like a cloak and also simultaneously wield it like a sword. And yet, the overwhelming majority of Palestinians are some of the wokest people when it comes to anti-Semitism, given their you know, lived experience and given their shared experience under similar, if not damn near identical, Nazi exterminationist policies of an overwhelming state force, it's remarkable, really. Okay? So that's my position on this stuff. Before you freak the fuck out, you know. Not gonna lie, I have to disappointedly expect you to go condemning Susan and give her the unfair ass finger wagging. No, it's not equal. Like, I wouldn't do it. I don't think anyone should do it. But I'm not gonna fucking, if someone were to check me, if someone were to say something like that, if a Palestinian person was like engaging in this kind of behavior, like, I'm sorry, there is one form of systemic violence that is literally causing people to look the other way as people are being fucking slaughtered en masse, okay? Their livelihoods being taken away, their homes being stolen or destroyed and bombed. Like, we just spent the last hour talking about HIND RAJAB. Her mother cannot come to the United States of America right now. The main actor of the voice of HIND RAJAB, because he has a Palestinian Authority issued fucking passport, cannot come to the United States of America. They're up for a goddamn Oscar. Palestinians are being starved to death. And you're like, well, you know, have they changed their tones? Like, your metric for bigotry is just stable. It's neutral, right? Like, and mine is too. You can hold me to that account every day. I grew up in Turkey. I grew up in the United States of America. I'm Turkish, right? But of course, there's a difference between, you know, like the version that the oppressors choose to use and adorn themselves in, and how that response works. Like, how that how the response to that is going to sometimes be problematic.
Aim to feel that they are more than creatures seeking food and water and shelter, that they have a place in the world, that they have a voice, a relevance, something to contribute. They came to touch the lives that they thought they might still have, even if it was just for a few hours. It is important that you know this about the story that Rama Douaji illustrated, because it has been my honor and my privilege to know these young people, to have instigated, compiled, translated, and with my friend HasanAbi edit.
Mohammed El-Kurd has a piece on this, by the way. That's brilliant. I mean, he wrote for Mondo Weiss. I mean, someone's linking it in here already. Jewish settlers stole my house. It's not my fault they're Jewish. Palestinians are told the words we use dwarf the decades of violence enacted against us by the self-proclaimed Jewish state. A drone is one thing, but a trope is unacceptable no more. He wrote this in September 26th, 2023. Okay, September 26th, 2023. When we were growing up in occupied Jerusalem, the people seeking to expel us from our neighborhood were Jewish, and their organizations often had Jewish in their name. So were the people who stole our home, scattered our furniture in the street, and burned my baby sister's crib. The judges banging their gavels in favor of our expulsion were also Jewish, and so were the lawmakers whose laws facilitated and systematized our dispossession. If you remember, I jokingly sometimes refer to this as, you know, everybody always says, oh, Jews control the media. Jews control the media in Israel, okay? Jews control the government in Israel. That's because Israel is a Jewish ethno-supremacist, ethno-religious supremacist fascist state. And not only are they doing this, but they're also saying we're doing this for Judaism. Although it's incorrect, it doesn't change that dynamic one bit from the perspective of the victims. Okay? I've spent a good deal of time talking about this when it comes to the Star of David, right? When people go to Jewish homes in France, in America, and spray paint the Star of David outside of their homes, that's likely that a hate crime could occur there, an anti-Semitic hate crime that could occur. That's what you're signifying, right? You're marking the Jew. In the West Bank, it's the Jewish settlers themselves that go and spray paint Palestinian homes with the Star of David to get them to leave that house before they firebomb it. That dynamic is very real for Palestinians. Palestinians have never experienced a world where their oppressors were not Jewish, okay? That's the dynamic that exists on that side of the world in general. A lot of people have made, a lot of hay about the Ansar Allah movement, like, oh, they have a curse upon the Jews in their banner. This is a conversation that has happened over and over again, okay? This is how it is. In that part of the world, Judaism and Zionism is inseparable. It's not something, at least in contemporary society, Judaism and Zionism is in exchange. It's not separate from one another. Okay, it's not, and that's what the Israeli state does. The Israeli state also does that here in the Western world in an effort to engage in propaganda. Yes, inextricable was the word I was looking for. I just didn't roll off my tongue, so I just gave up on it. Okay, that's it. That's the design. The bureaucrats issuing and sometimes revoking our blue ID cards was a Jew, and I especially despise him because of the stroke of his pen stood between my father and my father's great-great-grandfather's city. As for the soldiers who were frisking us to check for those IDs, some of them were Druze, some Muslim, most of them Jewish, and all of them, according to my grandmother, were godless bastards. Those who administered the rifles and handcuffs, those who wrote the meticulous and murderous urban plans were, you guessed it. This was no secret. We lived under the rule of the self-proclaimed Jewish state. Israeli politicians were have exhausted this line, and their international peers nodded along. The army declared itself a Jewish army and marched under what is called a Jewish flag. However, this is not a religious conquest, regardless. That's my assessment of it, right? This is settler colonialism. It can take many different forms. It just happened to take the Jewish form, okay? But ultimately, the violence of it remains the same. And anyone that thinks this is like a war between Jews and Muslims is wrong, completely wrong. And Palestinians themselves would be the first to tell you that as well. They understand that deeply. This is the reason why, for many American Jews that go to the West Bank, like Cameron, for example, and he talked about this as well, so I don't feel bad revealing this, but like it's almost like a shameful experience because here in the United States of America, you could say you're an anti-Zionist Jew, and you don't have much connection to Israel, right? Maybe you learned that Israel was good and it was awesome, and maybe you believed it for a little bit, but then you like woke up to the reality and you no longer fuck with Israel. But like that is no longer a thing that you can shed yourself of when you're there. The shame grows at least from all of my Jewish friends that I've talked to that have experience this in real time. When they go, they're like, this is shameful, a real shame. And that shame also comes from something that it almost feels like it's something that you can't wash off because you're there. And this is what the state is doing. And from the perspective of the victims, like the state is saying, we're doing this for Judaism, you know? It's like being a Jets fan, but everywhere you go, everybody knows you're a fucking Jets fan. And also the Jets are doing a genocide. And now you just have to, you're stuck with it. Everybody knows, okay? You can't escape it. Anyway, the Israeli nation-state law explicitly enshrines Jewish settlement as a national value to encourage and promote. Still, though, this was no secret, we were instructed to treat it as such, sometimes by our parents, sometimes by well-meaning solidarity activists. We were instructed to ignore the Star of David on the Israeli flag. It distinguished Jews from Zionists with surgical precision. It didn't matter that their boots were on our necks and that their bullets and batons bruised us. Our statelessness and homelessness were trivial. What mattered was how we spoke about our keepers, not the conditions they kept us under, blockaded, surrounded by colonies and military outposts, or the fact that they kept us at all. The reason why obviously like I take a very different approach when I'm talking about these issues is because, one, bigotry is important to me. I think bigotry is a bad value, a bad way of thinking, right? And it will inevitably produce the wrong results. But also because if you're in fucking America, right? Like this is not something that you are personally experiencing, okay? So you can't lean into this shit because then you're leaning into a different form of oppression, okay? Regardless of there being no systematic form of discrimination that Jews experience en masse right now, even though there was systematic forms of discrimination that Jews experienced in American history and certainly throughout the world. As it stands in contemporary society, this is not comparable to Islamophobia, not comparable to anti-black, anti-brown versions of bigotry, right? Yes, I'm Dr. Jihad. Welcome to I have a dual major in racism and also jihad. Welcome to the racism component of the Dr. Jihad broadcast. Sit down. Sit your white ass down and listen. Okay? Bigotry is important to me. I contain multitudes. Even more dangerously, believing the wrong things rendered you deserving of this brutality. Citizenship and the right to movement weren't the sole privileges robbed from us. Simple ignorance was a luxury as well. As Palestinians, we understand from a young age that the semantic violence we practice with our words dwarfs the decades of systemic and material violence enacted against us by the self-proclaimed Jewish state. A drone is one thing, but a trope is unacceptable. We learn to internalize the muzzle. So I heeded these calls. What else is a 10-year-old supposed to do? And I learned about Hitler and the Holocaust. I learned about the no stereotype, the poison wells, the bankers, the vampires, the snakes, and the lizards. I found out about the octopus. And I learned that when speaking to diplomats visiting our zoo of a neighborhood, the settlers squatting in our home must be secondary point in my presentation, second to an effusive denunciation of global anti-Semitism. And when my 80-something grandmother addressed those foreign visitors, I corrected her mid-sentence when she described the Jewish settlers in our house as, well, Jewish. A decade and some years later, and not much has changed. The boot remains there, so are the bullets and batons, and I would be remiss not to mention the innovative genius of the AI-powered robot firearms recently added to the Jewish state's arsenal. The government titles its project in the Galilee as the Judaization of the Galilee, and its quasi-institutions do the same. As for the council members that promise to take house after house alongside their success in stealing houses in Sheikh Jarrah, the Old City Silwan, and elsewhere, they routinely march in our towns with megaphones and flags chanting, "We want Nakba now." The judges still bang their gavels to ensure the continuation of this Nakba, still rule in favor of Jewish supremacy, and despite disagreeing with Supreme Court on various things, parliamentarians legislate in accordance. Yeah, by the way, this is before October 7. Just so you guys understand. Like this piece was written actually very close to October 7, 2023. This is September, 2 weeks before October 7. Legislate in accordance with that supremacist attitude. Some openly state the fact that Jewish life is simply more important than our freedom. And sometimes they're even nice enough to apologize to Arab TV presenters as they deliver them these hard truths. A decade and some years later, the status quo remains as is. And we, how my heart breaks for us, we continue dancing among the landmines. We continue betting on morality and humanity, and they bet on their guns. A few weeks ago, 16 Israeli police officers turned off their body cameras and branded physically etched the Star of David into the cheek of a 22-year-old Orwa Sheikh Ali, a young man they arrested from the Shufa refugee camp. I don't know if you remember that story. It was gruesome. You should invite Yanis Varoufakis. He has insane takes on the Iran-Israel war. HasanAbi, what is he saying? Yanis Varoufakis has no bad takes. Only takes that take time for you to understand. How are you not deported for being a terrorist supporter? I don't support the Israeli state. So, asked and answered. Do you? I still don't think you should be deported, though. Maybe educated. Maybe get an education. Yup, I find Western leftists effusively mention their fight against anti-Semitism. They give it the same energy regarding anti-black hate. They'd make John Brown proud, but they do that to protect their brand of leftists. That's cynical, at least if you're talking about me. Because I literally combat all versions of bigotry all the same. I'm very careful. Regardless, look what that has done to my brand, right? I obviously don't do it because I'm like protecting my brand identity or something. I don't do it because it's going to give me like a tactical advantage. I do it because I think it's right. Especially because for most people, there is no, Neek skit. Look. So basically, be more nuanced with the reaction depending on context. Like, don't cancel a veteran shot by the Taliban for being a little Islamophobic, even while understanding that it's bigoted and wrong. Do you think that the veteran, do you think that the person that like invaded Afghanistan that got shot by the Taliban is right to be Islamophobic? Do you think that the Palestinian is invading Israel with their existence in this equation? You can't be this stupid, right? There's no way. No, of course not. Oh, of course not. So why'd you use such a stupid fucking, why'd you use such a stupid example? It is wrong to conflate a religion with the state. Yes, I agree. But the state in this circumstance that is doing the harm, just like the Afghan, the veteran that is invading Afghanistan is doing the wrong thing. Okay? The dude in the Taliban is just an Afghan dude. Okay? What do you mean trauma response? The fuck are you talking about? There's no comparison between a dude invading Afghanistan and a Palestinian living under Israeli occupation. Are you fucking stupid? If anything, it's like getting mad at the Afghan dude for shooting at the American occupier. Bro, you are so white, it's impossible. I never actually thought that someone was capable of comprehending. Like, this is... I never thought that someone could come up with such a silly example. It's like equating rape and being raped. Is this person for real? Yeah. No, literally. I'm sorry, I genuinely might have misunderstood you here. No, the misunderstanding is not stemming from what you're hearing and refusing to comprehend. It stems from the biases that you hold, okay? You have some tremendous biases that make it impossible for you to see a situation where, like, the dude invading Afghanistan is always in the wrong, as opposed to the dude, shooting at the dude invading Afghanistan. And in the same situation, the Israeli settler is always in the wrong, as opposed to the Palestinian who is simply living his life under Israeli occupation. They are acting out systemic forms of oppression. But because you're a white dude from Utah who joined the ROTC, you will never understand. You will never be a victim of systemic oppression. The most you will ever feel is the perceived oppression when someone says, like, cracker or something. You know what I mean? Which is not comparable at all. Bless your heart for trying. Give it another 2 years. Neekskid will be in here scolding you like a bad empanada viewer. That makes sense. I definitely need to do more reading. It's not about reading, brother. Just close your eyes and think. There are reports coming out of China and Iran that Netanyahu has been killed. What does this mean for us now that the U.S. president is dead? Okay, guys, what the fuck are we talking about, dude? The only reason why people feel that is because what? He didn't show up to the fucking military. Yeah, Netanyahu, for the first time in Israel's history, is absent from the military council meeting. I don't know why you guys are, like, setting yourself up for tremendous sadness when you find out that he is very much alive, okay? Yeah, source, I hope. This is serious, Hassan. The leader of the free world is gone. I don't think he's gone, man. Neekskid. What are you? Oh, he's just showing his earlier takes. You haven't seen the AI video that has 6 fingers? You don't think that America's unalived him so we can have peace in the Middle East? First of all, no. Why would America kill its own president? Okay? It doesn't work that way. It only works in the opposite direction. Okay? America will never kill its real president. Okay? That's number one. Number two. I said real president. People are talking about JFK. I said America would never kill its real president, but American presidents could die potentially, like Charlie Kirk. I'm of course talking about Charlie Kirk. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's okay. It was revenge. It was Revenge of the Kirks. Giannis talks about how Iran was going to westernize, started with the Obama administration and Western companies were ready to jump in Iran after some reforms in Iran, but then Trump got elected and Netanyahu stopped that from happening since he wants that war for 30 years. Okay, you considered that to be a bad take? You presented this as you should have Giannis Varoufakis on. He has insane takes on Iran-Israel war and then just delivered literally the most normal and correct take of all time. What is insane about that? That is a terrible take. It's not a terrible take at all. Yes, it's correct. It's 100% correct. First of all, fuck westernization, but like, yes, the whole point of sanctions relief that accompanied the JCPOA was to open up Iran to the global marketplace. Iran was already fucking, this is not about westernization. You probably misunderstood what he was saying. It's more so about allowing Western capital to flow back into the country, which is true. That's literally the whole point of the fucking JCPOA. Maybe the Iran wanted to align with the West thing. That's also not incorrect. Iran has literally always wanted to align with the West. That's just objectively true. What the fuck do you think they were doing every single time? They were like, all right, I guess this time we can have a negotiation. Oh shit. Turns out this negotiation was a lie. I guess this time we can have a negotiation. Oh shit. Now that negotiation is thrown aside by the next president that came in. Okay, I guess this time that very same president that ripped apart the previous negotiation that we had successfully implemented will finally do a negotiation with us. Oh shit, they're bombing us now. Okay, well, some time has passed since the last 12-day bombing campaign. I'm sure that America will come to the table and negotiate with us as even partners, right? Oh my God, they're bombing us again. Oh my God, they killed the Ayatollah. Well, it kind of felt like he was the only guy who was really, really adamant about negotiating with the West. So maybe now that he's gone, maybe there is no more negotiation with the West. I don't think he's dead because I don't think he's in Israel in the first place. I believe he didn't show up because that would look bad for him being outside of Israel with the population or under war that he started. Yeah, I think it's more likely that he's just escaped Israel. Do you think Netanyahu came too much from being a superpower and died from it? Assuming. Sus Poly Market bet. A Fresh Wallet just placed 25 grand on Netanyahu leaving before March 31st. Zero history, just 2 predictions. Already up 2,000 on this bet. Potential payout 400,000. Its only previous bet was on Khamenei leaving power. I hate this. I hate Poly Market so much because like there's obviously so many real instances of like insider betting. Okay, that this also creates more suspicion. What is this? I don't trust any of this shit.
Now in one of the locations.
Yeah, I don't believe that. God, you guys already believe this, so you're just like looking for anything. You're looking for anything that you can hold on to. Imagine he was actually smoked though, and Scott Bessent, like when he came back from the Situation Room and was like freaking the fuck out, maybe that's what they told him. They literally were like, yo, they murked our boy. They murked the real president. By the way, none of this changes Israel at all. Like, I don't know what the fuck people are thinking. Did you believe Bernie Sanders when he said Benjamin Netanyahu's war? Like, are you fucking stupid? You think he's like one guy that was really invested in bombing Iran and everyone in Israel fucking hates it? No, if they murked them, they're going to be extra hardcore. A lot of normies believe that. Oh, that's so funny, man. Yeah, no, definitely. Every single approval rating shows that Israel and MAGA are the only. Israel as an entire country. Well, Israeli Jews is like 95%, I think. 95% approval rating or something along those lines. And then like the totality of Israel with like, you know, the Druze and everybody else comes down to like 85%. So like Israeli society is at 85% approval on blowing up Iran. Okay, whoever fucking holds the reins of power in Israel is still going to continue wanting to blow up Iran. Yeah, here. While people are speculating about Benjamin Netanyahu's death, here is the fucking leader of the opposition, Yair Lapid, saying that Israel should depopulate and destroy every village in southern Lebanon, with the yellow line in Gaza as the model, and that it may not be pleasant to scrape off 2 or 3 Lebanese villages, but they brought this on themselves. Yeah. Oh no. That's crazy. Things are going to change quite a bit. Trust, bro. He's got to be dead, bro. Please, bro.
המאבק העולמי והאזורי מול איראן, אותו מובילים נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו.
Yeah. In Israel, there is no lesser evil, ironically enough. Like, it's, you know how you do the fucking thought experiment every 4 years in America where you're like, do I want like 50% Hitler or like 99% Hitler? And everyone's like, well, I guess 50% Hitler is not that bad. Like, in Israel, it's 100% Hitler versus 100% Hitler. And then a secret third thing that's even, surprise, more Hitler. Somehow, 200% Hitler. His name is Bezalel Smotrich. I don't know how they did it, but they doubled up on the Hitler. It's not even like 100 versus 99% Hitler. It only goes up from 100%. Like, Trump and MAGA have a very different dynamic than Netanyahu has with the rest of Israeli society. Are there Bibists? Absolutely, there are. Okay, they're fucking freaks. They love him. I don't know how hard they would go for him if he was just like, I am now an anti-Zionist. But like the rest of Israeli society would kill him. They'd be like, fuck you. Okay, you're dead now. We're gonna murder you. And by the way, that's not an exaggeration. They literally murdered their fucking prime minister. That was like, oh, maybe we'll do like a kind of a state for the Palestinians, and they fucking killed him. So it's not like, that's not a crazy thing. And you know who was actually agitating to murder him? Benjamin fucking Netanyahu. You know, another guy who went on television and said, oh, we stole your car's, your Rolls Royce insignia. Today we can get to your car. Tomorrow we'll get to you. You know who that guy was? Itamar Ben-Gvir. They're both in the Israeli government. The guy that tried to do the peace process, he's fucking dead because they killed him. I don't think you guys understand what it means to live in a fucking fully fleshed out Nazi society that's hopped up on ethno-religious supremacist fucking values. And it's actually clearly indicative in what our commentary here in the United States of America focuses on. Not the fact that there is an ethno-religious supremacist country that is waging insane wars all around the fucking world, basically with like global consequences, and utilizing the most powerful military that has ever existed in the history of mankind like a fucking flesh puppet to go along with their fucking insane desires, but instead on whether or not like a cherished Palestinian author was problematic in the language that she used to describe Jewish people. Clearly, we are not very serious about anything. Not to say that I'm like, you know, saying it's appropriate to use language such as that. I certainly wouldn't, but it's ridiculous that that's what we're fucking locked in our media ecosystem. Fuck. It's funny because, like, I mean, this like reminds me of the Zog shit, right? It's like, I want to make sure that this is a habitable space, okay? And I will always work to combat bigotry in this space. That's a promise I will make for you, okay? Always and forever. However, it does sometimes irk me whenever motherfuckers come in here and want to talk about drama while we're literally covering some of the most insane shit. It almost feels like you guys don't care about the fact that, like, I don't know, Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants, use the American military, use the American government like a fucking flesh puppet, and you're more upset about like what that makes you feel when someone is using language that is inappropriate to describe it. Okay, it's crazy. Still better than being Christian in Pakistan. Better than being Christian in Pakistan. What about the 40,000 people killed in Iran? Yeah, they're trying to avenge 40,000 people. What the fuck does Pakistan have to do with anything? What the fuck does... Bro, what do you think Israel does to Christians? You deserve to be spit on in fucking Jerusalem, by the way. You do. You should open your mouth. If you ever visit Jerusalem and you walk past some settlers in Jerusalem and they spit on you should open your mouth and go, "Oh, please, sir, can I have some more?" What the fuck are you talking about? Christians in Pakistan. What the fuck does that have to do with the conversation we're having right now? Oh, dude. You should try to be a swagged out white boy in Baltimore. Walk a mile in my shoes, dude. It's shit's crazy out here. What the fuck? Okay. What is the connective tissue here? Waiting for the perfect moment. I studied this on Trust Me. What is this? What is this fucking here? I'll click on it. There you go. Oh, God damn it. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, that's how you know he's dead. It's done. He's done. Yeah, this was so fun. I'm tweeting this. Has anyone else tweeted this already? I'm tweeting this. Fuck it. Crop out the date? Nah, fuck it. Let's just keep it. Let's just keep the date on too. It's funnier. No, it's funnier with the date. It's funnier with the date. No, Tim defended you that one time. True. Anyway, he wasn't wrong about Kirk was stable. He couldn't move. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy you said that. Is it wrong to hope he didn't die? I want him to face justice. I think I think it doesn't really change much, but I guess it would make a lot of people happy. It would be some kind of justice, because there's never going to be real justice. Let's be fucking real. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, look at what's going on.
Deaths of civilians in Iran and beyond, the toll growing higher by the day. Now, President Trump's latest bright idea that other countries should send warships to open up the Strait of Hormuz has a couple of problems. First,
you can't rehabilitate him? No. They mean like be tried in a court of law shit, but like that's just not going to happen, dude.
It would bring those countries, and he cited the UK, France, Japan and China, into direct conflict with Iran, and none of those countries are party to this conflict. From the UK point of view, our warships are apparently not in the region. Normally we do have warships in the Middle Eastern region, but they were for some reason withdrawn just before the war. And then you think about China. Well, the Iranians, who export most of their oil to China, are allowing those tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So China really doesn't have any incentive to do anything because its tankers are getting through. So I think there may be a little problem with President Trump's logic in this one. Now, at the same time as all this, there was an attack today on the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad.
If anything, I feel like as BB's passing would give our media a chance to go, okay, he's dead, we can move on from all the Palestine stuff. We're just like, no. If anything, it would have the exact opposite effect. Everyone will be in the fucking streets celebrating. I know my ass will be fucking dancing, okay? And then there would be a swarm of like, is this anti-Semitic style think pieces? Then everyone would dunk on those people. Okay, everyone would laugh at those people. They'd be like, "Oh, R.I.P. Bozo, smoking on the Benjamin Netanyahu pack." And then, and then it would be really sad for the likes of Bernie Sanders because he could no longer say Benjamin Netanyahu's war, right? So who is he going to say? I guess he'll say, "Oh, this is Yair Lapid's war," or "This is who?" I don't know who would be the. This is the Bezalel Smotrich's war. This is Itamar Ben-Gvir's war. This is Naftali Bennett's war, right? Like he would just say that, right? And then people would be like, why are you just using other people's? Why won't you say Israel? This is Benny Gantz's war. I hate this Benny Gantz war. Benny Gantz's war is so fucked up. And then people would be like, Zoran Mamdani, you went on the broadcast of a person who knows another person who celebrated that Benjamin Netanyahu was killed. What do you have to say about that? And then Zoran Mamdani would be like, I'm so sorry. I've never been more sorry in my life than this very moment. Can I please get on my hands and knees? Actually, you know what? I quit. I should quit being the mayor because you just told me this unthinkable cruelty has taken place. I'm going to quit being the mayor. I'm just going to give up my life as the mayor. I'm going to kill myself, actually. Fuck it. I'm killing myself publicly. Okay? I condemn myself for being in the vicinity of a content creator who was in the vicinity of another content creator who a week prior to being in the vicinity of the other content creator had thought such unkind thoughts about Benjamin Netanyahu possibly dying. And yeah, that's what I think will happen. And then the Democratic Party will be like, this is why we have to do, this is why Democrats would come out with a Benjamin Netanyahu bill. And they'd be like, this is why we have to give $700 billion in defensive weapons to Israel, which they can use for offense because any kind of defense spending is fungible. But this is why we have to give Israel more weapons, guys. And then if you came out and you were like, what the fuck do you mean we have to do that? Just put an end to this, please. They'd be like, you're the most anti-Semitic person that's ever existed. Why do you want every Jewish person to die just like Benjamin Netanyahu, who was killed for being Jewish? That's my assessment of the events. And then Israel gets to nuke the entire region just for fun. Ezra Klein think piece. Benjamin Netanyahu was doing politics the right way. Benjamin Netanyahu was doing genocide the right way. Oh, big booty BB Bill. New interview dropped. Straight is open, and they tracked the origin of the rockets that hit KHARG. Yeah, we did that interview already. BBL, I'm crying. Straight is open, you just get sunk. That's what P. Heggs said.
Missile, it's not clear whether it was fired from Iran or whether it was fired by one of the Shia militias in Iraq, which are allied with Iran. But what it indicates is how this war is widening and how difficult it is for President Trump to contain it.
And Lindsay, what is happening where you are in Lebanon?
Well, there is some talk tonight of the possibility...
Sorry, I just read this. Amit Segal, according to Reuters, which qualifies its report, Israel has announced that its stock of interceptors against ballistic missiles is running low. The report was taken from the anti-Western, anti-Israel news agency Sama 4, just for context. Ben Smith says, I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Sama. Why did he say Sama 4? Did he try to Arabize semaphore? Shut up, you are anti-Semitic. Oh, that's so funny. Sama! Semaphore, which is also known as Hamas 4. As in Hamas times 4. Very scary. Semaphore Arabi. Stop being so anti-Israel, Ben. It's impolite, borderline anti-Semitic to talk about the serious shortage of anti-missile systems that affected last year's Israel, U.S., Iran war and many other recent conflicts. The stockpiles of Israel, Persian Gulf states, and even the U.S. are depleted, but there's no reason to report it. It's pretty funny that that Semaphore is now being called anti-Western and anti-Israeli because they reported on real news about the Israeli defense stockpile diminishing by the brilliant mind, the chief political analyst of N12 News, Amit Segal. I can't get over this. Sama. Yeah. Al-Sama 4. What is this? A publication in Israeli newspaper reports that one of Trump's top advisors is warning that Israel may consider using nuclear weapons. What? They said this about CNN a couple days ago. Yeah, Ryan had a reporter, in air quotes, on the ground in Iran because Dropsite is a billionaire-funded mouthpiece for Islamic terrorism run by a billionaire Nepo baby that side hustles as a stenographer for the Iranian regime. I've personally uncovered at least 4 people tied to Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad working for the outlet. Iran ranks 176th out of 180 on RSF's. First of all, if you're pro-Israel in any way, you can't use RSF's report, okay? You have literally killed every journalist in Gaza. You can't do that. I know Jake Tapper retweeted it as Jake Ass Tapper. Ay, ay, ay. Jeffrey Sachs does not mince words. Everything Trump says, which is despicable because he's absolutely leading us to ruin and leading the world to World War III. Everything he says is a lie because he says, I'm stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. What he's done is rip up the agreement that already existed to ensure that kill, assassinate Iranian leaders repeatedly, kill the religious leader who for decades has said that a nuclear weapon would be against Islamic law, killed that person, invader bombed the country with carpet bombing now, and is presiding over what is now already a regional war with Israel behaving as usual in its completely fascistic way of genocide in Gaza, locking up the West Bank, as Gideon Levy told us, and invading Lebanon and already displacing 1 million people and bombing universities, bombing the hospitals, bombing the schools. This is so out of control without any logic, any rationality, even not any humane, moral, legal justification whatsoever. We have not seen anything like this since the fascists of World War II. And it's extraordinarily dangerous what's happening. It will lead to World War the way we're going because we have 2 malignant narcissists, Netanyahu and Trump, that are leading us to disaster. You missed the first part. No, Jeffrey Sachs is right. Like, he's right. I mean, America and Israel are behaving in fascist ways. And they're dropping all of the... Hold on. They're dropping all of the previous like safeguards and shit like that. Hassan, Al Jazeera breaking Israel's burning. Wait, what? Burning with what? FPVs have arrived. Is your soundboard broken? No, I just don't use it as much today. For the first time, an Iranian-backed militias carried out an FPV drone attack in Iraq, an incredibly dangerous new development. Seen here, the FPV munition flies around Victory Base near Baghdad before slamming into a building. Oh shit. Breaking all pretense. Yes, there is no... NATO-aligned oaths and bros have been cheering ghoulish FPV death porn from the Russia-Ukraine drone for years now, but it looks a lot different when your side is the designated prey. This attack is more like a demonstration and preview of what's to come. I mean, I talked about this already. By the way, if you think that this is the last time we'll see FPV drone footage, remember I told you yesterday, before this came out, American boots on the ground in Iran. It's not going to be the fucking like old Russian guy who's like laying on the ground scared as you see his final moments on the other side of that FPV drone before the fucking image shuts off. There's like that 1 second freeze cut and then the image shuts off. It's going to be American boys, okay? Can we get a sub if you hate the soundboard? No, but you can sub if you like the soundboard. If you want me to use the soundboard more frequently, subscribe right now. You can also give subs as well. The more you give subs, the more I soundboard it. Bilibili has been enjoying your analysis on Iran and China. Murdered little girls going to school. The United States was the original shareholder of Germany and Japan. It wasn't some country that rose from the shadows. The old rival immoral. You need to take a break reading this after the last sentence. Where is... I can't see what they're saying. Oh, shit. XVX Colin with the 10. Or no, with the 20. Millennials for Soundboard Rise Up to Central Committee. I don't hate the soundboards. I just hate the sounds you use. Don't invoke the board. You will not win. We're getting soundboard after soundboard demands right now. Quantum, Frog, Randomish. God damn. Scroll up. What are they saying? I can't see the comments. Yeah, it needs me to... I need to log in for it. This happened while you were in the interview. Satellite imagery from earlier today, March 14th, captured the America-class amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli and her 2,500 embarked Marines of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit quickly steaming towards the Middle East, having already entered the South China Sea. Keep those motherfucking soundboard demands coming with the subscriptions, ladies and gentlemen.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel.
Planty Andy, Midwestern Mom Fedayin. Planty Andy, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Watch the damn drone video. ADHD's killing me, law. I mean, dude, there's nothing. It's just like fucking slams into a building. Who cares? It just fucking flies around until it hits a building. Pause Chronic, thank you. I'm gay and Lebanese. Why'd they use copyright-free music on these videos, man? Why don't they use something cool? You know what I mean? All right, here. Like, think about how much better that would be. Imagine if the FPV drone compilations accompanied We Are Charlie Kirk playing. They're like, this is revenge for Charlie Kirk. Oh my God, the Iranians are avenging Charlie Kirk. Candace Owens goes crazy. Candace Owens is like, my life to the Ayatollah. I'm no longer Catholic. I've reverted to Shia Islam. Ya Ali. She's like, this one's for Charlie Kirk, says the Iranians. Oh my God.
Talks between the Lebanese government and the Israelis as soon as next week. And that is something that the Lebanese government would really want. Those talks would not involve Hezbollah. One thing which is being discussed is the possibility of Lebanon recognizing the state of Israel. That might be hard for it to do. At the same time, there is no let-up. Hezbollah still firing into Israel. And Israel attacked a medical facility overnight in the south of Lebanon.
3 successive waves of Iranian missile strikes towards the center. Lots of explosions heard. Al Jazeera, Israel's new defense spending shows growing strain of fighting conflicts on 2 fronts. They're again cutting debt payments and government services for emergency defense spending. Wait, why? That's anti-Semitic. They shouldn't have to do that. We're not helping them? That's fucked up. We're not helping them? What happened to my tax dollars? Because it sure as shit ain't going to the fucking potholes. It's not going to healthcare. It's not going to the schools. I thought it was just going to this. My tax dollars are going to this. So where the fuck, even with that, they're still not capable of defending Israel? Give another $100 billion. Give another $100 billion to Israel right now, bro. Fork it over! Several fires started from the impacts and fragments. Channel 12, millions entered protected areas. Fires reported at 3 sites. Why did they all yell Yosh so much? I don't know. Damn, that doesn't look like one of the fucking cluster strikes either. That looks like a direct impact. Your home country came out with a Dragon M9 Shahed.
This is the Lung M9, a new type of kamikaze drone developed in China. It's designed for long-range precision strikes, meaning it can travel far and hit targets with high accuracy. What makes it stand out is its endurance. This drone can stay in the air for up to 9 hours straight. It can fly at altitudes of around 4,500 meters, staying high and difficult to detect, and its range is seriously impressive, reaching up to 1,620 kilometers. That means it can travel across huge distances before reaching its target. The Lung M9 represents how drone technology is evolving, becoming longer range, more precise, and more advanced than ever before.
Dubai Daily, that's my favorite. Why did it get so loud? Before it gets fucking target. California Andy's sweating? Nah, I'm good, man. They wouldn't do that to me. That's Dubai Daily. It's classic. That's a classic Dubai Daily edit. Is Netanyahu dead? Oh my God. You know what? Fuck it. He's dead, bro. Yeah. Just live your life.
12 medics were killed. And today Israel said that Hezbollah was using medical facilities and ambulances for military purposes, and therefore they would possibly...
No, guys, he's not fucking dead. Shut up.
...target ambulances as well. So even if there are talks, there is no sense that the fighting here is going to stop in the short term.
Lindsay, thank you very much. Lindsay in Beirut there. Now, the MOD has confirmed that British counter-drone forces in the Middle East shot down multiple drones overnight as part of the UK's operations to defend its bases in Qatar, Cyprus, the UAE and Bahrain. Well, let's speak now to Dr. Bader Al-Saif, who used to be a Deputy Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister of Kuwait. He's worked in the oil and gas sector and is now an Assistant Professor of History at Kuwait University. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Firstly, I wanted to pick up on that point by Lindsay. What do you make of this call to action, it seems, by Donald Trump to have the UK and its allies help in the Strait of Hormuz? Do you think that's likely? Do you think it would work?
Aisha, good to be with you. We're entering week 3 of the war, and this is a very important question and one that should have been posed before the beginning of the war. If the US president and the US in general wanted the support of their partners, it would have behooved them to have explained their motives and informed their partners of that call to war prior to it, because it put their partners in a very dangerous position, right? Here in the Gulf, I speak to you from Kuwait City, and we're getting a lot of attacks. We just had the latest drone attacks a few hours ago. Other Gulf cities as well are suffering from the same predicament. And we have not even opened up our airspaces or any other military bases for use. So to ask for support with the Strait of Hormuz, I just go back to recent history. We had another strait that faced similar issues, and it's Bab al-Mandab by Yemen. And you saw the same dynamic. You mentioned the Chinese safeguarding their own tankers, and they did the same thing a few years ago with Bab al-Mandab, and this is a non-ending cycle. We need to have a clear exit strategy, and the word strategy is key, because what we've been seeing in the past 2 weeks is a lot of tactics across from both sides. From the Iranian side, it's quite clear. Survival to them is a key strategic objective.
Stop coming.
It's not clear to me where the US and Israeli objectives are, more so on the US side.
In terms of what's going on in Kuwait there, you mentioned that you have had attacks. I do wonder, what is the mood like among Gulf states at the moment? Where do you position yourselves? Where do you find yourselves in this war?
We are not party to the war, and we've been enforced into this war by both sides, unfortunately. The US side that decided to strike on Iran and Israel, and on the Iranian side that decided to take it on the Gulf states because they're going for a war of existence. So they're going to go after any assets that they think are damaging them. But that's been the message from the Gulf states to Iran all along. There is no proof of usage of any of these bases into Iran. And the attacks, Aisha, frankly, have not even they've gone beyond military sites. I mean, we're talking about hotels, we're talking about civilian infrastructure, power stations, oil and gas installations. So it's far-reaching, and this is dangerous because Iran.
Sorry to cut you off there.
Let me end on this note. Iran needs to also think of the day after. We're not going to go anywhere. We're their neighbors, and we need to work on this together.
In terms of an end game, then, let's kind of end on that point. Where do you think this situation is going? The UN has called for a diplomatic solution, but you've got Donald Trump saying one way or the other, we're going to have the Strait of Hormuz. And then Iran saying, well, actually, we're going to stop all US ships from going through the Strait of Hormuz. And we've also seen reports of airstrikes over Israeli airspace this evening. Where do you think the end game is?
Look, it may need to escalate further before it quietens down, and they will find a way to talk it through. I'll take you back to what happened yesterday in Iran. They celebrated or commemorated what they call Quds Day, which is Jerusalem Day. And this is key because the Palestine-Israel conflict has been used by various parties across the region as an excuse to fight this out. So we need to not only address the issues with Iran, but we also need to address the issues with the Palestine-Israel conflict, because that's where it started. So addressing the root causes will help us then bring in more peace and calm to the whole region.
Dr. Bader Al-Salaf, thank you very much for your time there. I know we didn't have that much. Good to hear your views from the region. Thank you.
So it's day 15 of the American-Israeli war in Iran.
Is it day 15? Fuck. Have I been calculating the days wrong? I've been saying day 4. God damn it. God damn it. Fuck, bro. I've been saying it wrong all day, dude. I'm so stupid. Unk is washed. Unk is washed. They're ahead? Is 15 for you tomorrow? No, it's become day 15. Wait, hold up. Is it because time zone? Is it because it's a fucking time zone? Bro, I don't know. I think it's... Nah, I'm going to keep it day 14. Fuck it. I changed the title, but I'm going to keep it 14. Fuck, it's 14 for me, man. We don't count the first day. It's also unbelievable that this is like week 2. We hit week 2 on this shit. Like, it's been 2 weeks. Feels like a fucking lifetime. Bro, you're American. That's why the earth rotates. You may have forgotten. You mean week 3? Yeah, now. Okay, everybody calm down, bro. It's like, yeah, it's going to be the 3rd week now. It's coming up. It's coming up. We just began week 3. Fuck. All right.
In recent years, Yemen's Ansar Allah group, also known as the Houthis, has been targeting what it says are U.S. and Israeli-linked ships in the Red Sea, saying it's in solidarity with the suffering of the Palestinians in Gaza. But since the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran began last month, the Yemeni group has largely refrained from getting involved. Some hardliners are reportedly advocating for renewed strikes against U.S. and Israeli-linked assets. They argue that Yemen's military capabilities have only grown and that confrontation is inevitable.
The US and Israel are constantly plotting against Yemen, even if we decide not to enter the war, even if they know they cannot defeat Yemen. We have technology that they don't have. We have already defeated the US and Israel in the previous war. Since the last war, we have only advanced more militarily.
Yemen's geographic location gives it an advantage. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which connects the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden, is critical for global commerce.
Yemen can retaliate in a number of ways. It has strategic leverage over the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. There's also hypersonic and ballistic missiles that can be used to target Tel Aviv or U.S. military and economic assets across the region.
But within Yemen itself, another conversation is taking shape. After nearly a decade of foreign wars that have devastated the economy, roads, and buildings.
What is this? China clearly prioritized national interest in its actions. Morality alone cannot change the decision-making layer. It's all the wisdoms of predecessors. Hassan's spirit is good. Ideals are beautiful, and I want it this way too. Emotional blackmail. In the past, our industry was backwards. We were invaded and massacred. Taiwan, Macau were colonized. Later, there was a lack of food, and many people starved to death. We were sanctioned by the United States, who reached out a helping hand when we were struggling in hardship. Generations endured pain and struggled through it. Now, what grounds do they have to criticize us for intervening in other countries' wars? The United States provokes wars, and all countries outside of China could unite to besiege the United States to death. Why are demands only made on us? Well, you're not like a little country anymore. You're not a country in the throes of famine anymore. You know what I mean? It's like it's a cry of desperation. This is probably comments on Bilibili about what I was saying about like Chinese lack of involvement in Israel and trade maxing. You said foreign policy is nothing to American voters until it's everything. Is this that until? No, because Americans are endlessly, Amerifats are endlessly fucking selfish. If there was an economic impact, then it would be everything. If there was a impact on the morale, where Americans like started seeing, you know, coffins draped with flags returning home by the hundreds, then it would be everything. If there was a massive boots on the ground military campaign, then it would become everything. But for the time being, that's the reason why Trump shies away from boots on the ground, right? Iran is getting the dick partly because of China. What do you mean? Yeah, also, I wasn't saying like China should nuke Israel. I'm just saying like China should do the nuclear option, which is to cut back on trade a little bit, which basically is the equivalent of demanding China nuke the Three Gorges Dam, you know? It's like, do you want 10 billion Chinese to die?
Some Yemenis now express a desire to focus on improving their country.
The Yemeni people want peace and stability so that our nation and our economy can revive. There is no way for us to revive and improve our internal affairs while undergoing constant wars. However, we are ready for any scenario.
As a serious question, I'm fairly sure I understand, thanks to the stream, sir, but why exactly is Bibi doing all this? Because he's dead, bro. That's why. Benjamin Netanyahu was a thought experiment. He's dead now. Messaging on this administration on Iran has been absolutely awful. There's no clear plan, no clear objective, and it's apparent that this action was taken solely for the purpose of satisfying donors. The messaging has gotten worse every single day. The war in Iran is unpopular, but it has the benefit of being hidden from the American public, which does not scrutinize foreign policy closely. The issue is that the escalating economic pressure and inflation due to the disruption of global maritime transit will soon make it very visible, and hard questions about who started it and when it will then be asked, or why will then be asked. The answers happen to be extremely damning. What is this? Who made this? Oh, I saw this already. Is Bibi considered a moderate in Israel? No, he's not. There are more right-wing figures than him, but he's not considered a moderate by any means. However, it depends on what issue you're talking about. When it comes to like invading Lebanon, yes, everyone loves it. When it comes to, you know, doing genocide in Gaza, yes, everybody loves it. When it comes to, you know, bombing Iran and getting America to bomb Iran, everybody loves it. Like Benjamin Netanyahu keeps getting voted back into office in Israel because low-key, a lot of Israelis understand that, one, he can put a coalition together. Sometimes if it's at odds, he can get the Orthodox groups to be on board with the coalition. But most importantly, there's two values that Israeli society cherishes with Benjamin Netanyahu. One, he is always the protector, okay? He's the #1 protector of Israelis, like, because Israeli society is anchored around like this protection from the enemy within, right? What Nazis called Jews, Israelis consider Arabs. So Benjamin Netanyahu is the best at protecting Israeli society. And yes, they do not think that like constant fucking drone strikes and constant goddamn missile strikes is outside of the question in terms of protection. Like they don't think of that as like, oh, Bibi is not protecting us. They think of that as like a necessary moment of instability because our enemies are dying. The other reason why they love Benjamin Netanyahu is because Benjamin Netanyahu basically is seen as the one guy who can dominate the Americans. Okay? The one guy who has been around for a very long time and has been in those rooms and has been able to straight up manipulate multiple American presidencies to do the bidding of Israel in some way, in one way, shape, or form. That's the way that they see it, because it's also kind of true, right? And that's why they love him. Those are the two major reasons. Now, the first one, the safety one, took a major blow in Israeli society after October 7th. That's the reason why they were like, oh shit, what the fuck? You're supposed to be the protector. Like, you didn't protect us. 1,200 Israelis died, right? How could you do that? That was the reason why he was deeply unpopular in Israeli society after October 7th. But of course, because Israeli society gets whipped up into shape by their unlimited appetite for murdering children, specifically, Palestinian children, they quickly forgot about that when Benjamin Netanyahu started his military campaign in Gaza that amounts to a genocide, as we know. So that's it. That's the situation. That's what's going on. Can Israel really become great Israel? What are these emotes? China needs to wake up and play an active role. Chinese flag, China flag, fist. Bibi died, smirk, laughing, smirk. Iran is the one that bombs now, fist. Can Israel really become great Israel? Face with diagonal mouth emoji, face with diagonal mouth emoji, face with diagonal mouth emoji. Yes, Israel can become great Israel, which is called Palestine. Inshallah. That's when it will become truly great. This is... Breaking points begin the views as of late. You need more political guests. YouTube pushing them hard. I know. I've been trying to get all these guests that are on Breaking Points to come on my stream as well, but it's a little bit more difficult. Okay? I've been trying though. Did Yemeni Houthis say they're joining too? Yeah, that's what we were watching.
According to Ahmed al-Shirahi, a member of Ansar Allah Houthi movement, the conflict is viewed through a wider lens.
Whether we enter the war with Iran in this round or not, our long-term goal is to free the Middle East from all the US military bases and their aircraft carriers. This is what we're aiming to achieve in the near future.
The debate within Yemen reflects a fundamental question facing the nation's leadership.
That was a tinfoil constructed aircraft carrier that had a bunch of cardboard Yemeni blades stabbing it.
Whether to leverage its military capacity in regional confrontations or to channel its resources towards development and other domestic priorities. The Yemeni group is keeping their finger on the trigger, as their leader puts it, but joining a full-scale war could put Yemen on the edge of another humanitarian disaster. Yusuf Maudi, Al Jazeera, Sana'a.
Dude, remember when everybody yelled at me because I interviewed the Yemeni Tim Houthi Chalamet, the Yemeni teenager, and I just kept telling everybody, like, I don't care. Even if he was Houthi, I would still interview him, and it would be perfectly valid for me to do so. And everyone was like, nah, you're just scared that we called you out because he's a Houthi and you're like trying to hide it. And I was like, no, I don't care. Even if it was a Houthi, I would still interview him. We just know that he's not a Houthi. And then people were like, nah, you're just scared to defend the Houthis. And I was like, no, I stand 10 toes down with the Houthis as far as like the blockade on the Red Sea. And then they still do it like to this day. Isn't that crazy? They still call you a terrorist for interviewing that kid. I know. He's just not a Houthi. Like he's not Shia. He's Sunni.
Up in Los Angeles with its stacks of luxury Persian rugs may seem far removed from the horrors of war.
These are very expensive pieces. This one is like $30,000.
But for Eric, his homeland is front of mind.
Hasan, you're talking to Americans. They don't know what any that means. Dude, I know. It's like, dude, being like having opinions like the ones that I have in the United States of America is like constantly fucking having to swim against the current, like all the time. It's just people are too stupid, and there's too many stupid people, and no one is even remotely intellectually curious, and they just go along with it where they're like, nah, he's a terrorist and you're a terrorist too, and now I'm gonna get all my friends to also say that. It's pretty wild. And see,
especially now.
God, so dumb.
On the wall, portraits of the Shahs, the monarchs who ruled the country until
Bro, dick riding.
1979. And in him, an optimism that this war will bring a freer Iran.
So do you think Donald Trump did the right thing?
Yes. Yes. Donald Trump is doing a favor for the whole humanity, keeping these people off of their hands, off of nuclear bombs.
These people, brother, that's your people. Fuck you mean these people? Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. Donald Trump. Thank you. These people, they were going to get a nuclear bomb.
And, you know, some people like Democrats, they're full of baloney. They created this monster.
Eric left Iran at 15. His father is 91 and still living in Tehran.
You must be concerned, though, about collateral damage.
You know, it's war. What can you do? There's nothing. If my father, I mean, God forbid, if my father gets killed, I would understand. I'm not going to be against.
You would still have the same.
Bro, look, I'm not a fan of the domestic repression that the IRGC has committed. But God damn, these fucking monarchists, man. Oh my Lord. Like these vibes are criminal, actually. These are criminal vibes. These vibes are criminal. If someone were to do that around me, I don't know what I would do. Okay. If someone was just like saying that about, if someone was like talking about Turkey this way, I would be like, dude, you need to go to jail. You need to go to prison. You need to go. I'm putting you in political prison. I'm doing a citizen's arrest on you. Like, it's so crazy.
Perspective that it is a price.
Bro said, I sacrificed my dad. He's 91. He's about to die anyway.
It's worth paying.
Exactly. There is a price to pay for freedom.
Yeah,
this
you're
part
not
of Los
paying
Angeles is home to the biggest diaspora of Iranians anywhere in the world, known as Tehrangeles or Little Persia. This cafe is in Persian Square.
Yeah. Great food, by the way. Oh my God. Guess I'm not welcome back there now that I have seen this, but
part of this tight-knit community. Serge left Iran aged 8.
This is Westwood. It's fantastic. I used to live in this neighborhood. They'll spit in your food now.
Like, we're on the cusp of finally being able to...
Remember, my roommate, the reason why my one of the bits on my fucking rules when you first sign into my stream is Ottoman Empire over the Persian Empire, because like when I first started Twitch streaming, I had a roommate and he's Iranian, and we'd joke about that shit, and we would always yell "Atari" when we went to that place to get Kubi Day.
Breathe again after 47 years if it's actually successful. I mean, first and foremost, my concern is for America. This is the country that's been housing us, caring for us all these years. And of course, I'm very concerned about the safety of Americans, about the repercussions to America.
At Mohammed's fruit and vegetable shop, his customers are mostly Persian, and they're willing to tolerate the economic impact of war.
I am here for 53 years, but I love to go back to at least to visit my brothers, my sisters. In the end, I think this war is not finished so soon, but we're going to have a hard time in America because of...
No, this guy's not peasant brain. His name is Mohammed, bro. And he left before the revolution, dog. He's not every fucking Persian diaspora is a diasporoid, okay? Look at the context clues. His name is Mohammed. Think.
The prices goes up, the price of oil going up, price of everything, grocery, everything goes up.
The American intervention isn't universally popular here, though. Ada is of...
Yeah, so with the Cubans is more... with the Cubans, it's a little bit more monolithic, but with the the Cuban diaspora is, well, even then it's not the case, but like the voices that you hear are from oftentimes like white Cubans, and Miami Cubans will like straight up lie, even if they fucking left the country during Batista. They'll just be like, oh, Fidel Castro killed my parents or whatever. Whereas with the Iranians, like, is a little different. Iranians is a little different. They're you know, there's like a bunch of Muslim Iranians too. They're not all like, and you know, there's plenty of diaspora Iranians that, you know, might be critical of the government, but still understand that this is ridiculous.
Armenian descent. Do you worry that it's actually a full-blown war that might last quite a long time?
Oh, absolutely. Because right now, it will be one fighting with the other. How can this end so quickly? Donald Trump wants. He wants. And Iran is coming
not going to back down.
Revenge. So when revenge is in the game, that game doesn't get over so quickly.
Here, though, 7,000 miles from Iran, the overwhelming majority do support the war in their homeland.
Dude, what the fuck?
And celebrates the US president who made it happen. Martha Kellner, Sky News, Los Angeles.
Yeah, America, Israel, and the Gulf funded opposition media abroad who parroted their narratives wholesale, lied and lied about what this war would be like, that it would be clean and short, and now reality's bitterly set in. I fear after this, there will be little reckoning. Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters spokesman says false flag attacks in Turkey, Kuwait, and Iraq meant to frame Tehran. The spokesman said recent attacks in Turkey, Kuwait, and Iraq attributed to Iran are part of the deception campaign meant to drive a wedge between Iran and its neighbors. He said the United States and other hostile actors, having copied Iran's Shahed 136 drone and developed what the U.S. military calls the Lucas drone, are using it to strike illegitimate targets across the region. He added that Iran only targets U.S. and Israeli interests, and when it conducts strikes, it publicly announces responsibility. That's just false. Al Jazeera showed a poll that said 49% of Iranians are against war. 61% want tensions to end. Wait, what? Al Jazeera showed a poll of Iranians in Iran right now that said there's a 50-50 split? Or are you talking about the diaspora? That was probably the diaspora. Also, this number doesn't add up to 100%. This number is 161%. How does that, like, you gave me 3 different numbers. What am I supposed to do with this? It's 2 different questions. 158%, sorry. I saw math. Okay, whatever. I got it close. Close enough. Shut the fuck up. Don't think. Just knee-jerk reactions and new strikes in Tel Aviv. Yeah, this looks different. This looks like a straight up ballistic missile impact and not cluster munitions. Like both of these look like ballistic missiles that didn't get intercepted at all, which once again, not great for Israel's calculations here. Oh my God, everyone thinks Benjamin Netanyahu's dead. It's crazy to me. We're cooked. We're cooked. Yeah, Strait of Hormuz is not closed. Right now, Trump has no plan to reopen the strait. Why do they think that? Because the power of believing. All right, let's listen to Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer went to India, and before she went to India, she deleted all of her like anti-Indian racist tweets. It's really funny. But of course, Indians already knew that she had tweeted quite a bit about Indians in general, like call them dirty, smelly, like, you know, disgusting things that she had said, heinous shit that she had said. But let's take a look.
House will smell like curry. Speeches will be facilitated via a call center.
She said the White House will smell like curry? Wait.
If Kamala wins, the White House will smell like curry. Facilitated via a call center.
Oh, if Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry, is what she said, apparently. It's crazy. Not all of them. The average IQ in India is 76, best and brightest, at real Donald Trump. Well, yeah, don't fall for the stunt of calling out Laura Loomer's Racism and Islamophobia at India Today event. The truth is that Loomer was invited precisely because of her enthusiasm for the U.S.-Israel-India nexus and for the vicious Islamophobia she has never apologized for and never will. By the end of the conversation, there were smiles and nods. Loomer and Rajdeep Sardazi even had a cordial chat after the panel. Because for large sections of the Indian media, Islamophobia is not a matter of life or death, or it's a punchline. Now that she issued an apology for her anti-Indian comments, she will almost certainly use the moment to launch an even bigger assault on Muslims, along with the Hindu right wing. Also worth noting, check the India Today website. The clip in which Sardazi calls out her Islamophobia has mysteriously disappeared from the video.
You then went on to say our country was built by white Europeans, not third world invaders from India. I think you should do more than just express regret. From what I can see, you're brazenly racist and Islamophobic. And I'm sorry to say that we have Atiti Devo Bhava in this country where we welcome all, but your comments smack of anti-Indianism, worse still, Islamophobia, and even worse, racism, which has no place, ma'am.
Your comments smacked of Islamophobia and even worse, racism.
In today's world. So get real, ma'am. Sorry to say that, but that comments are unacceptable to me as an Indian and as a world citizen.
Yeah, the thing is, yeah, BJP does love Islamophobia, but look at her fucking face. I mean, actually, it's kind of crazy to look at. Like, what's going on there? I asked why Loomer wasn't at the National Women's Day event for Trump the other day. I guess she was here prepping for this. Laura, my free spirit. She has no control over her facial muscles. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, let's talk about this. AIPAC is coming after Kat, and their next weapon is the left bashing. There's no such thing as Islamophobia. A phobia is an irrational fear. It is not an irrational fear to Islam and ideology that explicitly calls for the killing of all non-Muslims. Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Fuck Laura Loomer. I've heard it a million times. Islam is not a race. How can you say it's racist? Islamophobia is not an irrational fear. It's a totally normal fear. Oh, I don't fear Islam. I want to kill Islam. Oh, sick. Boo. Yeah. Mark Ruffalo also endorsed Kat, but anyway, let's watch this.
Bushra Amiwala is fighting for real economic justice.
We must break down these oligarchs and monopolies. We must make sure that billionaires, corporations, and these oligarchs pay their fair share in taxes.
Bushra's plan? Medicare for all, a living wage, student loan forgiveness, real affordable housing options, and yes, making the wealthy pay their fair share. Bushra Amiwala is the real deal, fighting for real economic justice.
This quite literally is an AIPAC affiliate group that is trying to piece up Kat Abu Ghazaleg's momentum and filter some votes to Bushra Amiwala. Okay? Bushra Amiwala is supported in a new digital ad from an AIPAC-backed super PAC Chicago Progressive Partnership. First aired on YouTube yesterday. The PAC has previously attacked Abu Ghazaleg. Appears to be an attempt to further divide the progressive vote. I've requested a comment from Bush's campaign and will post a quote upon receiving it. And then she also came out with a statement on her own. And it's crazy because once again, a lot of you motherfuckers get duped by this shit. And I need you to lock in. Okay. I need you to lock in. I know a lot of you are not going to lock in. We don't have ranked choice voting in many places. Okay.
Is running ads supporting my campaign, and let me be clear, we don't want it, we didn't ask for it, and we're demanding they stop. This is an attempt to smear my name by putting my name next to pro-genocide, pro-war, Trump-funded billionaires, same billionaires who funded Trump's fascist regime in hopes that it sticks. And since Laura Fine is sinking fast, I'll save you the trouble of shopping around. Daniel Biss has already asked for your support. He won't call what's happening in Gaza genocide, and he won't say no to any further military aid to Israel. You all actually even stopped attacking him a week ago. We all noticed. Go back to your actual candidate. Once I'm elected to Congress, I'm coming for dark money.
Okay, well, get ready to see a lot more AIPAC fuckery like this for the rest of the cycle. Illinois is just the start. AIPAC will create more shell packs and do all they can to stop progressives from winning by splitting the vote. Yeah, she's not going to drop. And I think people should just like stop demanding that she drop. It's not going to happen. You're just like annoying the fans that she already has. You can't even like take yourself out at this point from the ballot. Like, she's on the ballot. People have been early voting already. It's just, in my opinion, yes, we should not allow this to happen. As far as like, you know, left flank candidates should not be piecing up the limited voter base. Okay, it would definitely be respectful to ask her to drop. What? It would disrespectful to ask her to drop? I don't know. I don't know her like that. Why would someone vote for her but not Kat? I don't know. There's probably fucking a million different reasons. Okay, Kat is the viable anti-Zionist vote. The reason why I'm saying this, by the way, the reason why I'm like talking about this is because like this is a new technique but they're not going to stop. Okay? They're not going to stop. AIPAC is not going to stop. It's unbearable. Unfucking bearable that this is like something that we have to deal with, that a foreign country can have like this much funds to genuinely manipulate American elections. Okay? A foreign country can straight up engage with American elections at this level where they spend billions of dollars in a fucking election cycle at this point. 8 million on just a primary for the Democratic Party in Illinois 9. And it's not even just like attacking, and it's never about Israel. They never say Israel at any step of the way. They have their AIPAC-backed candidates that they pump, and they never talk about how those guys are pro-Israel. They have their attack targets that are liberal Zionists that they hate. Like even Daniel Biss, who's a liberal Zionist, who's pro-Israel objectively. They hate that, so they attack Daniel Biss. But when there's an actual anti-Zionist that outflanks Daniel Biss on the same fucking race, then they will start attacking the anti-Zionists because they made this mistake one time with Ana Lilia Meia, and they adopt new tactics. Okay? It's so fucking insane. Watch this for Minneapolis or Minnesota Senate 2. Fair Shake pounded Stratton over the ICE contractor that donated to her super PAC. The super PAC is the Dem Lieutenant Governor's PAC, so Fair Shake or AIPAC, etc., could run the same play against Peggy Flanagan. She seems dope, but she should do the Brad Lander thing. That's not how this works. Brad Lander and Zoran already had like a working relationship, okay? Anyway, the point is, you got to go for the most progressive option possible that has viability. Will you regret not asking her to drop out if she loses by a few hundred? I just know it's not possible. Maybe I know more than you do. Okay? Anyone that's still in this race at this point with fucking 5% viability, that's lost all viability, is not in this race because they genuinely think they have a shot at winning. That's delusional. No, they're in it because they're just resilient. They're going to stay in it. They don't give a fuck. Okay? They don't think it's their fault, or maybe they don't care if the anti-Zionist candidate doesn't win. It's that simple. The election's on fucking Tuesday. She's polling at 6%. She's not going to like endorse Kat. And yeah, it's petty for sure. Why do you think voting is a viable way moving forward? No, I think the only viable way to move forward is to arm the Revolutionary Vanguard right now and storm the nearest American military base. Overtake it, learn how to fucking fly F-16 fighter jets, take them to Washington, D.C. with Strato tankers that are refueling along the ride, and then, militarily occupy the Pentagon, Washington, D.C., and overthrow the government to implement a proletarian dictatorship. That's what I think. I'm just holding you back from doing that, obviously. You know? I'm just holding everybody back from doing that. We're literally there. We're ready. We're ready to go. It's just like we just haven't done it for some reason because I'm a fucking revisionist who doesn't want revolution to happen. And I want to sheepdog you back in the Democratic Party. I just hate having this conversation every fucking day. Whatever you want to think. Who cares? Yeah, I'm holding everybody back because the CIA check cleared. But yeah, the amount of fucking money flowing into these primaries is unbearable. I hate it. Anyway, here's Mark Ruffalo.
Don't let AIPAC, a foreign lobbying group, buy our politicians and control what the United States does. Vote for Kat and vote for a politician who will be working for you, not for a foreign entity who drags us into wars and cares nothing for the American people. Don't let
Great. Clear, coherent, fantastic, great, wonderful. When are you getting Mark on the pod? I've DM'd him before. I have no way to get him on. It's not happening, unfortunately. Yeah, Mark Ruffalo was an early donor to Kat's campaign for what it's worth, as was Andrew Yang, interestingly enough. This is John Kiriakou. Don't get duped. You can't get the contact from Mehdi. Oh, I never asked Mehdi. I could ask Mehdi Hassan. The replies to your tweet are frying me. Proof Netanyahu is safe and stable. Mehdi Hassan got him. You know who I asked? I asked Adam. And Adam did not fucking give me his info, bro. Son of a bitch. I already have Sachs. I already have feelers out. We're scheduling for Sachs. We're going to schedule for Mersheimer. We're working on it. Sources tell me BB is stable. Please, God, it's true. It's revenge for not giving him Mr. B's number. True. Okay, I deserve that. All right, I'm fucking tired. It's 8 hours. I don't think I'll be live tomorrow. Hopefully nothing fucking insane happens. If something insane happens, I might have to go live, but we'll see. But I have a lot of stuff going on. I haven't taken a day off in a minute, and tomorrow's not any different. I have like multiple podcasts I'm doing. I have I have like an Oscars thing that I'm going to. I have the Fear End podcast that I'm doing. I got hella shit. So, and I have a new merch line coming out soon. Gonna do a photo shoot for the merch. Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you maybe tomorrow, hopefully not. And if not, on Monday.
In Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There it is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this Lives with Dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you, just you wait.